I agreed that if I won a competition, we could cancel the engagement. However, as I was ready to take on the challenge, a hidden secret was suddenly exposed. It turned out that I had a twin brother who died young. What is even more shocking is that I suspect Oscar is not my biological brother. I asked for a paternity test, but Oscar was unwilling. If he is not my biological brother, then where is my biological brother? Part 2. Chen and I have agreed that if I can win the competition, he will agree to cancel the engagement. But old lady Zhou shook her head, frowning. Silly child, can it be easily solved by winning 2 out of 3 games? The old man of the Chen family has a backup plan. It's not that simple. But you'd better try your best to win these 2 games. Old Mrs. Zhou's tone was serious, and there was a hint of complicated emotions in her words. I frowned slightly, thinking that this matter was not as simple as I thought. Grandma, how did the engagement come about? I couldn't help but ask. Old Lady Zhou was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. That happened when your grandfather was young. He had some conflicts with the main family in Beijing, so he brought me to Linhai to fight. Later, I met the old man from the Chen family, and we appreciated each other and formed a deep friendship. What about the engagement? Vivian also asked curiously. Old Mrs. Zhou sighed. Your grandfather blocked a fatal blow for the old man of the Chen family and was seriously injured, which led to the subsequent engagement. So that's how it is. Several people showed a look of sudden enlightenment. On the day you were born, your grandfather fell ill and died. A trace of sadness flashed in old Mrs. Zhou's eyes. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she turned to Vivian and the others, angrily saying, You must immediately announce Oscar's adopted son status and send him away. Vivian's face turned pale, but she insisted, Grandma, can we wait until after the college entrance examination to announce it? Announcing it now may affect the reputation of the Chen family. You guys handle it yourselves. Don't come to me if anything happens. Old Mrs. Zhou said in a sharp tone. Grandson, if you win the competition, I will let old man Chen marry Eva to you. Old Lady Zhou turned to me and softened her voice. Grandma, I really don't want to marry her. I hurriedly clarified. Are you afraid of losing? Diana sneered. I no longer have any anger in my heart, and what happened last night has made me stop taking these words to heart. Old Mrs. Zhou looked at me and suggested, Then you should go back to the Chen family, so that everything can be solved. But I had already calmed down and had no interest in the Chen family. Grandma, I've made up my mind. The Chen family means nothing to me. I said lightly. If you don't want to go back, then forget it. Old Mrs. Zhou was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned to me. Do you know? Something happened in our Chen family. Her tone changed, and the topic suddenly turned in another direction. I paused, waiting for her to continue. You have a younger brother. She slowly told the shocking news. Brother? I couldn't believe it. Your mother was pregnant with twins, but one died, and the other. She paused for a moment. What about the other one? I asked eagerly. You. I was shocked by what old Lady Zhou said. What? I have a younger brother? Jessica and Nina were also stunned. Obviously, they had never heard of this before. Yes, twins, but your brother died young. Vivian whispered, with a hint of complicated emotions in her eyes. What's the reason? Jessica finally couldn't help asking. Malnutrition and premature birth led to death. Old Mrs. Zhou sighed, looking sad. I have a hard time digesting this information, but I don't understand why no one has ever mentioned this. I frowned. Your mother was busy taking care of your grandfather at the time, and no one noticed it. Old Mrs. Zhou continued. But this also means that your brother may not be your biological brother. An unsettling thought suddenly emerged in my mind. What? No. Jessica was stunned and turned to look at me. Yes, there may be something we don't know about. I replied calmly. We have to confirm this, I decided. Jessica also looked thoughtful. If this is true, Oscar's life story is very complicated. I nodded, and a bold idea flashed through my mind. I want you to do one thing. Help me do a paternity test. Paternity test? She was stunned, then realized that this was a serious matter and immediately agreed. Yes, we must find out whether Oscar is my brother or not. I said firmly. This is about the future of many people, I added. Jessica nodded seriously, and her mood began to become heavy. Also, I've already dealt with Lisa's matter. I suddenly turned to Vivian to prevent her from worrying anymore. She frowned. Has Lisa left already? Yes, she doesn't want to stay here anymore. I bought her a plane ticket, and she has gone abroad. I answered calmly. What? Why didn't you tell me? Vivian said angrily. I shrugged. There's no point in investigating this anymore. The evidence is all there. There's no need to drag it out any further. She glared at me, speechless. We walked to the front of the car. Diana was obviously anxious. Let's go. We have to go back and comfort Oscar. I smiled faintly, knowing in my heart that the next competition would be the key to deciding everything. However, I am more concerned about one thing. I suddenly stopped and turned to Jessica. What if there are twins and two fathers? I asked. Jessica was stunned for a moment, then explained seriously. That's the case of fraternal twins. Although the possibility is very small, it does exist. And the conditions of this situation are harsh, she continued. So if Oscar is really my brother, this matter becomes complicated. I whispered. Jessica nodded, obviously thinking about the far-reaching implications of this issue as well. I turned to her and said firmly, I need you to help me with this paternity test. Nina couldn't help but yelled out, thinking she had misheard what I said. I ignored them and just looked at them quietly. Vivian and Jessica looked at me in surprise, obviously not expecting me to ask such a question. They knew clearly what it meant to do a paternity DNA test. William, you wouldn't doubt. Jessica's eyes widened, and she looked at me in disbelief. I nodded. This is exactly what I suspect. It's impossible, William. Oscar is the same age as you. The possibility you mentioned does not exist. Jessica retorted hastily. I said slowly, what if Oscar is not Chen's child? My words were like a bombshell, throwing their thoughts into chaos. They were stunned. They had never expected me to raise such a shocking hypothesis. Jessica asked, if the other fetus is still alive, why not make it public? I answered slowly, what if Oscar is not the Chen family's child? Then there must be another mystery. These words made them even more confused. William, this is impossible. Jessica muttered absent-mindedly. Although there have been similar cases, the possibility is almost zero. But it's a fact that Grace and Oscar look alike. Don't you think it's strange? I continued trying to convince them. They were silent. Grace and Oscar do look alike, but this may be a coincidence and cannot be used as evidence. Have you ever wondered why Grace cares so much about Oscar? I continued. They finally began to be moved. Grace's concern for Oscar exceeded the feelings between ordinary adoptive mothers and adopted children. But in their hearts, Diana thought that this might just be a manifestation of maternal love. I wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Vivian. William, what on earth do you want to do? Her anger almost broke through the limit. Do you have to make the Chen family uneasy to be happy? No matter how dissatisfied you are with Oscar, you can't use such despicable means to insult our mother. Vivian's voice became more and more intense, and her suppressed anger finally erupted. I responded calmly. First of all, you were the one who provoked me first. Everything I did was just self-defense. You and I no longer have anything to do with each other. I said in a cold tone. Vivian was so angry that her face turned blue. Do you think I don't know what your purpose is? You just think you are no match for Oscar, so you come up with these conspiracies. She became more and more angry as she spoke, her eyes almost spitting fire. These low-level methods are not worth mentioning. Seeing Vivian was about to lose control, Jessica and Nina rushed forward to dissuade her. But Vivian shook them off. I will never let Jessica do a paternity test. Don't even think about shaking me. Not only will this be detrimental to the Chen family, it's also your own conspiracy, she added, her tone growing colder. I was not angry after hearing this. Instead, I continued, think whatever you want. I have made it clear. We'll see the truth after the college entrance examination. I said thoughtfully. After saying that, I ignored them and went home. When I got home, Angelia and Lisa were watching TV. When Lisa saw me coming home, she immediately asked, Brother William, when can I leave? I smiled and replied, wait 2 or 3 days, then you can go home. Oh, by the way, I've asked EVA to handle the formalities for you and booked your flight ticket. You can go out when the time comes. I said to Vivian without a trace of lies in my heart. After all, solving Lisa's problem was also something I had to do. You must bear all of Lisa's expenses in the future. Angelia's tone was very serious. She always had a natural sympathy for women, especially Lisa's experience, which touched her. Thank you. Thank you, Angelia. I can work on my own in the future. Lisa lowered her head and thanked her softly. She actually didn't want to trouble others anymore. No problem. Apart from the financial issue, you can always contact EVA if you encounter any other difficulties. I decided to leave these follow-up matters to EVA. Although I have some money now, it is still limited. Thank you, Brother William. Lisa bowed deeply, her eyes full of gratitude. Although she is older than me, she still calls me brother. I should be the one thanking you, I said softly. Just stay with sister Angelia for the next few days and don't run around. After saying that, I turned around and went back to my room to start dealing with the next things. I sent Lisa's recording and report form at the police station to EVA and told her to post these things online at dinner time. Then, I opened the group called 3 Games 2 Wins. The group name didn't look very serious, and Chen Yushan might not care much about this matter. Oscar and Lisa came out last night. The group was in an uproar. This kind of thing may not be a big deal in some places, but once it was made public, Oscar's image was almost destroyed. Zhu Yingjun in the group is a troublemaker. He has been at ING everyone in the group, and even specifically asked Chen Yushan not to let his daughter marry Oscar. Everyone was thinking, William, you really used the trick of surrounding Wei to save Zhao beautifully, but unexpectedly, Chen Yushan said nothing. The atmosphere at the Chen family dinner table was somewhat depressing. Richard and his friends were all gloomy, and even Oscar was in no mood to talk. Today, the police received new evidence and were about to summon Oscar to assist in the investigation, but they were suppressed by a phone call from Richard. Nina and Jessica looked at Grace and Oscar with a strange look in their eyes, which made Grace unhappy. Dad, we checked Linhai's entry and exit records today, and Lisa's name is not on it. William must have lied to us. Vivian frowned, obviously suspicious. Then she must have been hidden, otherwise how could we not find her? Richard said angrily, obviously dissatisfied with William. William, what do you want to do? Grace put down her chopsticks and looked at Oscar anxiously. Hearing her words, Nina and Jessica couldn't help but get nervous, their eyes a little surprised. Brother, Grace muttered to herself, her eyes a little confused. Mom, he knows he can't beat Oscar, so he uses such shameless means. Diana said angrily, her voice full of dissatisfaction. Grace's face darkened instantly. EVA must be Oscar's. Her sudden excitement surprised everyone present. Nina, I hope you won't say these things again in the future. Grace turned her head and looked at Nina coldly, her eyes full of anger. But William is my biological son. Nina retorted instinctively, but after she said it, she realized that her words were a bit harsh. Grace was furious and threw the chopsticks. Although she didn't hit Nina, it still stunned her. This was the first time Grace had ever hit her. Nina was shocked to see this scene, and she was deeply confused and puzzled. At this moment, my words suddenly flashed through her mind. William, she whispered to herself, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Seeing this, I knew that they also began to wonder, and the development of things was not as simple as it seemed. Suddenly, Vivian's phone rang. Mr. Chen, something bad has happened. The PR team's urgent voice came over the phone. What happened? Vivian frowned and asked in a serious tone. It's hard to explain in a few words. Please go online immediately. The PR team's voices were anxious and nervous. After hanging up the phone, Vivian couldn't wait to open the webpage. She had a premonition, but when she saw the news about Oscar, she was still in a state of shock. Eye-catching headlines instantly swept the entire network. The voice of the nanny. How can I defend my rights against the abuse of the rich young master? Bravely say no. The nanny defends her rights and exposes the truth about the abuse of the rich young master. The nanny's rights protection action makes the abuse of the rich young master nowhere to hide. During the day, William had made it clear that he would post Lisa's real name report online. Vivian arranged for the public relations team to prepare a plan to dispel rumors and change the subject. Unexpectedly, William not only released the real name report, but also exposed Lisa's video and recording of the police report. This time the matter was so big that even the authorities had to intervene. Vivian was caught off guard and realized that she had underestimated William's intentions. Her heart sank, and she realized that this matter was no longer just a matter of public opinion, and Oscar might face jail time. The Chen family gathered around to see what was happening. Seeing Vivian's heavy face, the atmosphere instantly became depressing. Vivian, what's wrong? Richard frowned and asked, obviously with doubts in his heart. Vivian waved her hand weakly and whispered, you can check it out on the internet yourself. A few minutes later, the table fell into silence and the atmosphere was heavy. Soon, Oscar couldn't help crying. Grace's eyes were full of worry and she kept comforting him. Heir, don't worry. Dad and your sister will help you. Richard clenched his fists with cold eyes. Diana comforted Oscar while cursing William angrily. This despicable villain wants to defeat Oscar in this way. He is just dreaming. She patted Oscar's shoulder. Don't worry, Oscar, I will take care of everything. Nina felt a little guilty and also comforted. We will find a way. Oscar looked up, his eyes full of tears. Sister, will I really be okay? Vivian's heart tightened, but she couldn't give a definite answer. Grace didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, but Vivian already knew that William had prepared the evidence last night. He deliberately sent an anonymous report first, and then made another effort after the heat subsided. If Lisa's testimony did not change, Oscar's guilt might be confirmed. Grace seemed a little flustered. Vivian, your brother is asking you a question. Why don't you answer? Vivian took a deep breath, suppressed the anxiety in her heart, and whispered, Oscar, you may have to admit what happened with Lisa if you don't want to go to jail. What? Grace stood up and looked at Vivian excitedly. Nina and Diana were also stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect Vivian to say such a thing. Of course, the prerequisite is to find Lisa and ask her to change her testimony. Vivian continued. Let her admit that she took the initiative, and then help Oscar clear his name. She paused and continued. If Oscar can get into a good university, everyone will forget about this matter. Grace was immediately furious. No. How can Oscar be associated with someone like the nanny? Vivian looked at her mother helplessly. Mom, this is the best way now. But that's the nanny, Vivian. Grace said excitedly. If you admit it, what will happen to Oscar's reputation in the future? This reminded Vivian, Nina, and Jessica that William had been framed before, and she had never come out to explain. Grace's partiality made them feel a little excessive. Vivian, is there really no better way? Richard asked. Vivian was silent for a moment and said, the most important thing now is to find Lisa. They speculated that Lisa was probably hiding in Angelia's house. After discussing it, they immediately rushed to the destination. At the Chen family, Chen Yushan was discussing Oscar with a few people. Dad, how could you let Eva marry this kind of rubbish? Chen Hao cursed angrily while scrolling through the headlines. Look, Oscar is so embarrassing. I don't want to be outdone by him again. Chen Yushan looked at Chen Hao and shouted angrily. What qualifications do you have to criticize others? You haven't done anything good yourself. Whatever. Chen Hao responded disdainfully. As long as Eva doesn't marry him. At this time, Chen Yushan's eyes softened. Eva, didn't you go to William's house to do homework today? Why did you come back so early? Eva said lightly. Something happened, so I came back early. Chen Yushan noticed that there was a girl following. Eva, who is she? Her name is Lisa, the former nanny of the Chen family. What? She is the nanny who was violated by Oscar. Chen Hao shouted in shock. Lisa will stay at our house for 2 days. Eva ignored Chen Hao and said calmly, looking at Chen Yushan. Did William really do this? Chen Yushan looked at his daughter with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Although he had a premonition, he was still a little unprepared when Eva Chen exposed Oscar's scandal through the PR team. He learned about what happened last night through Richard. Although Richard explained that Oscar had sex after drinking, he also understood the truth. Richard only asked Chen Yushan to give Oscar a chance, and he couldn't refuse directly. After all, the two families had been friends for many years. But now the situation is complicated, and the fermentation of public opinion makes him know that once this matter ferments, the consequences will be disastrous. Well, he did it. Eva nodded, her tone calm. Chen Yushan took a deep breath. Did he do this because he was not confident? Eva answered casually, no. Chen Yushan was stunned. Then what exactly does he want to do? Sister, today is an opportunity. Why not take this opportunity to cancel the engagement? Chen Hao suggested excitedly, obviously unable to hold back. However, Eva shook her head and said, no need. Continuing the engagement is the best option at this time. Chen Yushan and Zhang Xinlian were stunned. They didn't expect Eva to have such an opinion. That's what William said. Eva added, he is so confident, can he really win? Chen Hao was a little skeptical, and his heart was full of interest in William. Eva did not answer, but silently believed in William's plan. Chen Yushan sighed. It is effective, but I don't think it will have much impact. Eva, if you want me to end the competition, I can call the Chen family directly. No need. Eva shook her head, calmly refused, and then began to arrange Lisa's affairs. After returning home, I was concentrating on explaining the problem to Angelia when I suddenly heard a noise outside. I instinctively stopped Angelia from opening the door, fearing that she would see the Chen family and a conflict would break out. I walked to the door and opened it. Sure enough, the Chen family was standing outside. I looked at them coldly. What are you doing here? Richard looked at me and held back his anger. William, is Lisa here with you? I glanced at them and replied calmly. Lisa is not here. Leave quickly. If she's not with you, where else could she be? You're lying. Diana glared at me. William, stop making trouble and hand over Lisa. We can talk about it in private. Vivian tried to keep her tone gentle. I sneered. You let Oscar publish a statement online, admitting that he violated the nanny, and at the same time the entire network apologizes to me. You can't do that. Vivian flatly refused. We can't do that. Then it depends on whether you can take responsibility. I raised my voice, looked directly at them, and said threateningly, do you want to take the blame for Oscar? Diana huffed. You shouldn't do that. Her voice was filled with anger. Grace suddenly got angry. Diana, shut up. How dare you talk to your brother like that? This scene surprised me a little. Grace actually spoke for me. However, what happened next disappointed me. Grace suddenly lowered her head and pleaded, William, please let Oscar go. Mom will kneel down for you. Seeing this, Oscar cried and held Grace. Brother, how can you let Mom kneel down for you? Seeing this scene, I didn't want to waste any more time. Get lost now. I'm telling you, Lisa isn't with me. Grace also realized that this trick didn't work on me, and her tone suddenly turned stern. This is your last chance. Hand over Lisa, or don't blame me for being rude. My face darkened. If you dare to threaten me again, you will bear the consequences. They didn't seem ready to give up. Diana ordered the servants to come up and subdue me. As they approached, I pulled out a kitchen knife from behind and put it directly on Diana's neck. In the dim corridor, the noisy footsteps suddenly disappeared, and all the sounds seemed to be paused. After a moment, exclamations came one after another. Grace and Oscar instinctively took 2 steps back. William, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Grace hurriedly protected Oscar behind her and shouted nervously. Damn boy, put the knife down quickly. Do you know what you are doing? Richard's anger turned into panic and he began to lose his composure. William, don't do anything stupid. Calm down and let's talk it out. Nina and Jessica rushed forward to persuade them. After, Vivian was shocked. She immediately ordered the servants to retreat and tried to calm the situation. William, we're leaving now, and you let Diana go. Nina echoed. Yes, William, let's leave and don't do anything stupid. They never expected that William would threaten them with a knife. Are you really willing to leave? I asked calmly, speaking in a normal tone. As long as you let Diana go, we will leave now. Vivian responded hurriedly. No, you must hand Lisa over to us today. Grace disagreed, her tone a little anxious. Sis, brother didn't hesitate to use a knife to not let us in, which means Lisa must be at his house. Oscar added anxiously. Watching Oscar talking, Diana was stunned and slowly turned to look at Grace and Oscar. Grace was a little flustered, lowered her head, and avoided Diana's gaze. Don't worry, I'm just trying to scare you. He doesn't dare to do anything to you. Oscar tried to comfort Diana, with a hint of uneasiness in his tone. Grace continued. Yes, Diana. William was just excited for a moment. He won't really do anything. Vivian and the others were shocked. William's transformation over the years had completely overturned their views of him. Mom, Oscar, I'll find a way to deal with Lisa's problem. Let's leave today, Vivian advised firmly. Okay, Brad, let Diana go and let's go. Richard frowned and said, with helplessness on his face. He knew that what happened today could not be undone. Finally, after a moment of silence, I spoke. It's just like what your brother Oscar said. I don't dare to do anything. I tapped Diana's face with the knife and kicked her away. Actually, I was cooking just now and didn't have time to put the knife down, so I brought it out. I shook the kitchen knife. You don't know how to cook, do you? Rich kids like you who are spoiled by others would never touch these things. I put the knife away casually and prepared to continue my work. If you don't believe me, you can go in and search. I said as I opened the door and gestured for permission. Don't mess up my house, or none of you will be able to leave. Angelia crossed her legs on the sofa and threatened lightly. Several people walked into the room and quickly searched every corner of the house, even under the bed and in the closet. However, Lisa was not there. If she was really in my hands, I would have let her accuse your brother long ago. I said sarcastically, with a hint of sneer in my tone. Vivian's face turned blue and red, and she finally realized that my words were not empty talk. I know you love Oscar, so I didn't do anything extreme. I sighed. You didn't thank me, but instead wronged me. It's so sad. Vivian and the others felt a little guilty. After all, this incident was indeed a big deal, but I showed mercy. William, we wronged you. I'm so sorry. I apologize to you here. I waved my hands and responded calmly. Stop talking. You are no longer my elder sister. You have wronged me more than once or twice. I'm used to it. William, we will never hurt you again in the future. Jessica said sadly. I was a little disappointed by their tone, but I didn't intend to continue this drama. Okay, let's go and find Lisa. After the Chen family left, I called Eva. Eva, let Lisa go home the day after tomorrow. The next day, the share price of Chen Group fell sharply again, and the situation was worse than the day before. The news about Oscar molesting the babysitter and the accusation that the Chen family covered up for him quickly dominated the entire internet. While Vivian was trying to appease the shareholders, she asked the public relations team to do their best to suppress the heat by means of internet trolls and deleting posts. She also mobilized various forces to look for Lisa, but she disappeared completely in Linhai City, as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. On the third day, Vivian pushed Mei Jibua's fan scandal to the top of the hot search again, trying to divert the focus of public opinion. However, there seemed to be a force behind the scenes secretly fighting back, and Oscar's popularity was pushed up again. The entire Chen family was in a state of panic, and Oscar was taken away by the police early on to be investigated. "What are you doing? Hurry up and find a way to calm down the heat." Vivian shouted at the public relations team on the phone. Obviously, she had lost her patience. "Mr. Chen, we tried our best, but we just can't suppress the heat." The PR staff's voice was somewhat helpless. "Since we can't suppress it, let's think of other ways." Vivian finally realized that the key person behind this was Lisa, and she couldn't find her now. "I'm looking for her. You guys try to stop the situation from getting worse." She continued to instruct, "Buy some more hot searches about Mei Jibua and keep suppressing it." After hanging up the phone, Vivian felt her body lose strength instantly and slumped in the chair. At first, she thought that she could solve the problem by buying hot searches and deleting posts, but she didn't expect the situation to be so difficult now. "Sister, is there really no other way?" Jessica asked with a worried look on her face. Vivian just shook her head with helplessness in her tone. The sisters gathered together to discuss countermeasures, while Richard was busy dealing with the affairs of the company's shareholders. "Will Oscar really go to jail?" Diana's voice was faint, with a kind of powerless sadness. Diana has been in a low mood since she came back from William's house last night, and she has not recovered today. "Mom, I know about Oscar's situation. Let me think of a solution," Vivian said firmly, trying to calm everyone down. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the silence, and Vivian quickly picked up the phone. "What? Did you find Lisa? Keep an eye on her. I'll be there soon." The news on the phone made her look delighted. "Okay, everyone, let's go." Vivian hung up the phone excitedly with a hint of joy. At the Chen family, Chen Yushan was looking at his phone, his face as gloomy as a boiler. In recent days, Richard had been contacting him. In addition to apologizing, he also revealed that there might be a mysterious force behind William. Although William was the origin of the incident, Chen Yushan knew that someone must be taking the opportunity to make trouble behind the scenes. "Where's the babysitter?" Chen Yushan asked about Lisa's whereabouts. Chen Hao replied nonchalantly, "She went home." Chen Yushan was stunned, then breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that William still knows his limits. Jiang Xinlian smiled and agreed. "The person EVA likes must have a good character." Chen Hao was a little dissatisfied and curled his lips. "I think he is stupid. He should just get Oscar in to save so much trouble." Chen Yushan snorted coldly. "You really have a problem with your brain. How can I do things like you?" Jiang Xinlian also nodded, obviously supporting Chen Yushan's point of view. After all, Oscar is his younger brother. He still knows his limits. "Don't waste time. Once Lisa's statement comes out, this matter will be over," Chen Yushan said to Chen Hao seriously. Chen Hao snorted unconvincedly. "How do you know that Lisa will definitely help them?" Chen Yushan was speechless, but just smiled meaningfully. "She's just an ordinary person. She will cooperate with a little threat." Chen Yushan said coldly, "She is not William. If William helps her with money, she will be obedient." Chen Hao still refused to accept it. "She can't possibly help the Chen family." This made Chen Yushan a little unhappy, and he suddenly shouted, "Are you uncomfortable if you don't fight with me?" Chen Hao felt a little guilty, but he still accepted the challenge. "Let's bet. Who's afraid of who?" Chen Yushan glared. "If you lose, go back to work and get married." Chen Hao nodded helplessly. "If I win, you don't care about me and don't hit me. You bastard, don't use my money." Chen Yushan was furious and picked up a feather duster and wanted to beat Chen Hao. Chen Hao ran out in a hurry. "I'm going to find EVA. I won't be home for dinner tonight." He turned around and shouted while running. "EVA, if I wasn't there, would you still cancel the engagement?" I asked casually while taking a bite of food. In my previous life, I died early, and I always had doubts about whether EVA would marry Oscar. EVA was silent for a moment, then answered firmly, "Yes." Zhu Yingjun smacked his lips beside him. "Sister-in-law, it's not easy to cancel the engagement. I think your father is quite stubborn." EVA's father had arranged for Zhu Yingjun to obtain an identity in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. He is currently studying there and preparing to take the Overseas Chinese Students Entrance Examination. These days, he took advantage of Oscar's birthday party to stay in Linhai and had a few meals. EVA was silent for a moment and finally said, "If they don't agree, I will sever my relationship with the Chen family." I was stunned and suddenly realized that I might have misunderstood Chen Yushan's intentions. Did Chen Yushan already know that EVA didn't want to marry Oscar? Did he use me as a tool to break up the engagement? There was a knock on the door. I opened it and saw a spirited young man standing outside. Handsome guy, who are you looking for? I asked calmly. Chen Hao ignored me and looked straight into the house. I looked at him and smiled. Brother, are you here to look for EVA? At first I thought he had walked into the wrong door, but when I saw that he looked a bit like Chen Yushan, I immediately remembered that EVA had mentioned that she had an older brother. Chen Hao also seemed to realize that I was very tactful and called me Big Brother as soon as we met. Are you William? Chen Hao asked me. I nodded and felt that he seemed a little excited. He said excitedly, Are you stupid? Why did you let the babysitter go back and miss such a good opportunity? I shrugged. To make some money. His eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately reacted. Did you deliberately short the Chen family stocks? I nodded and smiled. Chen Hao patted his thigh and said, If I had known earlier, I would have bought some stocks. Unfortunately, I can't buy them now. The share price of Chen Group has plummeted in the past 2 days. Although it has recovered slightly through stock repurchases, this incident has forced them to wait for Lisa's statement to stabilize the share price. I patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, there is still a chance. However, Chen Hao still didn't let Oscar go, criticizing me for being too short-sighted and only caring about petty profits while ignoring EVA's engagement. He chattered on for a long time until Angelia yelled. Then he stopped, smiled, and continued eating. Vivian and her group arrived at Lisa's house. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Lisa was being guarded by the Chun family's servants. When Diana saw her, she angrily slapped her. Sister Diana, why did you hit me? Lisa asked with a sob. Little bitch, you still have the nerve to ask? Why did you call the police? Why did you frame Oscar? Diana roared. I didn't frame Master Oscar. I just wanted to seek justice for myself. Lisa's words surprised everyone. She didn't show any cowardice. Jessica sighed. Didn't I give you a sum of money and tell you to keep it a secret? Lisa lowered her head and sobbed. At that time you said it was Brother William who did it, but later we found out it was actually Master Oscar. I think that's unfair to Brother William. Diana snorted coldly. What's unfair about this? How can he compare with Oscar? Vivian and the other two remained silent, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. I think Brother William is a very good person. Why can your brother treat him so differently? The babysitter retorted in a low voice. Diana was furious when she heard this. Her eyes were full of anger, and she couldn't help but slap Lisa again. You lowly thing. What qualifications do you have to give orders? Diana's words made the babysitter's cheeks turn red instantly, and tears fell. Seeing her crying, Vivian asked calmly, Where have you been these days? She was eager to know where the nanny was hiding these days and why there was no trace of her. The babysitter lowered her head and didn't answer. Diana raised her hand again. Hurry up and tell me. Lisa took 2 steps back in fear and stammered. I've been at Chen's house these days. What did you say? Several people widened their eyes in surprise. They never expected that Lisa would hide in Chen's house. Was it William who asked you to hide in Chen's house? Vivian asked again. The babysitter lowered her head and remained silent. Seeing her reaction, everyone finally understood that EVA's help made everything explainable. They thought of William's frankness at William's house that night, which made them feel guilty. That bastard, we were all deceived by him. Diana cursed with clenched fists. Vivian continued to ask, Does Mr. Chen know that you are at his house? Lisa was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, Mr. Chen? Impatient, Chen Yushan, Mr. Chen. Lisa suddenly realized, nodded, and said loudly, I know. Vivian's face fell instantly. If only EVA was involved, it would be understandable, but Chen Yushan also knew the importance of the nanny to the Chen family, and he helped to conceal it, which made her very dissatisfied. The Chen family must give an explanation afterwards. Sister, let's talk about these things later. The most important thing now is, Jessica reminded. Vivian nodded. Now she had to ask Lisa to go to the police station as soon as possible to withdraw the charges against Oscar and then issue a statement to clarify. There are 3 possibilities for the babysitter's statement, and Vivian has already made a plan. The first is to admit that she had a relationship with Oscar and call it a voluntary normal relationship. The second is that the babysitter deliberately seduced Oscar when he was drunk. And the third is that Lisa admits to forging evidence and framing Oscar. Obviously, the third method is the most perfect solution. Vivian told the nanny about her plan. When the babysitter heard that she might face jail time, she burst into tears and refused to cooperate. Stop crying. Diana yelled fiercely. She continued to threaten. If you don't cooperate, do you know what the consequences will be? I will sell you to a remote mountain area and make you wish you were dead. Lisa was so scared that her eyes widened and her face was full of horror. Vivian agreed. You have to understand that we have the ability to make you and your family completely powerless to resist. When she mentioned her family, the nanny's body trembled noticeably. Nina felt pity and advised, Lisa, just help Oscar this time. We will compensate you well. We will hire the best lawyer for you and help you reduce your sentence. Jessica also comforted her softly. Seeing that the nanny was a little shaken, Vivian struck while the iron was hot. If you cooperate, I will give you a sum of money after you get out, enough for you to use for the rest of your life. She continued, many people want this opportunity, but don't have it. After several people used both soft and hard tactics, the nanny finally wavered. Sister Vivian, Sister Nina, Sister Manjing, Sister Diana, are you telling the truth? She was a little unconvinced and repeated to confirm. Vivian nodded firmly. Don't worry, I guarantee on the Chen family's reputation that I will fulfill my promise. The young nanny finally agreed to cooperate, but she suddenly said guiltily, but I promised Brother William to stand on his side. I would be letting him down by doing this. Her concern made everyone fall into silence. After thinking for a while, Diana suddenly had an idea and said excitedly, didn't that little bastard go to the police station to hand in evidence? Why don't we let Lisa expose him as the mastermind, so that he can't take the college entrance examination? Vivian's eyes flashed with anger, and she really wanted to find an opportunity to teach William a lesson. Jessica hurriedly shouted, Diana, that's enough. He is our brother after all. You are ruining his future by not letting him take the college entrance examination. Diana was not convinced. He was ruthless first. Why should we care about him? Now you want to destroy him, but isn't it our fault? Nina hurriedly explained, fearing that the situation would get worse again. Vivian hesitated for a moment, and finally made up her mind. Although he is our younger brother, we must teach him a lesson this time. Otherwise, he will be more presumptuous in the future. Sister, William must know he is wrong. Let him go. Nina and Jessica disagreed, but Vivian insisted on her decision. I will discuss this with my parents. Let's go to the police station first. Vivian said, leading everyone to the police station. Wait a minute, I'll go get the bag. Lisa suddenly ran into the room, and several people hurriedly left and rushed to the police station. Chapter 82 Threesome. EVA, are Lisa's parents out? After finishing their meal, they sat on the sofa to rest. From the beginning of the meal, everyone noticed that William never put his eyes off his phone. During this period of time, he has been staring at his phone, and I don't know what he is busy with. Now it seemed like everything was finally done. He put down his phone, exhaled, and asked EVA. Yes, they have already left. EVA nodded slightly and replied, you helped them get their passports in advance, which saved a lot of time. William nodded. Qin Hao and Zhu Yingjun, who were standing by, were confused after hearing this. Then, Qin Hao suddenly shouted excitedly, you are really good. No wonder you dared to let the babysitter go back. It turns out you have taken control of her family. William quickly smiled and waved his hands, explaining, Brother Hao, it's not what you think. Lisa has always longed for a life abroad, so I asked EVA to help her go abroad. Who do you think Uncle William is? Zhu Yingjun glared at Qin Hao. He was very dissatisfied with Qin Hao's false accusation of William's character. Qin Hao stretched out his hand to block in front of him. Stop talking, I understand. Anyway, Oscar is finished this time, I know. William smiled and did not refute. No matter how trustworthy someone is, there is always the possibility of betrayal. Besides, he was doing this to protect them. At this moment, Qin Hao seemed to think of something and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, old man, you are going to lose to me this time. Several people looked at each other, not understanding who Qin Hao was scolding. After learning more about the situation, I found out that he and Qin Yushan had made a bet on whether the nanny would help the Chen family. But the excitement didn't last long. Qin Hao's face immediately fell, and he looked frustrated. When we asked him the reason, we found out that after he ran out, he felt it was not good to go out empty-handed, but he didn't know what to buy. There happened to be a gold shop on the road, so I wanted to buy some gold jewelry at home, but when I went to pay, I found that my card was frozen. He is penniless now. EVA, can you lend me some money? Qin Hao begged EVA with a smile. EVA simply took out a card and threw it to him. After Qin Hao took the card, he said angrily, when I succeed in starting my own business, I won't have to look at the old man's face and endure this bullshit anymore. Then I will sever my ties with the Qin family. Everyone. EVA glanced at him disapprovingly and said calmly, Brother, I advise you to stop making trouble and listen to Dad and go back to work. Only then did they learn from EVA that Qin Hao had started many businesses, but he always lost money. None of the projects he invested in was profitable. I don't know whether Qin Hao is possessed by a bad luck spirit or has a problem with his vision. William took a deep look at the lost Qin Hao and suddenly suggested, Brother Hao, I also want to start a business. How about we do it together? Qin Hao's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again immediately. But I don't have much funds now. and my dad will definitely not give me any more money. William smiled and said, if you are willing to join, I have the funds here. You don't need to invest. I will give you shares directly. Everyone knows that William just extorted 200 million from the Chen family. William's words made Chen Hao, who had originally had a dull look in his eyes, brighten up again, and he put his arm around William's shoulders. Are you telling the truth? William nodded. After hearing this, Zhu Yingjun said that he also wanted to join. Fatty, you have money, so just take the real shares. As for how much to invest, you can go back and discuss it with Lao Zhu. After discussion, the three decided to jointly register a holding company. William considered giving Chen Hao 5% of the shares first. Since Chen Hao did not actually invest, Chen Hao would only enjoy the right to dividends in the later stage, but not the right to vote. As for Zhu Yingjun, it depends on Zhu Wanjin's attitude. Zhu Wanjin came to Linhai this time to seek cooperation with the Chen and Chen families. He undoubtedly realized that relying on the coal mining industry would not last long and wanted to seek a new way out. He must have sufficient funds on hand. There was another important reason why he let the two join, and that was their status as rich second generations and their connections. Most importantly, he was interested in Qin Yushan and Zhu Wanjin who were behind them. After all, relationships are often far more important than money. Although Qin Yushan was very disappointed with Chen Hao, he only had this one son, and he would definitely be the heir of the Chen family in the future. He would never give up his no matter what. Now that you have decided to start a company, you must come up with a name. The three naming idiots racked their brains, but couldn't come up with a good name. We are a three-person business, so why not call it Three People's Business? It's concise and memorable. Chen Hao said excitedly. William and Zhu Yingjun glanced at Chen Hao, speechless. What a fucking threesome. At this time, Angelia finished cleaning up and came out of the kitchen. She heard a few people discussing the name of the company, so she casually said, Zero creation, starting from scratch. It suits you very well. After saying that, she glanced at William. William and Zhu Yingjun's eyes suddenly lit up. They thought the name was very suitable and adopted it immediately. But Chen Hao still thinks that a threesome is better. He originally wanted to refute. But when I saw Angelia, I felt a little scared for some reason, and I became quiet instantly. Finally, with Angelia's consent, William brought her in as a supervisor. Later, I thought that Chen Hao and Zhu Yingjun were sometimes not so reliable, so I gave EVA some shares and brought them in to act as tools. From the Lisa incident, we can see that EVA's work is very reassuring. Seeing that everyone had shares, Penny said she wanted one too, and William gave her a share. Finally, they discussed what exactly they wanted to do when starting a business. William directly told them to do real estate. Chen Hao was the first to object, but was shut up by Angelia's glare. The real estate market is in a downturn right now and no one dares to touch it. William convinced the two by saying that the money belonged to the Chun family anyway, and he would not feel bad even if they lost it. Brother Hao, aren't you short of money now? Here's a way to make money. Do you want to try it? Chen Hao's eyes lit up, and then he looked at William suspiciously. Really? What is it? The stocks of Chen Group. Chen said directly. Hey, I thought it was something else. We have already missed the best opportunity to enter the market. Now that your stock price has stabilized, what else can we do? Chen Hao said disdainfully. Zhu Yingjun also looked regretful. William didn't explain, just smiled and said, Anyway, you just prepare the funds and listen to my instructions tomorrow. I will let you enter the market and you just buy. Although Zhu Yingjun was confused, he had 100% trust in William and agreed immediately. Chen Hao dealt with it casually. Now he still needs to rely on EVA funding, but he doesn't have much spare money to squander. Just like that, time came to 10 o'clock. EVA said hello and went home. After a few people left, William found an excuse and followed them out. Chapter 83. Do I need to teach him a lesson? When EVA and her friend got home, they saw Qin Yushan and Jiang Xinlian still in the hall. She wanted to go back to her room directly, but she found that her father was a little strange tonight. In the past, Qin Yushan would always greet her warmly when she returned home. I don't know what's wrong with me today. I have a sour face. Maybe he was angry because of Chen Hao. Chen Hao thought the same thing. He took a quick glance and wanted to escape quickly. At this time, Qin Yushan called out to the two of them in a low voice with a hint of anger. You two coming over here? Hearing their old father's call, the two men were unwilling but had no choice but to go over obediently. Jiang Xinlian secretly winked at the two of them. Chen Hao immediately understood what he meant, lowered his head and apologized to Qin Yushan. Although he was unhappy with the old man in front of him, he had to bow his head under the eaves. After all, he had just started his business, and his survival now still depended on Qin Yushan. Unexpectedly, Qin Yushan ignored him and looked directly at EVA. This surprised the two of them. EVA, Didn't I tell you not to let the babysitter leak out about her stay at our house? Qin Yushan said with an extremely grim expression. After saying this, he sighed helplessly again, and his expression began to ease a little. Even if you tell this to others, you should leave me out. Eva was stunned for a moment and said with a puzzled look, I told Lisa to keep it a secret. Really? Qin Yushan was a little unconvinced. When Eva wanted to hide the nanny in the Qin family, Qin Yushan was actually against it. If the Chen family knew about this, it would be troublesome. But he couldn't resist his precious daughter's willfulness, so he finally agreed. However, the requirement is that they must keep it confidential and not drag him into the water. Dad, what happened? Eva sat down next to Qin Yushan. Qin Yushan did not hide anything and smiled bitterly. The Chen family just called me and asked me why I hid the babysitter and didn't tell them. Lisa said that. Eva asked thoughtfully. Yes. Qin Yushan looked helpless. This little nanny is not very smart. How come she tells everything when someone threatens her? Eva blinked and listened without saying anything. At this time, Qin Hao on the side could no longer sit still. Laodong, Dad, I don't think Lisa is like what you said. She has principles. Are you sure to lose this time? Qin Hao learned that William sent the nanny's parents abroad. He was confident that the nanny would stick to her bottom line and would not betray William. Qin Yushan was stunned for a moment and looked at Qin Hao with a strange look. Are you sure? Qin Hao said with certainty. Sure. Does the bet we made that night still count? Qin Yushan asked seriously. It certainly counts. But Dad, will you really keep your promise? If I win, will you promise to leave me alone and not beat me up again? Qin Hao asked cautiously. Of course, but if you lose, you have to go back to work tomorrow. Do you understand? No problem. Qin Hao promised solemnly. You can't block my card yet. He then added. At this moment, Jiang Xinlian, who was standing by, couldn't help laughing out loud for some reason. Eva and Qin Hao looked at their aunt blankly. At this time, Qin Yushan threw the phone in front of Qin Hao. See for yourself. After a moment, the two siblings stood there in a daze. The Chen family posted a video of the nanny framing Oscar 10 minutes before you came back. Didn't you see it? Qin Yushan snorted coldly. Qin Hao had a dazed look on his face and shook his head absent-mindedly. He was busy driving just now, so he didn't have time to look at his phone. This is not right. William is not. Qin Hao muttered to himself and looked at Eva with disbelief on his face. But Eva also looked confused at this time. She felt strange that William did not send Lisa away but let her go home. Could it be that William still has feelings for the Chen family and doesn't want to be too ruthless? Eva frowned as she thought, but soon her brows relaxed and she revealed a faint smile. She now finally understood why Lisa wanted to expose Qin Yushan. Qin Yushan walked up to Qin Hao and lifted him up by his ears. You're too young to fight with your father. Go back to work tomorrow. Qin Hao grimaced in pain and cursed William's ancestors in his heart. Dad, be gentle, it hurts. You still feel the pain. Go to work for a while first, calm yourself down, and after you have restored your reputation a little, I will find you a partner and you can get married quickly. Look at you now. I asked someone to propose marriage to you, but when they heard it was you, no one wanted to pay attention to you. Qin Yushan taught. Qin Hao had a sad face. Dad, I don't want to go to work. I want to start a business. When Qin Yushan heard that his good-for-nothing son was going to ruin the family again, he immediately became angry and slapped him on the forehead with a big slap. You think your father's money was blown by the wind, and you're wasting it like this. No, it's not what you think. Qin Hao was afraid of being beaten again, so he quickly explained, I won't use your money this time. Qin Yushan was stunned for a moment, wondering what Qin Hao was up to again. After Qin Hao was put down, he rubbed his ears with a hiss sound, and then quickly recounted what happened at William's house that night. He's going to enter the real estate industry? I was surprised to hear that William was going to invest in real estate. If it weren't for the financial crisis in the United States, he would have wanted to make a big foray into the real estate industry. However, the impact of this financial crisis was too great, and the domestic real estate industry was also greatly impacted. It would not be wise to enter now. Anyway, he is not optimistic about this industry for the time being. Qin Yushan expressed his idea and got Qin Hao's approval. But William said that the money belonged to the Chen family anyway, so he wouldn't feel bad if he lost it. So he just treated it as a casual play. Qin Yushan's face twitched. 200 million is just a casual play. He has never been in charge of a household and doesn't know how expensive food, oil, salt, and firewood are. Another prodigal son. William's position in Qin Yushan's heart dropped to a lower level. Together with Zhu Yingjun, these three prodigal sons together, what can they do? Qin Yushan originally refused Qin Hao's request, but with the intercession of Jiang Xinlian and Eva, he finally agreed to Qin Hao's idea. This is the last time. After the company goes bankrupt, you have to come back to work. Do you understand? Qin Yushan said sternly. After saying that, Qin Yushan turned to Eva with a gentle tone. The Oscar matter is over today. The next thing is about your engagement. You need to ask William to pay more attention to it. At the Chen family's dinner table, Oscar had a smile on his face and was eating his meal ravenously. Grace looked doting and said with a smile, "Howard, eat slowly. Be careful not to choke." Everyone in the Chen family felt happy and relaxed at this moment. They have been busy these days taking care of Oscar's affairs, running around everywhere, and are exhausted. After Vivian and her friends found Lisa, they immediately took her to the police station and dropped the charges against Oscar. Afterwards, Lisa recorded a video to prove Oscar's innocence and asked the public relations team to post it online. "I was so busy with all this stuff that I only had time to eat now." They had never felt that food tasted as good as it did tonight. "By the way, Dad, Mom, there is something I want to discuss with you." Vivian suddenly thought of something, swallowed the food in her mouth, and asked Richard and Grace, "I would like to ask for your advice on how to deal with William. Do we need to teach him a lesson?" Chapter 84 must be locked up. Vivian's words made Richard frown. Several people who were eating put down their chopsticks. "What are we still discussing? We must punish him severely. Otherwise, who knows if he will do something excessive to Oscar in the future." Diana gritted her teeth and said indignantly. Nina immediately objected. "Although what William did this time was wrong, I think we can give him another chance." "Second sister, why are you still begging for him? Look at how much Oscar has suffered these past few days. If you let him go like this, do you think it's fair to Oscar?" Nina was speechless after hearing what Diana said and could only shut up. Grace, who was still a little hesitant, took one look at Oscar's pale face and felt extremely distressed. She paused, then said firmly, "We can't just let this matter go. We must make him realize his mistake and learn a lesson." Vivian nodded. "I thought so too. I want him to be detained for a few days and suffer as a punishment. What do you think?" Jessica immediately became anxious when she heard this. "Sister, this is not appropriate. People always make mistakes. The main reason why William is like this is because he has not been with us since he was a child. He lacks education, so we can't blame him entirely." Jessica's words made Richard and Grace stunned and hesitate. They felt a little guilty at this moment, even though it was not entirely their fault that William was stranded outside. But he did suffer outside for more than 10 years, which led to his current character. From this point of view, William is indeed excusable. "Dad, Mom, I don't think my brother did it on purpose. Please don't punish him." Oscar pleaded for William in a sincere tone. As he spoke, he suddenly covered his waist and abdomen with a look of pain on his face. Grace saw this and became anxious. "Oscar, what's wrong with you?" Oscar frowned, forced a smile and said, "Mom, I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe too many things happened in the past few days, and I am tired." "What do you mean you feel a little uncomfortable? You're not in good health to begin with. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup." Grace became even more nervous when she thought about Oscar's weak body due to kidney problems. "Mom, I'm really fine." Oscar straightened up and pretended to be fine in front of the few people. "It's just that too many things happened in the past few days. EVA no longer likes me, and I almost went to jail." Halfway through his words, Oscar's voice began to choke. After listening to Oscar's words, the expressions of several people also became sad. Grace sighed and was about to comfort Oscar, but Oscar suddenly stood up and threw himself on Grace and burst into tears. "Mom, I feel like the sky is falling these days. I really don't know what to do. Should I leave this house forever so that my brother won't target me anymore?" Oscar's crying moved the Chen family members. Grace stroked his head with heartache. But when she heard Oscar say that he wanted to leave the Chen family and mentioned that William was targeting him, her face immediately darkened. She said in an angry tone, without any doubt, "He behaves improperly and lacks education. This time, he must be taught a lesson. Let him bully Oscar again." Nina and Jessica wanted to explain for William, but when they saw the attitudes of the Chun family and Oscar's pitiful appearance, they gave up the idea. I think that just detaining him is too easy for him. He should be imprisoned for a few years. He has no idea how much he has caused the share price of Chun Group to shrink in the past few days." Thinking back to the night when William held a knife to her neck, Diana became even angrier. "Sister, what do you think? Besides, his identity has been exposed. Outsiders will think that our Chun family is sacrificing our relatives for the sake of justice. It will also help improve the reputation of our group. It's a win-win situation." "How great." Diana was proud of her own cleverness and waited expectantly for Vivian's reply. Vivian blinked her eyes, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Just give him a proper lesson so that he can realize how ignorant he is. After this incident, he should be able to settle down." That's right. He thought he was very smart and hid Lisa in the Chen family. Doesn't he know the relationship between Uncle Chen and my Chen family? Even if he loves Eva very much, Uncle Chen will definitely hand Lisa over to us privately in order to consider the overall situation. It's true that being too clever can lead to being misunderstood. With this IQ, you want to become the heir of the Chen family? You're just dreaming. Vivian nodded. She admitted that William was indeed a little clever. This can be seen from the fact that he hid the little nanny in the Chen family. But didn't he expect that Chen Yushan would definitely help the Chen family in the end? When she learned that Lisa suddenly appeared, she was confused. William took the initiative to show weakness and did not want to make things awkward, so he wanted to reconcile with the Chen family, so he released the nanny. But it was not enough to convince her until she learned from her nanny that she had run away from the Chen family, and that Chen Yushan also knew about it. Only then did she let down her guard. Lisa again for confirmation, and the answer she got was indeed that Chen Yushan had released her. Dad, what did Uncle Chen say when you called last night? Your Uncle Chen said that although he knew about the babysitter's stay at the Chen family, Chen Hao lied and said she was his girlfriend and he had no idea about it at all. Vivian nodded in understanding. Diana screamed. So that loser is also involved in this. He will be in trouble in the future. Okay, William, this matter has been decided. Vivian, you can deal with it tomorrow. Richard finally made the decision. Go and inform him tomorrow so he can be mentally prepared and tell him to reflect on his actions in there. Richard hesitated for a moment, then said, if he repents tomorrow and shows a good attitude, he can be imprisoned for a few days less. If he still shows no remorse, you can do whatever you want. Sister, keep him in jail for a few more days. Diana yelled after Richard finished speaking. Anyway, Lisa is in their hands. With the Chun family's professional legal team and connections, it would be easy to control a child who has just reached adulthood. Jessica, are we really going to ignore William? In Jessica's room, Nina said with a worried look. Jessica sighed. William really went too far this time, causing Oscar to suffer a lot. But the college entrance examination is coming soon, and he can't be detained. Nina said anxiously. Jessica frowned and thought for a while. Tomorrow we will try to persuade William to go home and apologize to his parents and Oscar. If he can really realize his mistakes, maybe they will forgive him this time because he is young and immature. Chapter 85. Let the storm come even stronger. The next morning, the stock market opened. Due to the Chun family's statement last night, the stocks of all listed companies controlled by the Chun Group jumped and were all in the green. Some even triggered the daily limit. William immediately sold all of his shares in Chun Group to avoid a pullback. Penny goes to class and Angelia goes to work. He now has enough money to allow Angelia to quit her job and stay at home. But the welfare home is short of staff and Angelia doesn't want to be idle. So except that she no longer goes out to set up a stall at night, she continues to work at the welfare home. He is alone at home now. After finishing breakfast, he prepared to go downstairs for a morning run. Health is the capital of revolution, so everyone should exercise more when they have time. When he went downstairs, he saw Jessica's Maserati was already waiting at the gate of the community. This time William did not pretend to ignore it, but took the initiative to greet it. As if they saw William appear, the car door was immediately opened and Vivian and her sisters got out quickly. Hey, good morning, ladies. William greeted with a smile. His action confused several people. After what happened last night, shouldn't William be giving them a sour look? Why is he still looking so happy as if he had won the lottery? Jessica saw William and immediately came up to him and asked angrily, William, why don't you go to school? When they came to William's house, they first went to William's school to find him, and then learned from his class teacher that William had dropped out of school. Although according to the class teacher, William's grades are more than enough to cope with the college entrance examination. But they knew William's grades. He could stand out in number 15 middle school, but according to the level of number 1 middle school, he was only in the lower level. Third sister, why do you care about him? He is self-aware and knows that he can't pass the Oscar exam, so he focuses on making money. Diana crossed her arms and said mockingly, let me tell you this, even if you make money, you are no match for Oscar. Oscar can make a lot of money just by writing a song and selling the copyright, so just give up. Diana's sarcasm did not make William angry. Instead, he smiled and praised Oscar. Your brother is indeed excellent, I admit it. But no matter how good you are, if you don't have the opportunity to show your talent, isn't that all nonsense? Vivian and the others frowned, not understanding what William meant. William, do you know that what you have done these days is wrong? Vivian asked with a gloomy face. I warned you a long time ago not to play smart in front of me, but you didn't listen. Several people thought William would get angry, so Nina quickly went up to him, pulled William's arm and shook it, and nervously advised, William, admit your mistake quickly. Unexpectedly, William actually listened to Nina's words. He immediately stood up, bowed deeply to the people in front of him, and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Several people were stunned. Diana looked even more incredulous. William's action directly blocked Vivian's next words that she was going to tell him to do. William apologized. He asked seriously, I admit my mistake. And then, have you forgiven me? Several people stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. After a moment, Diana immediately jumped up, pointed at William, and cursed. You little bastard. Now you know you are wrong. But it's too late. Just wait and go in. She didn't expect William to admit his mistakes so readily, and she didn't want to let him off like that. Nina and Jessica immediately stopped Diana and then smiled. William, since you know you are wrong, come home with us and apologize to your parents and Oscar. Maybe they will forgive you. After that, Jessica looked at Vivian with burning eyes and asked, Sister, what do you think? Vivian nodded. Okay, if Mom and Dad and Oscar forgive you, we won't pursue this matter. Will they really forgive me? I did such a jerk thing. I may need to kneel down and beg for their forgiveness. William said with a worried look on his face. Well, if you have such awareness, they may still forgive you. Vivian's tone began to soften. Being able to say such words shows that William really knows he is wrong. Nina and Jessica both breathed a sigh of relief. But then, William's words made them confused again. I think if you kneel down and apologize now, maybe I will forgive. Well, I won't forgive you either. William said with a smile as he looked at them. This time it was Diana's turn to feel relieved, and a smile appeared on her face instinctively. Then her expression immediately turned angry. Sister, listen to what this bastard said. I said he is evil by nature and will never admit his mistakes, but you just don't believe me. Vivian was immediately furious. She slapped the hood of the Maserati, ignoring the pain in her palm, and shouted, William, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for not respecting the brotherhood. Nina and Jessica, who were in a daze, also reacted when they saw Vivian's anger. Nina comforted her elder sister, while Jessica quickly persuaded William. William, you have gone too far. Don't annoy your elder sister anymore. Come home with us and explain things to our parents. William finally put away his smile and glanced at a few people with disdain. Stop being a bastard. I apologize to you, sir. You bunch of idiots. Get out of here now, or I'll chop you up. Jessica and the others were shocked and stood there speechless. Vivian was completely furious. Her anger rushed straight to her head. She pointed at William with trembling fingers and roared, You bastard. She didn't expect that William not only had no intention of repenting, but also swore at them. William chuckled and said sarcastically, Why? You have hemorrhoids in your mouth and you can't speak clearly. Vivian had never been insulted like this before. She was so angry that her whole body began to tremble and she almost fell down. She placed her palms on her violently heaving chest and took a few deep breaths before calming her anger. Okay. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Just wait and go in. Vivian was originally a little hesitant about William's approach, but now she is completely relieved. If she doesn't teach him a lesson this time, where will her dignity as the eldest sister be? William sighed and said earnestly, I advise you not to waste your time on me. Go back early, have a good meal, take a nap, and get your spirits back. You will be very busy next. Vivian ignored him and said to Jessica angrily, Let's go. Nina and Jessica were both conflicted, but under Vivian's yelling, they had no choice but to get in the car. Looking at the Maserati gradually disappearing from his sight, William was a little dazed, but soon his eyes became firm again. In that case, let the storm come even harder. Chapter 86. Something big happened. Nursing home. The afternoon sun shone through the gaps in the windowsill, making it somewhat blinding. Old Mrs. Zhou slowly opened her eyes. Grandma, are you awake? Aunt Lu asked with concern. Old Mrs. Zhou hummed and tried to sit up. Seeing this, Aunt Lu quickly helped her up. What time is it now? Ma'am, it's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Aunt Lu answered and opened the window to let in the warm, early summer breeze. The room, which was originally a bit dull, now has some life. After Old Lady Zhou sat up, she stared blankly at the lush green tree outside the window and muttered to herself, Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, the tree is green again. Aunt Lu smiled and said, Yes, but in a few months, the leaves will fall off again. Leaves fall off and grow back next year, unlike humans. If they die, they are really dead. Old Mrs. Zhou laughed and said, I don't know when. I will just take a nap like this and may not wake up. Grandma, you are still in good health. Why are you talking nonsense? Aunt Lu pretended to be angry. Despite this, the old lady has been sleeping longer and longer recently, and sometimes she can sleep the whole day even if she is not called. Aunt Lu said hello to old Mrs. Zhou and went out to prepare lunch. After a while, she brought the food and sat down at the head of the bed. By the way, old lady, I have good news for you, Aunt Lu said mysteriously while feeding old Mrs. Zhou. Is it about William? Old Mrs. Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. Well, the nanny made a statement online last night, and the share price of Chen Group rose this morning. Aunt Lu did not hide anything and told Mrs. Zhou what happened last night. The old lady finally breathed a sigh of relief. William, he is just too kind and places too much importance on feelings. But it's okay. At least this time I didn't have to completely break up with my family, so I have a way out. Old Mrs. Zhou knew that William was angry. The reason why she let him do it before was that she felt that with William's current ability, he would not cause much harm to the Chen Group. Second, she knew William's character and he would not go too far. The fact was just as she expected. William had the tact to stop. By the way, Master William came here at noon, but he saw the old lady sleeping and left. Aunt Lu suddenly thought of something and said, Mrs. Zhou complained, "You should have woken me up just now." "Okay, Grandma, I will wake you up next time." Aunt Lu apologized with a smile and handed the phone to Grandma Zhou. You see, when the market opened in the afternoon, the group's stocks rose a little bit again. Old Mrs. Zhou looked at the red on the screen of her mobile phone, her face full of smiles. The Chen family business was built by the old man at the cost of half his life, so of course she hoped that the Chen Group would do better and better. Later inherited by William. She understood the condition of her body, so before that, she had to do something for the child, otherwise when she died, William's life would be difficult. Old Mrs. Zhou was thinking about it. Then she casually glanced at the stock price index on the screen and was stunned for a moment. She immediately rubbed her eyes, put the phone closer to her eyes, and looked at it carefully again. Xiaolu, can you help me check? Why are all the indexes green? Am I seeing things? After hearing this, Aunt Lu took the phone and smiled. Old lady, you must have seen it wrong. This is clearly a piece of... Aunt Lu's voice broke off, and like the old lady before, she rubbed her eyes, then widened them. How is this possible? She saw that Chen's stock price, which had been in a very good situation, suddenly turned green. And the trend is still a cliff-like gap. Chen family. In the study, Richard and his daughter Vivian are discussing whether to take advantage of the surge in stock prices to increase investment and expand some projects. Although the Oscar incident had a certain impact on the Chen Group, after the statement was issued, the stock price not only rebounded from the bottom, but also hit a new high. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. After the Oscar incident, many investors were worried about the future of the Chen Group and expressed their intention to withdraw their investments. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Oscar is the only heir of the Chen family. As the future helmsman of the Chen family, how can they feel at ease when he does such immoral and illegal things? Oscar's innocence was proved. After seeing the Chen Group's stock price soar this morning, a number of investors not only stopped withdrawing their investments, but also expressed their intention to increase their capital. Richard's face was full of joy at this time. Vivian, about William's matter, why don't you just let him go this time and give him a chance? After hearing Richard's words, Vivian, who had a smile on her face, suddenly looked gloomy and spoke resolutely with anger in her tone. No, Richard was a little stunned. Normally, although Vivian would not help William, she would occasionally say a few good words for William. Why is she suddenly so angry today? He sighed and said earnestly, I know he went a little too far this time, but after all, it didn't cause too serious consequences. Dad, although this incident did not cause any harm in the end, it was mainly due to Uncle Chen's help. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine how the situation would have developed. Vivian said with a serious expression. Besides, this time, because of him, Oscar not only failed in his proposal, but also suffered a lot. If I don't teach him a lesson this time, I'm afraid Oscar will feel uncomfortable. Vivian thought of William's verbal abuse of her downstairs in the community, and her anger rose again. It comes to Oscar, Richard, who originally wanted to let William go, began to hesitate. In this incident, Oscar was undoubtedly the person who suffered the most. It would be unfair to Oscar if William was not punished. Richard thought for a moment and nodded slowly. Well, I'll listen to you and punish him slightly, and try not to affect his college entrance examination. At this moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside the door. The two of them couldn't help but frown. Grace and Oscar went out shopping, Diana had an announcement today, and Jessica went back to work at the hospital. Nina was the only one left in the room. Just when they were puzzled, the door knocked twice, and without even asking, he pushed the door open. Then they saw several people in formal attire rushing in, led by Vivian's female secretary. Vivian was about to get angry when she saw the secretary looking nervous and speaking in an extremely anxious tone. Chairman, Mr. Chen, something terrible has happened. Chapter 87 Collapse. What's going on? Why are you so fussy? Richard was a little angry. At this time, not only several shareholders of the group appeared, but even the public relations manager was in the crowd. The two of them immediately realized that something extraordinary seemed to have happened. But Oscar's incident had just ended. So what major accident could there be that would be worthy of the company's shareholders coming out in full force and visiting in person? Richard and Vivian's expressions suddenly became serious. The secretary did not answer Richard's question directly, but quickly handed the phone tightly in her hand to Vivian. Vivian looked suspicious and took the phone. But in an instant, her face changed suddenly, her eyes widened, and she looked like she had seen a ghost. In front of Richard, a shareholder also placed a laptop computer with a stock price index on Richard's desk. Richard's reaction was exactly the same as Vivian's. They didn't understand. When the market opened in the afternoon, the two of them paid special attention to the stock price of Chen Group, and the trend was still very good. Although some stocks turned green, it was a technical correction after a sharp rise, accumulating strength for the subsequent rise. But the index shown in front of them now is not just a simple green turn, but the stocks of some companies have directly collapsed. This is not just a simple incident. This is simply an explosion. Richard was stunned for a moment. Then he roared, "Quick! Find a way to stabilize the stock price first." After saying this, he didn't have time to ask the reason for the stock price collapse, and hurriedly left the study with several shareholders. As Richard left, Vivian finally reacted. At this time, there were only her, the female secretary, and the public relations manager left in the study. Nina, who was awakened by the noise, also pushed the door open. What on earth happened? Vivian asked anxiously. She hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Nina took the phone from Vivian's hand and took a look at it, her face bewildered, but then she immediately reacted with a look of disbelief. Although she had no interest in the company's affairs, she had learned a little about it through observation and could tell that the green stocks on the screen belonged to her own company. Hearing Vivian's question, the PR manager, who had been looking serious all the time, immediately took out his mobile phone, opened a recording, and put it in front of Vivian. Vivian and her friend first heard the door open, followed by footsteps. Then there was a paw sound similar to a slap from inside. The two of them frowned slightly, not knowing why, but soon their expressions began to change drastically. "Sister Diana, why did you hit me?" "Little bitch, you still have the nerve to ask." These are Lisa and Diana's voices. Nina opened her mouth. Her eyes were dull, and she muttered to herself. But Vivian was shocked at this moment. "Didn't I give you a sum of money at that time and tell you to keep it a secret? If you don't cooperate, you know the consequences. You may go to jail, but you won't be there for long." "Sister Vivian, Sister Nina, Sister Manjing, Sister Diana, you didn't lie to me, did you?" There are also Jessica's, my and my eldest sister's voices. Nina looked at Vivian with complicated eyes while listening to the recording. At this time, Vivian had already clenched her fists and her body was shaking uncontrollably. As soon as she heard the first sentence of the recording, she realized what was happening. Yes, their conversation at the nanny's house that day was all recorded. It goes without saying who was the mastermind behind this incident. She was not only angry about what William did to the Chen group, but she was even more angry that she was tricked by a young boy. Recording audio or video is not a very clever method, but in today's era of developed self-media, this method is often very effective in proving one's innocence and exposing crimes. She wasn't stupid, but she just didn't think about it that way at all. Even though William had complaints against them, he was the young master of the Chen family, and they were siblings, so it wasn't to the point of a life-and-death struggle. Even though there are conflicts now, she always believes that William will return to the Chen family sooner or later. If William really hated them, he would not have risked his life to save Jessica. Could it be that saving Jessica was just to lower their vigilance? If this is true, then William is terrible. Secondly, Lisa came back suddenly, and she always thought it was Qin Yushan's help, which eliminated her doubts. According to Qin Yushan, this is indeed the case. I can't understand why Lisa would help William. No matter from which perspective, Lisa should stand on the side of the Chen family. Isn't she afraid of retaliation from the Chen family by doing this? After listening to the recording, Vivian realized that Lisa had obviously been deliberately asking questions. But at that time, I was too anxious and just wanted to rescue Oscar quickly and calm the storm. He did not think deeply about it, which gave William an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. And she never expected that William was so scheming. He used one trick after another and almost played the Chen family in his hands. This time, she was completely defeated by her younger brother, whom she had never taken seriously. As the recording stopped playing, the study fell into silence. After a moment, Vivian screamed, and angrily threw the phone in front of her to the ground. The PR manager wanted to stop it, but was too late. "What are you still doing here? Go do some crisis PR for me," Vivian yelled at the PR manager. "No matter how much it costs, all recordings must be removed quickly and must not be allowed to continue to circulate online." The PR manager looked heavy-hearted and explained carefully, "Mr. Chen, it's too late. As soon as the recording came out, we immediately started to deal with it, but we just couldn't suppress it. If there had not been the repeated reversals of events in the past 2 days, the impact might not have been so huge, and it would have been much easier to deal with. But with the preparations over the past 2 days, it had already attracted everyone's attention. When the recording was released today, it was another shocking reversal, which immediately caused an uproar on the entire internet. The most important thing is that this recording is not just a problem with the young master of the Chen family. It also involves several young ladies in the family. What these ladies do is often not a big deal for certain groups of people in private. But in the eyes of ordinary people, each of them is horrifying enough. Like ignoring the law and forging evidence, using power to threaten the innocent babysitter, and even selling her to the mountains. This is not the behavior of a rich girl. This is clearly something gangsters would do. Among them, Vivian is currently the helmsman of the Chen group, and the impact is devastating. The future heir of the group molested the babysitter. The current CEO of the group has behaved inappropriately and openly flouted the law in order to cover up his brother's crimes. The other daughters are of the same quality, especially the fourth daughter of the Chen family. From the tone of her voice, someone who knew her would think she was a daughter of a wealthy family, while those who didn't know her would think she was some little gangster. After seeing this situation, the capital market no longer has confidence in the Chen group. There is not a single good person in this family. No one would believe that they can run the company well and make money for them. If today's crisis is not handled properly, tomorrow Chen Group's stock price will not just crash, but will plummet. Chapter 88, Fear, Fear, Fear. The public relations manager looked solemn and tactfully explained the difficulty of public relations for this incident. Vivian immediately slammed the table and shouted angrily, "I invited you here to solve the problem, not to let you make excuses here." The PR manager opened his mouth and wanted to make some excuses, but when he saw Vivian's stabbing eyes, he got scared and lowered his head silently. Vivian took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Does the PR team have a crisis management plan for this incident? She tried her best to keep her emotions calm, but her tone still made people feel a little trembling. "Yes, Mr. Chen," the PR manager answered hastily. He was afraid that if he spoke a little slower, he would be scolded again. "What is it?" Vivian heard that the public relations department had already drawn up an effective solution. She breathed a sigh of relief, and her tone softened. The PR manager paused, then said, "We plan to solve this problem in 3 steps. Well, go ahead. First of all, we firmly deny today's recording incident and insist that the recording was forged by someone with ulterior motives. We strongly suspect that this is a malicious frame-up by our competitors and solemnly declare that we will pursue relevant legal responsibilities in accordance with the law." At the same time, a lawyer's letter was sent to warn those who spread the recording. "Report the case to the police station and post the receipt online." Vivian nodded slightly at the PR department's solution. "You continue." In the second step, we paid some big V bloggers and media in this field to conduct professional authentication of the recording. He also said that there are many unreasonable parts in this recording, and it is likely to be forged in order to confuse the public and control public opinion. The PR manager glanced at Vivian after he finished speaking and found that the anger on her face had completely disappeared. "What's the last step?" Vivian asked. "When the online public opinion is led by the media and the internet trolls, and the Chen family is arguing with the opposing party, we will throw out a scapegoat and take the initiative to admit that we are the culprit of the forged recording. As for why and how they forged the recording and framed the Chen siblings, we can just make up a story and post it online when the time comes." Finally, the Chen family apologized again, citing the reason of occupying public resources, and said that they would continue to strengthen the discipline of their children in the future in order to restore their reputation. So that pretty much settled the matter. After hearing the PR manager's proposal, Vivian fell into deep thought. At this time, the public relations manager continued. "Of course, we can also take advantage of this incident to further enhance the reputation of the Chen group." "Oh, tell me about it," Vivian asked with interest. After a little thought, she realized that this public relations plan was the most appropriate and best one at the moment. The PR manager smiled and continued. "It would be best if the scapegoat we find is from a disadvantaged group, such as poor college students." After the truth was revealed, the Chen family decided not to pursue legal responsibility against the defendant because he was young and ignorant and had to study, and it was a first offense. and also provide financial support to help him complete his studies, to show the generosity and tolerance of the Chen family. So, before the PR manager could finish his words, Vivian immediately smiled and interrupted him. Okay, very good. Let's implement this plan. After saying that, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, sat back on the sofa, and relaxed against the back of the chair. But half a day later, she found that the public relations manager had not left yet, and she frowned immediately. Hurry up and go. Why are you still standing there? Mr. Chen, there is another necessary prerequisite for the smooth implementation of this plan. This issue is very critical, the PR manager said with a serious expression. Vivian was slightly stunned and asked, "What's the problem?" The PR manager took a deep breath and said, "We must ensure that the other party does not have any other evidence, especially this recording video." When the PR manager said this, Vivian was stunned on the spot. We can deny the recording, but it's not so easy to get away with the video. If the other party releases the video after we launch these 3 attacks, the consequences will be. The PR manager didn't finish his words, but Vivian understood what he was going to say. If, as he worried, the other party released the corresponding video, the blow to the Chen family and the Chen group would be devastating. There is another possibility. That is, the other party may be waiting for us to refute the rumor. Based on years of crisis public relations experience, combined with what happened in the past 2 days and the other party's character, the PR manager thought that the other party might actually have the video in hand, so he hesitated to take any action. Regardless of whether there is or not, the other party is fearless and can afford to wait. But the Chen family and the Chen group can't wait. Should they give an explanation to the investors and shareholders? Should they calm down the public opinion? Should the police reinvestigate the matter? Oscar is strong, but several sisters intimidated, sheltered, and framed him. Whether he will be convicted is one thing, but at least he will be ruined. No matter how big or small the matter is, once it is put on the table, it will become extremely difficult. Seeing Vivian in a trance, Nina called her softly, and she finally came back to her senses. Yes, her younger brother was just waiting for the moment when they would refute the rumors. Vivian was still frightened, and in her anxiety, she almost fell into William's trap again. She was really scared this time. After several attempts, William always had a backup plan, catching her off guard. She must be extremely cautious this time. She doesn't dare to gamble now. Even a small wrong step will make the current situation worse. She really regretted it now. Why did she want to teach him a lesson? Why did she say such harsh words to him in the morning? If she hadn't insisted on detaining him, there might not have been a crisis today. But is it really so? If you think about it carefully, you can see that this was a trap set by William early on. As for when exactly it started, perhaps it started from the moment he left the Chen family. Vivian suddenly realized that William was not only targeting Oscar, but also wanted to take revenge on them and the entire Chen family. But why? Even if they were a little biased towards Oscar, it wouldn't be to the point of a fight to the death. Why did he act so heartless? Doesn't he care about the love between father and son, mother and son, and sister and brother at all? No matter how this incident is resolved, he will never be able to return to the Chen family. Doesn't he know this himself? Why? Why did it turn out like this? Vivian didn't understand. Her whole body seemed to be drained away. She leaned back on the sofa, unable to close her eyes, breathing heavily. Just like that, there was silence for a long time, and then Vivian stood up suddenly. No, we can't let him send the video out. Nina, let's go find him right away. Chapter 89, It's All Our Fault. You guys continue to delete the recordings and suppress public opinion. Don't do anything else rash. Wait for my news. Vivian hurried downstairs. She picked up the handbag on the sofa in the hall, took out her cell phone from it, and found that her phone had been blown up with countless missed calls. She ignored him and quickly called William. As the prompt tone came on the phone, she remembered that her number had been blocked by William a long time ago. Nina, tell Manching to come to William's house right away. We'll meet up there. Compared with the other sisters, Jessica had more contact with William, and their relationship was considered the best among the sisters. She thought that if she brought her along, she might be able to persuade William to stop. As for Diana, she didn't plan to inform, as her going would only further deteriorate the negotiations. After she finished speaking, she walked out and called Grace. As soon as the call was connected, an anxious voice came from the other end. Vivian, why did it become like this? Was it that rebellious son who did it again? Vivian knew that by this time, everyone should have received the message and roughly understood what was happening. She didn't explain too much, but just said quickly, Mom, I'm going to find William now. You can find my secretary for the details. She will explain it to you. Okay, your uncle just called and said that he has booked a flight and will arrive in the evening. Your uncle will also come down, and Qing Xiao will come back with him tonight. When Vivian heard Grace say that her uncle would also come down from the capital, she was stunned. Although her uncle basically stayed in Beijing, Vivian had some contact with him due to the company's business and was quite familiar with him. He is calm and reserved, ruthless and decisive in his actions, yet extremely rational. Vivian was not afraid of his father, but was somewhat afraid of his uncle. After she hung up the phone, the two immediately drove to William's house. Jessica had just come out of the operating room and had no time to rest when Nina called. Nina sounded anxious on the phone and didn't explain clearly what was going on. She just told her to go to William's house quickly and they would be waiting for her there. After she hung up the phone, she found countless messages and missed calls. After a while, she immediately understood what had happened. When Jessica arrived, she saw Vivian's car waiting downstairs. Vivian paced back and forth beside the car while talking on the phone, while Nina looked towards the intersection on her side with an anxious look on her face. As soon as her car appeared, the two of them ran over quickly, walked quickly towards William's house. But when they arrived at William's house, they knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response. It wasn't until the neighbor next door opened the door and told them that William had left before noon and no one was at home. They searched all the places William might have been, but didn't see any sign of him. Maybe she's hiding at Chen's house? Wasn't it because Lisa was hiding at Chen's house before that we couldn't find her? And he has such a good relationship with Eva. Maybe Eva hid him at home without telling Uncle Chen. Jessica analyzed. Vivian nodded, thinking that this was a possibility. They turned around and rushed to Chen's house, called Chen Yushan, and told him about it. Chen Yushan told them not to worry and he would rush back immediately. When the three arrived at the Chen family yard, Chen Yushan's car just drove in. "You three come in with me," Chen Yushan said to the three people with anxious faces. When they arrived at the hall, they saw that it was already crowded with people, and sitting in the middle was the old man from the Chen family. The reason they gathered here at this time was naturally because of the collapse of Chen's stock price. In the eyes of outsiders, the Chen family and the Chen family have always been brothers who support each other. The Chen family has more or less participated in almost all of the Chen family's businesses. At the same time, because of the special relationship between the two families, after the incident, even the Chen family's stocks fell slightly. Therefore, this incident was also very hurtful to the Chen family. When he saw the three sisters of the Chen family appear, the silent old man Chen suddenly became angry. He held his cane and pointed at the three of them and cursed. "Your grandfather was such an upright, kind-hearted man. How could he give birth to a group of people like you? Your character is not good. Your brain is as dumb as a pig. What use are you to me?" After being scolded by old man Chen, the three of them felt as if their faces were burning and they all lowered their heads. "Where are Diana and Oscar? Call them over here or I'll give them 2 slaps. Cough, cough, cough." Because he was too excited, old man Chen accidentally choked on his saliva and coughed twice. Chen Yushan looked nervous and wanted to go over to help. Old man Chen glared at him and angrily scolded his son. "And you? You are already old, but you are used as a gun by a child. Aren't you ashamed?" Chen Yushan was lying there shot, speechless. When he heard his name in the recording, his thoughts suddenly became clear and he realized that he, too, had been used by William. The Chen family deliberately kept the nanny secret and allowed the Chen family's stock price to fall, and this was with Chen Yushan's knowledge. Is this sending a message to capital that the relationship between the Chen and Chen families does not seem as harmonious as it seems? The Chen family has always been a solid supporter of the Chen family. If the two families have a conflict, it will undoubtedly have a huge impact on the operations of the Chen Group. This is another reason why Chen Group's stock price plummeted today. Seeing that no one was talking, old man Chen felt a little bored and said to himself, "Alas, all of you are troublesome and none of you can compare to my EVA. EVA is the biggest accomplice in these things. Do you have the nerve to say that?" The three of them secretly complained but didn't dare to say it out loud. "Vivian, tell me what you are going to do," old man Chen asked helplessly. Vivian quickly explained the PR department's solution. At the same time, I also expressed my concern that William might have the video in his hands. Old man Chen immediately said to Chen Yushan, "Let's not act rashly for now, and hold off on issuing the statement." When the incident happened, Chen Yushan immediately wanted to issue a statement to clarify the misunderstanding in order to stabilize the stock price. But if William really has the video, not only will this statement be invalid, but it will also have a serious impact on the Chen family. Also, you continue to have people buy back the shares of the Chen Group. Old man Chen sighed and accidentally glanced at Vivian and the other two, and his anger suddenly surged up again. What a bunch of bastards. I don't know how Richard and his wife educate their children. After hearing this, Chen Yushan immediately lowered his head and remained silent. Vivian also looked guilty. Grandpa Chen, you are right to scold me. It's all our fault. We didn't discipline William well, so he did this. Sorry for causing you trouble. After saying this, Vivian bowed deeply to express her apology. Chapter 90, A Little Pity. Vivian's words stunned Old Man Chen. In an instant, Old Man Chen smashed his cane to the ground and yelled, "You bastards, you are going to piss me off to death. They are all your brothers. How can you be so partial to one and let William take the blame for Oscar?" From the DNA test report incident 2 days ago, plus today's recording, everyone probably understands the cause of the incident. Oscar molested the babysitter, and the Chen family asked William to take the blame, even forcing the babysitter to give false testimony. Grandpa Chen, we have our own reasons for doing this. Vivian wanted to explain. At the beginning, they didn't really want to wrongly accuse William. Although William's innocence was proved later, due to many reasons, it was difficult for them to clarify and clear William's name. And this matter has a great impact on Oscar, but it is not a big deal for William. So letting William take the blame is really a helpless move. Old Man Chen interrupted her angrily. You don't need to explain. Yushan, don't worry about the Chen family's mess. Let them solve it themselves. And withdraw all the funds from Chenchili. Let them die. Vivian and her two sisters heard what Old Man Chen said. They were stunned. Chen Yushan knew that the old man was just speaking in anger, so he just answered perfunctorily and took the three people to the study. William on my way back just now, but found his phone was turned off. This means he is deliberately avoiding you. Chen Yushan said with a serious face. He is very smart and shrewd. To be honest, I did misjudge him before. Vivian understood Chen Yushan's words very clearly. No matter whether William had the video or not, as long as he didn't show up, the Chen family would be cautious and would not dare to take any action. And waiting is undoubtedly a torture for the Chen family. Every minute and every second now is extremely important to them. Seeing the three people in silence, Chen Yushan comforted them. I have sent someone to look for him. I believe there will be news about him soon. At this time, Eva pushed the door open. Eva, why did you come back? Chen Yushan was surprised by his daughter's sudden appearance. I've asked for leave. Eva replied calmly. Eva entered the room. She found Vivian and the other two, staring at her with burning eyes. She immediately understood the reason. Actually, I don't know what happened today. He didn't tell me. Eva said with a slightly disappointed tone. Although Eva answered this way, the three of them still found it a little unconvincing. Eva sighed and said, I know my priorities. Okay, the three of you go back first. William, I will be responsible for helping you find it. I will notify the Chen family immediately if there is any news. Chen Yushan said to the three people. Seeing off Vivian and the other two, Chen Yushan also looked tired. This kid has caused quite a stir this time. Things are going to be difficult to deal with. Will he be in danger? Eva asked. Yes, and it's not small. Chen Yushan replied. Not to mention how the Linhai Chen family will treat him afterwards. At least the people in Beijing will not let it go so easily. And if the investors behind him knew that he was the one who did it, they would not let him off easily. Chen Yushan explained with a serious face. Is it that serious? Eva frowned. Do you know how much the market value of the Chen group has shrunk because of William alone? Chen Yushan's voice suddenly rose. Eva didn't answer, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, Eva finally asked, Dad, if it were you, could you keep him? Okay, but I don't have a position. Have. Chen Yushan was stunned for a moment. Eva immediately said seriously, If I marry him, won't the Chen family have a position? Chen Yushan stared at his daughter for a long time and sighed. Eva, marriage is a serious matter and should not be taken lightly. I will do my best to help William. But the most important thing now is to find him, stop him from sending the video, and prevent the situation from getting worse. Then everything can be discussed. Eva nodded. What about Zhu Yingjun? Have you looked for him? Well, no, Chen Yushan replied. But if William really wanted to hide, I guess Fatty wouldn't tell him. Brother, where are they? Eva suddenly asked. She remembered that last night the three of them had discussed buying Chen stocks today and making a fortune. William did not ask her for help to hype up today's incident. It must be Chen Hao and Fatty who are helping him. That bastard. Who has time to take care of him now? Chen Yushan said indifferently. Dad, the three of them are probably together. Give my brother a call and ask. William, what are you waiting for? It's already 3 o'clock and the market is about to close. Chen Hao asked anxiously. William stood quietly in front of the tall French window, staring at the hustle and bustle of traffic and people coming and going outside the window, his eyes somewhat dazed. Hey William, what's wrong? William ignored him. Chen Hao pushed him. William finally came to his senses and said after a moment of hesitation, Brother Hao, let's enter the market and invest heavily. Chen Hao glanced at him suspiciously and muttered, What are you daydreaming about, kid? Do you regret sending out the recording? William didn't care and said calmly. How could it be? It's nothing. Why are they still worrying about what they have already done? It's their own fault. When Chen Hao learned from Zhu Yingjun what happened to William and the Chen family, he immediately became furious and cursed. You think Uncle William would care about them? Uncle William is worried about the old lady. Zhu Yingjun interrupted while operating the mouse. Oh, I see. Chen Hao nodded. The old lady is really nice. William Ho is very kind to me and Eva. We really need to take care of her feelings. But then again, your sisters are pretty stupid. They didn't even think you could record. William smiled and said, even if they are prepared, as long as they think, to put it bluntly, I put the device into Lisa asterisk. How can they defend themselves? The key to this matter is the nanny. As long as we can ensure that she does not betray us, everything else will be a matter of convenience. However, this tactic is effective because it catches the opponent by surprise, and it can only be used once, not twice. It will be difficult to succeed easily in the future. What a pity, William thought, and sighed with a little regret. Chen Hao and Zhu Yingjun were confused. It's a pity that Richard and Grace were not there at the time, otherwise the effect would have been much better. William said. The two men sighed and lamented after hearing this. But Chen Hao completely forgot that their Chen family also suffered heavy losses as a result of this incident. At this moment, his phone rang. He picked up immediately. Where are you now, you bastard? Is William with you? The anxious voice of the old father from the other side came immediately. Chapter 91. Can you come home? In response to Chen Yushan's questioning, Chen Hao immediately stated that he and William were not familiar with each other and they were not together. You're all planning to start a business together, but you're still unfamiliar with each other? Well, plus we only met twice last night, so we're not that familiar with each other. Chen Hao defended himself hesitantly. Besides last night, there was another time when I heard you didn't go out until the afternoon. Chen Yushan on the other end of the phone asked sternly. Aye. Only then did Chen Hao realize that he had been exposed. He was just thinking about how to get around it when Chen Yushan spoke in a gentle tone. Regardless of anything else, if William is really next to you, tell him not to release the video and think twice before doing so. Then Chen Yushan patiently explained the reason to Chen Hao. William in shock. Do you still have the video? Zhu Yingjun's eyes widened when he heard this. Uncle William, is that true? Then why don't you just announce it directly? William did not answer, but asked. Uncle Chen's call. Does he know that I'm with you? Maybe. He might just be guessing. This is the place I specifically looked for. They definitely wouldn't have thought of it. Chen Hao said confidently. William nodded. By the way, my dad said you must not send the video out. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. Chen Hao repeated what Chen Yushan said on the phone with a serious expression. Brother Hao, is it that exaggerated? Zhu Yingjun didn't care. Of course it's serious. Large groups like Chen's often have complicated interests behind them, involving many people. Although Chen Hao is usually careless, he will react immediately after Chen Yushan points out some things. William just laughed it off. Now Chen Hao is a little panicked. You're not really going to send the video out. When did I say I had a video? William sat back on the sofa, resting his hands on the back of his head, looking lazy. Besides, I have prepared a way out, so you don't have to worry. William's words startled the two of them. They didn't know who else William could rely on besides the Chen family. And those people from the Chen family now wish they could find him and eat him alive. What other plans have you made? Chen Hao looked puzzled. Uncle William, have you bought your plane ticket and are ready to run away? Zhu Yingjun asked with a serious expression. William sat up and stared at Chen Hao intently. Chen Hao felt a little scared when he was looked at like that and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. William, have you turned your attention to our Chen family? Chen Hao asked cautiously. Yes. William nodded and said seriously. I have decided to marry into your Chen family. What? Chen Hao jumped up. Aren't you and Eva acting? It was before, but now it is not forced by the situation. Is it not a last resort? William said with a sigh. William, as if he were a fool. Just think about it. Not to mention my dad. After what you've done, even if you marry into my family, that stubborn old man won't want you. You'd better give up on this idea. That's not certain. By the time the matter is settled, they might even come to beg me for help. William said half-jokingly. Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up and was about to beat William, but fortunately he was stopped by Zhu Yingjun. You bastard, if you dare to lay a hand on my sister, I will never let you go. Brother Hao, Uncle William was just joking. He is not that kind of person. Don't take it to heart. The fat man immediately tried to persuade him. Chen Hao was still furious and said, don't dream. If you want to make it a done deal, it depends on whether EVA is willing or not. Ha, that's right. William touched his head and smiled awkwardly. As long as you don't do anything to my sister, I can ask my dad to help you. Chen Hao assured seriously. He had seen William's methods, and he was really afraid of what William would do to Eva. Zhu Yingjun came up to Chen Hao and said, Brother Hao, your importance in Uncle Chen's heart is not enough. Chen Hao was not disappointed, but was silent for a while. After thinking carefully, he said, It's okay. As long as I agree to go back to work, he will definitely agree. No big deal. I'll just listen to him and get married. William was somewhat moved by Chen Hao's words. With Chen Hao's straightforward personality, he could tell that what he said was from his heart. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chen Hao and Zhu Yingjun were stunned. It should be Eva, William said lightly. Chen Hao looked at William suspiciously and went to open the door. After opening the door, he saw his sister standing outside. Chen Hao immediately stuck his head out, looked left and right, and found that there was no one around, so he quickly pulled Eva in. Eva, how did you know I was here? Chen Hao asked in surprise. You used my card. Chen Hao slapped his head and remembered that he had borrowed Eva's card last night. Even the wisest man can make mistakes. Eva ignored Chen Hao and walked straight to William. Let's get engaged. Eva's words made Chen Hao stand still. Before William could answer, Eva said, Let's get a room now. Now Chen Hao lost his composure. Didn't you say that you guys are just acting? Isn't there anything innocent between you two? Also, as a girl, can you just say something like getting a room? Chen Hao suddenly felt like a clown. William was also stunned. He didn't understand why Eva would do this for him. After he returned to Chen's house, although the two met several times, they hardly spoke. It took just over a month from the time we really got to know each other to the time we became friends. Could it be that after all these days of teaching and learning, she has fallen in love with me? Or maybe this cold and aloof daughter fell in love with her at first sight. Anyway, William was a little skeptical. He just said that he wanted to marry into the Chen family in order to get the Chen family's protection, which was the truth. But his original intention was to persuade Eva to help him and perform it for outsiders. But looking at Eva's momentum, it's clear that she's serious about this. Sister-in-law, if that's the case, then we have to hurry. I'll open a new room for you and Uncle William. After hearing what Chen Hao said, the fat man was filled with worry about what William would face next. Screw you. Chen Hao immediately gave the fat man a big nosebag. Fatty Zhu had a sad face and looked aggrieved. Just then, Eva's cell phone rang. When Eva saw the caller ID, she looked at William with complicated eyes and pressed the call button. Soon a voice came from the other side. Girl, is William next to you? Chen Ma glanced at William, hesitated for a moment, and said, Well, he is next to me. That's good. The other party seemed relieved. Please ask William to answer the phone. I have something to tell him. Eva handed the phone to William. Grandma's phone call. William was stunned for a moment, then picked up the phone and called out with some guilt. Grandma. My dear grandson. The voice on the other end of the phone was trembling. William wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by old lady Zhou. Grandma understands. You don't need to explain. Both sides were silent for a long time, and the old voice on the other end of the phone sounded again. Can you go back to Chen's house tonight? Grandma is waiting for you at home. Your uncle and fifth sister will be back in the evening, and we will have dinner together. Chapter 92. When will it be your turn to point fingers here? Chen Family Hall. The atmosphere at this time was dull and depressing. Vivian and her friends left the Chen family. They were not giving up and went to Angelia's welfare home to inquire about William's whereabouts. They were almost kicked by Angelia. Seeing that he couldn't find him, he could only return home in disappointment and wait for news from Chen Yushan. It didn't take long for them to get home. Vivian received news that the group would temporarily dismiss her. In order to stabilize the situation, the group issued a statement online that in view of the suspicion of misconduct by the group's CEO, it decided to temporarily remove Ms. Vivian from her management position. After the investigation is completed, a decision will be made whether to reinstate his position based on the results. Jessica also received a notice from the hospital asking her to stay home and rest for the time being, and wait for further notice on the specific time of returning to work. Nina was less affected because she was originally a freelancer. After the incident, although her ID was directly blocked, it did not have a big impact on her. Besides, she was a dead loser anyway. If I want to write another book in the future, I can just change my pen name. As for Diana, when she got home, she was so angry that she almost jumped up and down, like a volcano erupting, and she almost cursed William's ancestors to every generation. She had just managed to secure the leading female role in a movie directed by a famous director through her connections. Today was the first day of filming, but she didn't expect something like this to happen. The contract has now been terminated by the producer. If the recording is finally confirmed to be true, she may be banned permanently, and her dream of pursuing a career in the entertainment industry will most likely be shattered. Don't let me see that bastard again, or I'll beat him to death. Diana clenched her fists and cursed angrily. Beating him to death is a light punishment. He caused such a big incident that even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough to make up for it. A man who slightly resembled Grace, but looked even younger, spoke. Uncle, you are right. Even death would be a bargain for him. Diana echoed. Gaofeng and Zhao Jing had just arrived. After learning what happened, they kept criticizing William. Brother-in-law, sister, when you found that boy, I opposed you recognizing him. Look at what he has done to the Chen family now. Yang Gaofeng looked unhappy and complained to Richard. Richard sighed. He is my biological son after all. Now that I have found him, how can I not acknowledge him? As the saying goes, it is better to raise a child than to give birth to him. William has been living away from home for more than 10 years, and he grew up in such an environment. No one teaches him and no one cares about him. Who knows what he will become, a human or an animal? Zhao Jing looked disdainful. Aunt, he is our relative after all. How can you say such things? Jessica, who was already in a bad mood, even more annoyed. Zhao Jing also realized that what she had just said was a bit blunt. She glanced at Jessica and stopped talking. Jessica, please be more respectful to your aunt. What did she say wrong? Was it that boy who caused the situation today? It turns out that you let a wolf in. Although what Yang Gaofeng and Zhao Jing said was a bit harsh, it was also true. William did something wrong this time, and it was extremely wrong. Not only did he scheme against the Chen family, he also disregarded sibling affection and harmed Jessica and her sisters. This hurt Jessica deeply, but she couldn't refute it. Seeing Jessica lowering her head and keeping silent, Zhao Jing felt a little proud. Your aunt, am very good at judging people. As soon as I saw that boy, I knew he was not a good person. Okay, aunt, this is not the most important thing right now. Listening to Zhao Jing chattering on, Vivian felt a little annoyed. Okay, I'm talkative, I'll shut up. Zhao Jing snorted coldly. But our Yang family has invested a lot of money in you. What happened today was caused by your own son. Brother-in-law and sister, you have to take responsibility. Yang Gaofeng, who was silent on the side, saw Zhao Jing's look and immediately agreed. Yes, brother-in-law, we came here today to discuss the withdrawal of investment with you. This is also what our parents want. As soon as Yang Gaofeng finished speaking, Grace glared at him and said, Gaofeng, our family only has so much money. Your brother-in-law will not treat you badly, so don't worry. I feel relieved with your words, sister. Yang Gaofeng said with a wry smile. But Vivian was angry. I can give you your money now. After you get the money, you can leave. Before Grace married into the Chen family, the Yang family was at most middle class in Beijing. Later, with the help of the Chen family, they developed at a lightning speed. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the Yang family is now considered to be among the wealthy families, they are essentially still nouveau riche, lacking vision and only caring about immediate interests. However, it must be said that the Yang family has indeed developed rapidly in recent years, even with the Chen family, which is beyond everyone's expectations. This makes people wonder whether there is other support behind the Yang family. Seeing Vivian was angry, Yang Gaofeng immediately explained, Vivian, uncle was just joking. Why do you still take it to heart? Oscar, who was worried at the side, quickly interrupted. Sister, uncle is worried about us. He doesn't mean anything else. Yes, uncle is just worried. Yang Gaofeng immediately put his arm around Oscar's shoulders. Look at how sensible and outstanding Oscar is. You should focus more on him instead of thinking about that ungrateful bastard all day long. Nina felt that Yang Gaofeng's words were a bit too much and couldn't bear to listen. But uncle, although William was wrong and acted a little extreme, this can't be entirely blamed on William. Everyone naturally understood what Nina meant. After all, the trigger of this incident was that Oscar molested the babysitter and put the blame on William, which led to the current situation. Yang Gaofeng immediately retorted, Oscar didn't mean it. Besides, William was unknown and had no burden at that time. Unlike Oscar, who not only has the status of an heir, but is also engaged. If William had a broad perspective and truly cared about the Chen family, he should have taken on this matter. Diana immediately agreed with Yang Gaofeng's words. Uncle is right. Even if he is blamed, so what? We have already dealt with it privately. At most, his reputation will be bad, but it won't have any major impact. Grace didn't say anything. She nodded subconsciously. Yang Gaofeng continued. Brother-in-law, even though Oscar is not your biological child, what's the difference between him and your biological child? He has grown up beside you since he was a child. You know him inside and out, and you know his character better than anyone else. Instead of handing over the family business to someone who knows nothing, It is better to focus on Oscar and train him well. Only in this way can the Chen group have a future and live up to the old man's expectations. Yang Gaofeng's words made Oscar's eyes light up, revealing a hint of excitement. But he quickly hid it and waved his hand and said, "Uncle, the family business belongs to my brother. I have never thought of competing with him for it." Yang Gaofeng patted his shoulder and said, "Oscar, don't worry, your uncle will stand up for you in this matter, and our entire Yang family will make the decision for you." At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and a strong voice came in. "When will it be your turn as an outsider to interfere in the affairs of our Chen family?" Chapter 93. You and him get out together. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man striding in, followed by a young man wearing glasses. "Brother." As soon as he saw the middle-aged man, Richard immediately stood up excitedly and went to greet him. Chen Xiao ignored him, walked right past him, and went straight inside. Richard had no choice but to follow behind him in disappointment. The young man with glasses saw Richard, nodded and called out, "Uncle." When Chen Xiao approached, several people greeted him. "Brother." "Uncle." Yang Gaofeng and his wife, who had been acting bossy, suddenly became quiet and quickly lowered their heads. Chen Xiao glanced sharply at the Chen family members in the hall and frowned tightly. His already stern expression added a sense of oppression, making everyone in the hall silent. He ignored them and walked up to Oscar. Oscar saw Chen Xiao standing in front of him and subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to look at him. "Keep your head up." Chen Xiao's voice was full of majesty, which made Oscar raise his head unconsciously. Bang! A sudden slap hit Oscar hard on the face. "You're a waste. You're a bastard who can't even control his lower body, and you still want to be the heir to the Chen group." After Chen Xiao finished speaking, he sat down on the sofa. "Someone come and tell me why this situation has come to this." Chen Xiao glanced at everyone present. Although Oscar was slapped by Chen Xiao, no one dared to speak for him at this time. Even Grace didn't dare to comfort Oscar, leaving Oscar alone, crying silently. Seeing that no one spoke, Chen Xiao angrily slammed the coffee table. "Why are all of you dumb?" Everyone couldn't help but tremble all over. Finally, Jessica stepped forward and quickly explained the cause and effect of the incident. "You guys are really good, one by one." After listening to Jessica's story, Chen Xiao became even angrier. Just because of such a small thing, it became known to everyone, ruined the reputation, and the stock price collapsed. Richard immediately said, "I am a bad parent." "Are you just a bad parent? I think you are the opposite of Tiangang," Chen Xiao said. His eyes swept from Vivian and her sisters, and finally stopped at Oscar. After William came back, "Did I ask you to send this bastard out of the country? Did you listen to me?" Grace immediately defended herself. "Oscar is not in good health, and I am afraid that he will be lonely and unable to adapt to the outside world. If you can't adapt, get out with him." Chen Xiao shouted angrily. Grace wanted to say something else, but was immediately stopped by Richard's eyes. "Not only did you not listen to my words, you also kicked your own son out. You are really good." Chen Xiao continued. "We didn't want to chase him away. He wanted to leave on his own." Diana argued unconvinced. "Do you think I don't know anything about your mess? I'm just too lazy to care and thought you could handle it yourselves. Now such a big family is being fooled by a little kid. I wonder if you are stupid or foolish." After being ridiculed by Chen Xiao, everyone in the Chen family was too embarrassed to speak. After a long silence, Chen Xiao asked again, "Where is he now? Have you found him?" The he, Chen Xiao was referring to as naturally William. Vivian shook her head. "Not yet. Uncle Chen will notify us if there is any news." "But even if we find him, what if he doesn't hand over the video?" Diana asked a question. "William may not actually have the video. This is just our guess," Jessica explained. Chen Xiao knocked on the coffee table and said in a deep voice, "Whether there is one or not, after finding the person, keep him under guard, and then do public relations immediately." Indeed, given the uncertainty of whether William has the video, this is the best solution in the current situation. "How long will William be kept in prison before we release him?" Nina asked with some concern. Everyone knows Chen Xiao's character. Although he seems to be speaking for William now, his top priority is actually the interests of the Chen family. If William's behavior threatens the Chen family, he will not show mercy. "I'll take him back to the capital first, and we'll talk about the future later." "Uncle, but he will take the college entrance examination in just over a month." Jessica expressed her doubts. "No need to say more. The matter is settled. I know my limits." Chen Zhao's tone revealed a hint of unquestionableness. "The most important thing now is to find the other person first. We must resolve the matter before the market opens tomorrow morning." Yes, that's right, let's do it. Lock him up to prevent him from causing trouble again." Yang Gaofeng immediately echoed. "Okay." Richard nodded. Nothing could be more pressing than the current crisis. It's just the college entrance examination. It's nothing to worry about in the face of today's turmoil. I'll continue to send more people to look for it. After the matter was decided, everyone realized that Chen Qingxia, who had said she would come back with Chen Xiao, was not there. Uncle, where's Qingxia? Didn't she say she would be back tonight? Vivian asked. Before Chen Xiao could answer, Chen Zhua, who was wearing glasses, said, after getting off the plane, fifth sister went to the nursing home to visit grandma first. Only then did they remember that after the incident, they were so busy looking for William that they actually forgot about the old lady and did not have time to explain to her. As for whether William would hide with the old lady, they had never considered it at all. If William really hid with the old lady would definitely not let him go and continue to do whatever he wanted. After all, the Chen group is the foundation built by the old man with half his life's hard work, and it means a lot to the old lady. Okay, I'm going to go see Mom first. If you have any news about William, please notify me immediately. Chen Xiao said this and prepared to leave. Just then, Aunt Wang rushed in with the phone. Master and Madam, there is news about Master William. Everyone was stunned and then overjoyed. Chen Xiao also stopped. Uncle Chen's call. Where is he now? Vivian asked anxiously. No, it belongs to the old lady. Wang Ma replied. Could it be that he is really in the old lady's nursing home? Everyone guessed. I understand. You tell the old lady and we'll be there now, said Richard. Wang Ma waved her hand and said, the old lady said that she will be back in the evening and asked you not to go anywhere but wait for her at home. Young Master William will also be back. While everyone is here, let's have dinner together as a family in the evening. Richard was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, I see. Tell the kitchen to prepare dinner right away. Chapter 94, Accomplishing You. William, everyone saw the old lady's car slowly driving into the Chen family compound, and they all went out to greet her. The old lady got out of the car, sat in a wheelchair, and was pushed by Aunt Lu. The fifth lady of the Chen family, Chen Qingxia, stood aside. As soon as Chen Xiao saw the old lady, the dignity on his face disappeared instantly. He came to the old lady and said with concern, Mom, why did you come here in person? The old lady waved her hands, her face showing a little tiredness. It's okay. It's not far. My body can handle it. Richard said with a look of shame. It is my unfilial son and grandson who caused you trouble. He understood that the old lady came back specially this time just for William's matter. The old lady glared at him and ignored him, instead glancing straight ahead with her cloudy eyes. Where's William? Hasn't he come back yet? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Vivian asked in confusion, hasn't he always been with Grandma? Aunt Lu only said on the phone that the old lady and William would come back, and they thought William was hiding in the nursing home. William is not with Grandma. Chen Qingxiao on the side answered. Then how did you find? Vivian wanted to ask how they found William. William is hiding from someone, not from Grandma. If Grandma wants him, he will show up immediately. Chen Qingxia smiled. This bastard. Diana cursed. Grandma, he has caused a big disaster this time. You must punish him severely. I don't know if the old lady didn't hear it or not, so she ignored it. Seeing this, Yang Gaofeng also looked angry and said to the old lady, normally you are partial and protect that boy, but this time you must give Oscar justice. Sister, what do you think? Yang Gaofeng looked at Grace after he finished speaking. Grace took a deep breath and said with a hint of complaint in her tone, it's okay if he's naughty at ordinary times, but this time he not only hurt Oscar, but also affected Vivian and the others. The most important thing is that the group suffered a heavy loss because of him, and he must be severely punished. Mom, you must handle this fairly this time. Grace doesn't understand. Oscar is so well-behaved and sensible. Why the old lady just doesn't like him and is partial to William in every way. Because of this incident, she has been complaining about the old lady for the past 2 years. The old lady frowned slightly and said slowly, are you teaching me how to do things? Grace opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Richard glared back at her. Chen Qingxiao looked at Yang Gaofeng and said in a clear voice, Uncle, you made it sound as if Oscar is your biological nephew. Yang Gaofeng was stunned for a moment and explained in a slightly flustered tone, I have watched Oscar grow up since he was a child. I have long regarded him as my own nephew. Oscar does have a better relationship with his mother's side than with Richard. The Yang family also treated Oscar as their nephew and did not show favoritism just because he was not Grace's biological son. Even better than the treatment he gave to Vivian and her sisters. Isn't William your nephew? Chen Qingxia asked with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Yang Gaofeng was speechless for a moment, and Zhao Jing immediately responded, we help those who are right, not those who are close to us. We will help whoever is right for us. Chen Qingxia smiled and didn't say anything else. Vivian didn't care who was right or wrong at this time. He just wanted to solve the problem quickly. Grandma, does William really have the video? Vivian asked the question she was most concerned about. The old lady was silent for a long time. After a sigh, she said to Vivian, "Go and notify the public relations team to do the public relations." Vivian was stunned for a moment and was still hesitating. She didn't dare to take the risk. After all, William hadn't shown up yet, and she couldn't be sure whether he had the video. Seeing that Vivian was still not taking any action, Chen Xiao said calmly, "Go ahead and do as your grandma says." Since her uncle had spoken, Vivian no longer hesitated and couldn't wait to call the public relations manager. Although the old lady did not tell them the exact answer, since she asked them to do so, there must be a reason for her. In fact, the old lady didn't know whether William had the video or not, and she didn't ask on the phone. "Mom, let's go in first. It's windy outside," Chen Xiao said. The old lady nodded. After walking 2 steps, the old lady suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said to Richard, "Go call the legal affairs officer over." Everyone in the Chen family was stunned for a moment, not understanding what the old lady was going to do. Should William be held legally responsible? Although the old lady prefers William, this matter is too big. Even with public relations, the damage to the Chen group has already been done, and the Chen family must give an explanation to the capital behind it. Could it be that the old lady decided to push William out? Grandmother, Nina, and Jessica were a little anxious. Now in this family, William will only listen to one person, and that is the old lady. If the old lady really wants to push William out, William might agree. Second sister, third sister, Grandma has made her own decision. Please stop talking. Diana did not hide her excitement at all. Listen to your grandma. I believe Mom knows her limits. Grace stopped the two from continuing. Oscar jumped out at this time and pleaded for William in a sincere tone. Grandma, although my brother made a mistake this time, I hope you can forgive him this time. Oh, he ruined your reputation this time and almost put you in jail, and you still want to plead for him? The old lady suddenly smiled and looked at Oscar. Mother-in-law, now you know who your good grandson is. Young Galfon looked proud. Oscar continued. He is my brother after all, so I hope Grandma will punish him lightly and not be too strict. How do you think I should punish him this time? The old lady asked. My grandson thinks that my brother is not a bad person by nature. He just needs to be reformed for a period of time, Oscar suggested. At this moment, a trace of gloom suddenly flashed across the old lady's eyes, and then immediately disappeared. Oscar Shin continued. I believe that brother didn't do it on purpose this time. I have always wanted to get along well with brother, but for some reason, brother always seems to have a problem with me. Oscar, although you speak for William, you may have misunderstood. William obviously did it on purpose this time. He just wants to fight you to the death, Chen Qingxia said with a smile. Oscar was stunned for a moment. Was fifth sister speaking for him? Well, I also think William did it on purpose. It might be hard for you two to get along. The old lady nodded, agreeing with Chen Qingxia's statement. Tell me, if your brother comes back and he doesn't like you, how are you going to get along? Oscar meaningfully. Oscar was stunned. Then he looked at Grace with a fierce look in his eyes, and then his eyes immediately turned red. If my brother really doesn't like me, I will have no choice but to leave home and be alone. Okay, it's settled. Chapter 95 The last time. After the old lady finished speaking, she asked Chen Xiao to push her in. But the Chen family members just stood there in a daze. What does that mean? The old lady wants to chase Oscar away? Oscar was even more confused at this time. He was not liked by the old lady in the first place, and he wanted to take this opportunity to perform well in front of her. The old lady's attitude towards him today was indeed much gentler than in the previous times. He just wanted to use this trick to improve his status in the old lady's heart. To put it bluntly, as long as the old lady is still alive, she will have the final say in the Chen family. It's just that her health was not good and she didn't have the energy, plus everyone had a tacit understanding and kept many things from her. He reacted quickly and immediately threw himself into Grace's arms and burst into tears. Mom, is Grandma really going to chase me away? I don't want to leave my parents, and I don't want to leave my sisters. Woo. Grace was also very angry at this time. When she saw the old lady had gone in, she immediately became furious. Is Mom crazy? It's obviously William's fault. Why did you chase Oscar away? Richard was still thinking about what the old lady said. When he heard Grace actually curse his mother, he immediately looked inside. After making sure the old lady couldn't hear, she lowered her voice and said, Why are you so excited? I was just talking casually. Just talking? I'm warning you. If she dares to chase Oscar away, I won't stay here either. Grace threatened. Vivian and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Oscar and the old lady had clearly been talking to each other nicely, and Oscar had even pleaded for William, So why did the old lady want to chase Oscar away? Mom, I know. After all, I am not your biological child. With my brother around, I shouldn't stay at home any longer. Oscar continued with sobs. If I hadn't been reluctant to leave you, Dad, and my sisters, I would have left long ago. You're just leaving the Chen family, not dying. You can still meet again. Chunjua pushed his glasses and said this expressionlessly, then walked inside, leaving the Chen family members disheveled in the wind. Mom, why don't we eat first? Seeing that William was late, Richard suggested. That's right. He clearly came here to apologize and admit his mistake, but he still had so many people waiting for him, making him look like a guest. Zhao Jing said sarcastically with an unhappy look on her face. Zhao Jing had traveled all the way from the capital to Linhai and hadn't even had dinner yet. She had also encountered several setbacks, so she was very angry. Yes, Mom, let's eat first. Grace said impatiently that she didn't understand why the old lady insisted on waiting for William for just a meal. Then she turned around and whispered to Oscar, Howard, you must be very hungry. A little bit. Oscar said, Diana also complained. Grandma, he never ate with us before, so don't wait for him. What did you say? Diana's words made the old lady, who had closed her eyes to rest, suddenly open her eyes. Diana realized she had let the cat out of the bag and immediately shut up. It's nothing. It's just that William accidentally soiled Oscar's clothes while eating, and then my parents wouldn't let William eat at the table. Chen Qingxia said lightly. Later, the fourth sister felt it was a pity to waste food, so she let William eat the leftovers. Hearing this, the old lady's body began to tremble. Okay, Qingxia, stop talking, it's all in the past. Chen Zhao's eyes were gloomy. He glanced at the people from the Chen family and stopped Chen Qingxia from continuing. He was afraid that if Chen Qingxia continued talking, the old lady would be stimulated and her body would not be able to bear it. It took a long time for the old lady to recover. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. The old lady murmured to herself in self-blame. Before this, everyone kept it from him, not even William. It was not until the day William left the Chen family that she realized that he had not had a good life in the Chen family, but she did not know exactly how the Chen family treated him. No one told her the truth. She also asked Aunt Lu to investigate, but Aunt Lu only told her that it was just an ordinary conflict. Later, when the incident of Oscar's birthday party became a hot topic, she learned about the incident with the nanny. When she saw William's series of revenge against the Chen family, she not only acquiesced, but also asked Eva to cooperate with him. Now it seems that William is just having an ordinary conflict with the Chen family. Now she finally understood why William went so far this time, because he was completely disappointed with the Chen family. How dare you, a bunch of beasts, do this to my grandson? The old lady pointed at the Chen family members and cursed with trembling fingers. Mom, it's not what you think. Grace saw that the old lady might have misunderstood and wanted to explain. Yeah, Grandma, don't be fooled by that little bastard. You don't know how many messed up things he has done in the Chen family over the past few years. Being scolded for no reason, Diana was also very angry and retorted. Grandma, although we did some things wrong, the main problem lies with William. In addition to his habit of stealing, he also likes to be jealous of Oscar and often bullies Oscar behind his back. That's why Vivian also agreed. Grandma, we are telling the truth. Mom, William is my flesh and blood. How can I not love him? Grace looked aggrieved. All right, stop talking. Chen Xiao frowned and shouted angrily. To let your biological son and adopted son become jealous of each other is a form of partiality. How dare you say that? Grace, who was already feeling aggrieved, started to cry after Chen Xiao yelled at her. It's easy for you to say that. I raised Oscar from childhood. What's wrong with me being nice to him? Brother, you know women are emotional. After more than 10 years of relationship, it's good enough that you can treat us equally. Richard was moved when he saw Grace crying. I don't want to get involved in your business. I just have 2 requests. Chen Xiao was too lazy to argue with them. First, you must protect the inheritance left by your father. Second, the Chen family's business can only be inherited by the Chen family. Do you understand? Richard was stunned for a moment and nodded. Chen Xiao took a deep look at Grace and continued. As for the others, don't even think about it. Who will give William another call to see where he is? No need to fight. I'm here. As soon as Chen Xiao finished speaking, William and Eva came in together. When the people in the hall saw William come in, they had different expressions on their faces. Some are resentful, some are happy, and some are curious. As soon as the old lady saw William, she immediately became excited and wanted to greet him. William immediately came to the old lady and called her grandma. The old lady's eyes were filled with tears, and her love was evident in her words. My dear grandson, thank you for coming tonight. You are my grandmother. How dare I disobey you? William said with a smile. Okay. Listen to Grandma one last time tonight. And from now on, no matter what you want to do, Grandma won't care. The old lady patted his hands and smiled with relief. Chapter 96, Unfamiliar. Little bastard, stop pretending in front of Grandma. If you don't give us an explanation today, this matter will not end. Diana saw William. She became furious. Thinking about the fact that she had fought so hard to get the female lead role, and now she was facing the possibility of being banned, Diana was unable to suppress her anger. Okay, Diana, what's the point of talking about this now? Vivian was also very angry at this time. If the old lady and uncle had not been there, she would have slapped William twice. However, she was still relatively rational and knew that it would be useless to worry about these things now. The most urgent task was to resolve the current crisis to prevent future troubles. William, do you have a video? Hand it over. You still have a chance to redeem yourself. Otherwise, everything in the Chen family will have nothing to do with you from now on, and you can no longer expect to get any benefits from the Chen family. William stood up slowly, his face gloomy, and said, Vivian, did you misunderstand something? I came back tonight because of Grandma, not to apologize and make amends, and certainly not for the small matters of your Chen family. Besides, I remember that in the past 2 years, including tuition fees, you gave me a total of 30,000 yuan, and I returned it all to you. Excuse me, my Miss Chen, what benefits have I gained from your Chen family? Please tell me. How can there be only 30,000 in 2 years? Don't talk nonsense. Vivian retorted subconsciously, but her voice gradually faded away halfway through. He didn't know if what William said was true. After all, they had never paid much attention to her younger brother before. When William gave the card back to them, they just thought he was lying. Isn't the card in your hand? If you don't believe me, go check the transaction yourself. William dared to say such words. It meant that he was not lying. Chen Xiao and the others who were unaware of the situation were completely stunned. Chen Xiao seldom cared about his brother's family affairs. Although he knew that Richard's family favored Oscar, he did not know the specific details. A young master from a wealthy family only spent 30,000 yuan in 2 years. If you tell others about this, who would dare to believe it? Is this partiality? This clearly shows that William is not treated as a son. At this moment, Vivian's eyes flashed with anger as she stared at Diana. Grace and Diana have always been in charge of William's affairs, which means that Diana deliberately targeted William. That Grace was completely unaware of this, but she did not stop it, which is tantamount to tacit consent. Diana was a little scared by Vivian's stare, and she scolded William in a slightly panicked tone. You little bastard, you want to act pitiful in front of Grandma again. If it weren't for your family's connections, would you be able to study in number 1 middle school? This is not what you owe your family. William raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of sarcasm. Thank you so much. In the end, wasn't it because of your precious brother that you guys sent him to the worst high school in the city? Why, isn't that enough? William's words once again stirred up waves in the hearts of some people present. Diana panicked again and wanted to continue explaining, but was interrupted by Chen Xiao. Okay, stop talking. He was afraid that if he continued talking, the old lady would kill Diana and her sisters on the spot. But surprisingly, the old lady was not as furious as imagined, but looked calm, as if she didn't care. She just turned her head slightly and asked Aunt Lu beside her, Did William not let you say it? Aunt Lu nodded, which was considered as her agreement. Seeing this, Richard quickly came out to take control of the situation. There are some conflicts between brothers and sisters. That's normal. William left, many things happened. Although he felt that the Chen family was not primarily to blame, he could not resist the old lady's preference for him. If he pursued the issue, he would be in trouble. Well, it has already happened. There is no point in pursuing it further. The old lady's words startled everyone, and they all felt something was wrong. Yes, it's all over. Richard hastily agreed. William, come here. It's rude of you to see your uncle and not say hello. Richard quickly changed the subject and said. William turned his head slightly, glanced at Chen Xiao, and said lightly, Not familiar. After his grandfather passed away, his uncle brought his entire family back to the main family in Beijing. William had only seen the Chen family a few times in the 2 years since he returned. When the Chen family occasionally went to Beijing to play, they never took him with them. So he had almost no interaction with his uncle's family. Chen Xiao had never done anything to him, so he had no hatred towards him, but also no favor to him. He was just a stranger, so why bother saying hello to him? You. Richard's face was refuted, but he couldn't get angry and was speechless for a moment. But to everyone's surprise, Chen Xiao, who was always a man of his word and had a natural awe in everyone, was not angry at this moment. Instead, he sighed. Inaction is the biggest mistake. I understand that you hate me in your heart too. Really not. You misunderstood. William thought to himself and said, "You're overthinking it. I only care about Grandma here." "William, if you say that, Eva and I will be very sad." Chen Qingxiao walked forward, hugged William's arm, and said in a pretended angry tone. William didn't notice it just now, but only then did he notice that Chen Qingxiao was there too. He called softly, "Fifth sister." Chen Qingxiao, who was originally looking angry, immediately smiled. "I was so scared. I thought you didn't even recognize me." Chen Qingxia is a sophomore this year, studying at Peking University or Tsinghua University, majoring in computer science, and has a very high IQ. William didn't spend much time with her because she occasionally came back during the winter and summer vacations. However, she was the only person in the Chen family who didn't bully or discriminate against him. Occasionally I would care about him and buy things for him. Even so, she always gave William a strange feeling that was hard to explain. "After just a few months of not seeing you, you've already caused so much trouble to the Chen family. That's pretty amazing." Then, Chen Qingxiao whispered in William's ear, "Good job, I support you." He is a very powerful evildoer. Seeing an elder, he didn't even say hello. "How uneducated," Zhao Jing said with disdain, crossing his chest. William looked in the direction of the voice and recognized the person who was speaking. "William, your uncle and aunt came all the way from the capital for you this time. Go and say hello to them." Grace heard that Zhao Jing had complaints and immediately ordered William to greet her. Forget about Chen Zhao's family, but as for Yang Gaofeng and Zhao Jing's family, William gets angry when he sees them. "I often come home when I have nothing to do, and every time I see him, I either mock him or curse him. They have a son and a daughter. The older son is a good-for-nothing and is currently in a drug rehabilitation center for drug abuse. The daughter had just graduated from college and had a good relationship with Diana. She had often teamed up with Oscar to bully him in the past. In short, none of them are good. Don't ask anybody to claim to be my relative. I don't have the blessing to do so," William said nonchalantly. Chapter 97 The Truth About the Scar. William's words made Yang Gaofeng furious on the spot. "You little bastard, you have caused such a disaster, and you still don't repent." "Sister, brother-in-law, I told him at the time that he should be disciplined strictly, and no mercy should be shown. He should be beaten when necessary, and beaten hard when necessary. You didn't listen, and look at what he has become now. Haha, so this is how you guys got your precious son into a drug rehabilitation center?" William raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically. William's words touched upon the taboo of Yang Gaofeng and his wife. Yang Gaofeng was furious and was about to rush over to beat William. "Uncle!" Chen Qingxia suddenly shouted, and Yang Gaofeng, who had raised his hand, stood there in a daze. "Uncle, Mom and Dad listened to you. They didn't show any mercy when they beat William." Chen Qingxia's tone suddenly softened, and she spoke with a smile. Then, she walked behind William, lifted up his clothes, and exposed his back to everyone. After more than a month, the whip marks on William's back have healed, but the scars left are still clearly visible. William's body was covered with scars. When the old lady saw them, her eyes instantly became moist. She silently closed her eyes and tried not to lose control. Richard, who looked panicked. Shouldn't he be punished for his mistakes?" Diana stammered in defense. Grace and Vivian felt a little moved when they saw these scars. But Grace thought about what William had done to Oscar, and Vivian thought about the current situation of the group, and suddenly they felt that these punishments were too light. Nina and Jessica had complicated expressions, and some couldn't bear to look at it. Chen Qingxia's fingers gently stroked William's back, and when they touched his waist and abdomen, she suddenly exclaimed, "William, what's the matter with your scar?" Chen Qingxia's voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked in the direction of the scar. "Oh, this, William got burned accidentally while waiting in the countryside." William explained lightly. On the night of Oscar's birthday party, Jessica saw William's back and knew that he had a burn on his waist and abdomen, so she was not too surprised. "How did you get burned?" Chen Qingxia continued to ask with a concerned look on her face. "Save people." "Who to save?" Chen Qingxia seemed to be very interested in this matter and asked. "A few girls. Fatty and I happened to meet them at that time, so we called some villagers and rescued them together." It happened so many years ago that William himself couldn't remember clearly. Zhu Yingjun. Chen Qingxia nodded. Chen Qingxia has a good relationship with Eva, so she knows Zhu Yingjun. It must be Eva who told her. "Do you remember how many there were?" William thought for a while and said uncertainly, "It seems to be 5. William finished speaking. Vivian and the others' eyes widened. Diana was stunned, her face full of horror and disbelief. Jessica asked as her body began to tremble uncontrollably, "Do you remember what they look like?" William glanced at her and said, "I don't remember. It was more than 10 years ago, And the day the fire broke out, it was the middle of the night, and it was a mess. So who would remember it? William, isn't the place where you stayed called Hepping Village? Diana asked hurriedly. Among the sisters, he annoyed Diana the most, and William ignored her questions. It's Hepping Village. Nina answered affirmatively. Although they didn't care about William's affairs, they still knew something about where William lived. Diana breathed a sigh of relief. Based on the conversation between William and Chen Qingxia, she suddenly thought of a possibility. This frightened her so much that she almost suffocated. But when she confirmed that the incident did not happen in the same place, she finally felt relieved. And according to what the villagers said at the time, it was a child who informed them and participated in the rescue. Later, when Oscar woke up, he took the initiative to admit that he rescued them immediately after discovering the fire and later notified the villagers. Vivian and others thought the same. But William's next words stirred up turbulent waves again in their calm hearts. The fire is not in the village, William said casually. Where is that? Vivian couldn't control herself anymore. She grabbed William's shoulders tightly and asked with a panicked look on her face. No, where it is, what does it have to do with you? Why are you so excited? Let go immediately. William impatiently shook off Vivian's hand. To be honest, he was still very young at that time and didn't even know what the place was called. Oscar was even more panicked than Vivian and her sisters. He immediately stood up and shouted, Sister, why don't we eat first? We are all hungry. Oscar, who looked panicked, and agreed. Yeah, it's so late. Let's eat first. Then Chen Qingxiao said to Vivian and the others meaningfully, Big sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, this is the last chance I fought for you. You must cherish it from now on. Vivian and the others were stunned for a moment, looking confused, not understanding what Chen Qingxiao meant. Everyone present knew about the fire, and it was because Oscar saved Vivian and her sisters in the fire that the old lady and Chen Xiao did not insist on driving Oscar away just because William came back. As long as the bottom line remains, the decision-making power will ultimately be left to Richard and his wife, allowing them to decide for themselves. But now they found out that William had been wrong because of Oscar, so they couldn't let it go on. Okay, let's eat first. I just happen to have a few things to announce. Let's talk while we eat, the old lady said, holding William with one hand and Eva with the other, and said kindly, You two sit next to Grandma. Seeing this, Richard immediately asked Wang Ma to arrange for the kitchen to serve the dishes and invited Chen Xiao and others to the table. At this moment, Chen Qingxia suddenly complained loudly. Grandma is partial. I want to sit next to you too. The old lady smiled happily and said, Hey, kid, come here too and sit next to Eva. After that, the old lady waved to Chen Zhuo again and said, Zhuo, come over here and sit with your cousin. You two cousins should interact with each other more in the future. Don't be like your father, with a sullen face every day. It's not likable. Our Chen family will depend on you two brothers from now on. I understand, Grandma. Chen Zhuo said behind. Everyone sat down, and when Yang Gaofeng and Zhao Jing were about to take their seats, the old lady suddenly spoke to them. You two should stop sitting here. The buttocks of the two men hanging in the air suddenly froze, with confusion on their faces, looking at the old lady in confusion. Today is our Chen family's family dinner. It's not appropriate for outsiders to sit here. Chapter 98, The Old Lady's Decision. As she spoke, the old lady gave instructions to Wang Ma. Auntie Wang, please find a place for them and set up a small table. When the old lady said this, everyone present widened their eyes. Everyone could see clearly that it was obvious that the old lady was unhappy with the two of them, and it was a naked humiliation. Mom, what are you doing? Grace's face darkened immediately, and she questioned. What? You don't want to sit here either? The old lady glanced at her daughter-in-law and asked nonchalantly. Grace was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked at Richard with a resentful look on her face. Richard held his forehead with both hands, feeling overwhelmed. Mom, Gaofeng is Vivian's uncle after all, and he is also a family member. It's inappropriate for you to do this. The old lady glared at Richard with sharp eyes, causing Richard to shut up immediately. Okay, then let me ask you, what is the purpose of you two coming to the Chen family tonight? The old lady narrowed her eyes and stared at Yang Gaofeng and the other man. Yang Gaofeng hesitated for a long time before saying, Of course I saw that the Chen family was in trouble, so I came here to help. The old lady laughed. You're probably worried that the money you invested in the Chen group will go down the drain. No, it isn't, ma'am. Yang Gaofeng immediately defended himself, saying that it was fine for him to say these words in front of Grace and the others, but it would be difficult if the old lady and Chen Xiao really knew about it. The old lady ignored him and looked directly at Nina and Jessica. Did your uncle and aunt mention this matter just now? Everyone knew the nature of the Yang family, so there was nothing to hide. The two of them lowered their heads and said nothing, which meant they agreed. The old lady was not angry. She turned to Vivian and said, I agree to the Yang family's withdrawal of investment. We will immediately return the funds invested by the Yang family to them without any deduction. Our Chen family does not need their money. Grace, Yang Gaofeng, and others were panicked. It was obvious that the old lady was really angry this time. Although she had been made unhappy before, it was never as bad as today. The Chen Group stock price has plummeted this time, and they came down to try to get some compensation from the Chen family. Secondly, if the problem cannot be resolved, we do plan to temporarily withdraw our investment. But now the old lady has come forward and William is here too, so the situation is clearly under control. In this case, why would you still want to withdraw your investment? Old lady, we did say something like that just now, but it was all said in anger and should not be taken seriously. Besides, it was obviously William who caused the trouble. Isn't it inappropriate for you to vent your anger on us? Zhao Jing had already been unhappy because of being insulted by Chen Xiao and the old lady. The old lady waved her hand to stop Zhao Jing from continuing, and then said in a deep voice, From now on, the Yang family is prohibited from participating in and intervening in the Chen Group's business projects. The Chen family will also terminate all business cooperation with the Yang family. Then, she continued to instruct Vivian. Vivian, you have withdrawn all the funds we invested in the Yang family. According to the contract, you should compensate them. In short, this matter should be implemented as soon as possible. The old lady's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. What does the old lady mean by this? Of course, from now on, the Chen family will not play with the Yang family. We must kick the Yang family out of the Chen Group completely. Mom, you can't do this. Grace was really anxious now and couldn't help but stand up. The old lady glared at Grace with a mocking look on her face. Why? You don't want to sit here either? No, Mom. Grace was a little at a loss. She didn't understand what was wrong with the old lady today and why she suddenly attacked the Yang family. The people present also did not understand. Although the Yang family was usually not kind and loved to take advantage of others, they were all relatives. Logically speaking, with the old lady's broad mind, she would not care about these things at all, and it wouldn't be nice if this kind of thing got out. Richard quickly glanced at Grace, signaling her to calm down and not be impulsive. If she angered the old lady again, the situation would be irreversible. Gaofeng, you two should sit over there and eat first. You must be tired from the journey and hungry. We can talk later if you have anything to say. Richard also winked at his two brothers-in-law frantically. The two brothers were not fools and understood that they should not offend the old lady at this time. The two men looked unhappy and sat down at a small table not far away. During the meal, William and others were talking and laughing beside the old lady, but the Chen family members looked worried. It was as if a dining table divided the two worlds. One side was sunny and the other side was cloudy and rainy. Halfway through the meal, Grace noticed that the old lady seemed to be in a much better mood, so she winked at Richard. Richard understood immediately, coughed twice to moisten his throat, and then mustered up the courage to speak. Mom, although Gaofeng said some wrong things tonight, the Yang family is Qianqian's maternal family after all. Wasn't your decision just now a bit too frivolous? To William, with a smile on her face, slowly put down her chopsticks. Seeing this, Aunt Lu behind her immediately handed her a napkin. After the old lady took it, she wiped her mouth and said, Don't worry, there will be more fun things to come. After that, the old lady turned to Vivian and asked, Where is the legal affairs department? Vivian, who was eating silently with a heavy heart, trembled a little and said quickly, I'll urge you again. Forget it, just tell it first. It's the same if you tell it later. The old lady's serious look made everyone feel uneasy, as if she had something important to announce next, and it was most likely related to William. The old lady glanced at Vivian and her sisters and said, First of all, Vivian, your sister's equity holdings in the Chen Group will be reduced by half. The Chen sisters were startled and looked up at the old lady blankly with a look of disbelief on their faces. William next to the old lady, and they began to guess that the old lady was going to transfer their shares to William. William has the video in his hands. The old lady's move is probably intended to tie William and the Chen Group together. In this way, when the interests of both parties are aligned, William will not release the video regardless of whether he has it or not. In addition, the old lady loved William so much that it was impossible for her to let William leave the Chen family. This decision kills two birds with one stone, and there is nothing wrong with it. As expected, the old lady said, Transfer all your halved shares to William. The rest will be enough to ensure you a worry-free life, no matter whether you get married or do anything else in the future. Of course, you can continue to hold these shares, or you can choose to cash out. It is your freedom. Grandma, Why should we transfer our shares to that little bastard? Diana heard this. She became unhappy on the spot. Her property, which originally belonged to her, was reduced by half in an instant. In the end, it was William, whom she hated the most, who benefited from it. She didn't care and raised her objection immediately. Jessica immediately pulled her and asked her to look in the direction of Yang Gaofeng. Diana quickly realized that if she continued to argue, she would probably be deprived of the shares left for her. Although the Chen sisters felt a little uncomfortable with the old lady's decision, especially since it benefited William, they had no other choice. Seeing Diana shut up, the old lady looked at Oscar again and said in a deep voice, "All the shares under Oscar's name will be taken back and transferred to William. Chapter 99, all yours." Only half of the shares of the Chen sisters were taken back, while Oscar was directly deprived of all his shares. Grace bear it any longer? She stood up again. "Mom, I know you are partial, but you can't be so excessive," Grace said angrily. "Although Oscar is not your biological grandson, he has been well-behaved, sensible, diligent, and hardworking since he was young. Over the years, he has brought us so much laughter. I can allow William to come back, but I hope you won't do this to Oscar." At Grace's complaint, she just pressed her palm down and motioned her to sit down. "Don't worry, we'll talk about Oscar later." "Okay, sit down quickly. Why are you so startled?" Mom knows her limits. Richard on the side glared at Grace and pretended to reprimand her. Women are emotional and impulsive. There is still a long way to go in the future. The old lady is so old. How many years can she still live? She will have the final say in the Chen family in the future. My son really understands me. The old lady looked pleased. Richard chuckled. "Now it's time to take care of your business," the old lady said to Richard. Richard was stunned and the smile on his face froze. All I heard was the old lady slowly saying, "You are responsible for the current state of the Chen group. Do you admit it?" Richard lowered his head slightly, sighed, and said, "It's my fault. Blame me for not raising my son well." The old lady narrowed her eyes at Richard and asked, "Who is your so-called godson?" "Isn't this asking knowingly? Don't you know who the culprit is?" Richard raised his head and looked at William cautiously. Bang! The old lady saw this scene and slammed the table heavily, her face full of anger. "Asshole, it seems that you still haven't realized your mistake." When the old lady got angry, everyone was shocked and looked at each other in bewilderment. Richard felt even more ashamed to be lectured like a child by the old lady in front of a group of younger generations, and he had to make an excuse. "Mom, I understand what you want to say, but no matter what, the main reason is that William has been wild since he was a child and is undisciplined. I promise that from today on, I will keep a close eye on him and will never let something like what happened today happen again." The old lady sighed helplessly, looking tired and as if she was heartbroken. "Since you refuse to repent, then stay at home and reflect on your behavior." Richard was stunned and didn't understand what the old lady meant. "Starting tomorrow, you will take the initiative to resign as a director and don't have to worry about the company's affairs anymore." The old lady's words shocked everyone. But before they could recover from the shock, the old lady continued, "Hand over all your shares and transfer them to William's name." The whole place was in an uproar. No one had any appetite left, and they all put down their chopsticks. Even Chun Xiao looked incredulous at this moment. If the old lady wanted William to return to the Chen family and give him some shares as compensation, it would be understandable. But giving all of Richard's shares to William undoubtedly means that he wants to hand over the group to William. William is the young master of the Chen family, and there is nothing wrong with him inheriting the family business, but he is only a young adult now. To put it bluntly, he is just a kid. How can he have the ability to take over such a huge group? Small-scale equity changes are insignificant, but if we really do, as the old lady said, it will undoubtedly be a major earthquake for the Chen group. If not handled properly, it will lead to a major disaster. The old lady couldn't possibly understand the interests involved. "Mom, this is not a joke." Richard was still in a daze, so Chen Xiao quickly stopped him. The old lady owns about 30% of the shares of Chen Group. Although this part of the shares is held by Richard, the old lady has the right to take them back at any time. As long as she wants, Diana has the power to influence the group's decisions. Besides, even if he didn't have shares, Richard wouldn't dare to go against his mother. "I understand what you're worried about. I've already informed Old Man Chen about this matter. The Chen family will help appease the major capital shareholders. Don't worry," the old lady said calmly. Now everyone understood that the old lady's decision was not a whim. But William has neither the ability nor the qualifications, which is very inappropriate. Chen Xiao was still worried, and his tone was even more urgent. Chen Xiao, who seldom refuted the old lady, rarely opposed the old lady's decision. The stunned Chen family members and the dazed Yang Gaofeng and others finally reacted. They used to think that the old lady was partial to William, but now they realize that the old lady is simply crazy. William only held a small portion of the shares, but now even Richard's shares are going to be transferred to him. This means that the group will be handed directly into William's hands. To put it bluntly, how could he, a wild child who grew up in the slums, be qualified to inherit such a huge business empire as the Chen family? The old lady will not be satisfied until she pushes Chen into the abyss. There was no way they would allow this to happen. Mom, I don't agree with your decision. With Chen Xiao playing as a forward, Grace now had the courage. Grandma, what kind of love potion did this bastard give you? Don't be fooled by him. Diana pointed at William and said, Grandma, are you saying this in anger? Vivian was shocked, but also a little panicked. She was really afraid that the old lady would act on impulse. Even Nina and Jessica felt that their grandmother had gone too far this time and was too blindly biased towards William. Yang Gaofeng, who was standing aside, walked outside silently with his cell phone in hand. This matter is too big. He must inform his family. The old lady ignored them and turned to William. William, Grandma knows you don't like it here, and you don't like them. But no matter what, you are a descendant of the Chen family, and you have the right to own these. William was silent. The old lady held his hand and said quickly, They think this is a gift from Grandma, but in fact, it is a responsibility imposed on you by Grandma. Grandma hopes that you can help your grandpa and protect the Chen family business. So, today, Grandma is begging you to accept these shares. Grandma, I'm afraid. William is not an ungrateful person. If he can win the lottery and become rich overnight, why should he work so hard? But with responsibility comes constraints. He was afraid that he might fail to fulfill his promise to his grandmother. It didn't matter what happened to Chen, but if he took on this responsibility, he would have to do his best to run this giant business. The old lady seemed to see William's worry and said softly, Relax, don't feel any burden, just do your best. Facing his grandmother's expectant and pleading eyes, William couldn't bear to disappoint her and finally nodded, agreeing. Seeing that William did not refuse, the old lady finally smiled. Grandma's 30% of the shares will be kept with her for the time being, otherwise it might be hard to shut up some people. But Grandma will make a will tonight, and all of these will be yours. Chapter 100 Dealing with Oscar. The old lady spoke about the will in a whisper, in a voice that only William could hear and no one else knew. Otherwise, it will inevitably cause an uproar again and be strongly opposed by others. William is alone and weak now, and he may not be able to protect it. He needs time. When the Chen family saw that William actually dared to agree, the shock on their faces instantly turned into anger. Richard also recovered from his trance at this time. Although William is his biological son, and it is reasonable for him to inherit the Chen family business, it is not so brainless to transfer most of the shares to his name. Not to mention that William is at odds with everyone in his family and has hatred in his heart. Just based on his jealousy of Oscar, it is possible that after he gains a firm foothold, he will take revenge on Oscar and the Chen family. Mom, I hope you can think carefully about this matter. You can't treat it so lightly. Richard didn't care whether he would annoy the old lady or not, and his tone was filled with a hint of anger. If you don't think about Vivian and the others, you should think about Dad. This is the foundation that Dad has spent half his life building. Are you really going to let it be destroyed by this unfilial son? Richard was indeed worried about the future of the group, but he also understood that given the current situation, only by citing this reason could he convince the old lady. The old lady snorted coldly and said, You still have the nerve to say that. You know this is your father's hard work? William hadn't shown mercy today. Would you all still be able to sit here and eat comfortably like you are now? The chairman and CEO of a prestigious group. All of you are experienced businessmen, but now you are being played like this by a kid who hasn't even graduated from high school. Where's your dignity? That's it. And you still have the nerve to question William. The old lady's merciless words made Richard and Vivian blush. Mom, that's because William's methods were too despicable, Grace said excitedly. Of all people, she is the one who fears William most about taking power. Once William succeeds in taking power this time, Oscar's situation can be imagined. Being kicked out of the house is inevitable. Diana was trembling even more. Given the feud between her and William, William had dared to slap her in public before, so after this, he would definitely retaliate against her. Thinking of this, Diana broke out in a cold sweat and yelled incoherently like a madman. Grandma, I don't allow you to do this. You can't hand the Chen family over to him. I object. Chen Qingxiao on the side said with a smile. Fourth sister, you are not my grandmother. Your objection is invalid. The old lady ignored Diana and squinted at Grace. Despicable? You are his mother, Do you think it is appropriate for you to say that about your own child? When Oscar framed William, why didn't you say it was despicable? Who is your biological son? The old lady's words made Grace tremble, and a trace of panic appeared on her face, but she quickly adjusted herself and stammered in defense. Oscar. Oscar has his reasons. He didn't mean it. Eva, who was sitting upright at the side, spoke up at this time. Auntie, what about the fact that he deliberately framed William in front of outsiders several times? This is because. Faced with Eva's questioning, Grace was speechless for a moment. He has his reasons, but William is just mean and vindictive. Auntie, you are too hypocritical. Eva's tone was cold and without any emotion, as if she was just stating a mundane matter. Eva. Grace opened her mouth, unable to refute. Oscar looked at the goddess he had been thinking about, who was completely standing on the opposite side of him, and his face looked extremely ugly. Business is like a battlefield. The winner is the king, and it's all about winning. Chen Zhuo on the side suddenly spoke up. Chen Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed happily. You finally got it. Chen Xiao was very surprised that his son, who was dull, depressed, and a bit of a homebody, could say such words today. Chen Zhuo pointed at William beside him and said, William said that. As soon as the two sat down, they started chatting, and the conversation became more and more heated, and finally they even agreed to exchange hard drives afterwards. Chen Xiao took a deep look at William, and thinking about this incident, he finally made a decision. Mom, I support your decision. I believe William has the ability to lead the group to a higher level. Chen Zhao's sudden defection made several members of the Chen family feel disappointed. If even Chen Xiao supports William, then no matter how much they oppose, it will be of no avail. The old lady nodded in satisfaction and said, well, William has not finished his studies yet and will soon face the college entrance examination. You should put Beijing aside for now and help take care of the group's affairs first. The old lady's words settled the matter. Everyone realized that struggling was futile, and the Chen family members had no choice but to give up. Just when I thought the matter was over, the old lady's voice suddenly rang out again. Next, we need to deal with Oscar's matter. What else does Oscar need to deal with? Hasn't the shares been taken back? What else does the old lady want to do to Oscar? Several people in the Chen family suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be that the old lady wants to chase Oscar away? Since William has become the future successor of the Chen family, he must be clean and innocent to the outside world without any stain. The old lady paused. Announce Oscar's adopted son status and ask Oscar to release an apology video, admitting that he had molested the babysitter. Mom, please don't do this. Grace was horrified. Whether it was Oscar's adopted son status or the assault, both were devastating blows to Oscar. If it was just private and a small number of people knew about it, it would be fine, but if it was announced to the entire internet, Oscar would have no way to survive in the future. Oscar's adopted son's identity must be made public. As for his molestation of the babysitter, I will not investigate further since he saved Vivian and her sister. Whether he committed the offense intentionally, or committed the crime while drunk, or had a romantic relationship with the babysitter, you can find the excuse yourself. William must be removed, understand. The old lady's tone was calm, but full of authority and could not be refuted. Before the Chen family could recover from their shock, the old lady continued. Secondly, the previously agreed marriage bet is off. Since Oscar is an adopted son, wouldn't it be absurd to have another bet? The old lady's words once again hit everyone in the Chen family hard. Status, reputation, and engagement, the three most important things to Oscar, were instantly stripped away by the old lady in just a few words. And all these things eventually fell into William's hands. Third, let him pack up and leave the Chen family tomorrow morning. The old lady's last words made Grace collapse directly on the chair, with a look of despair on her face. At this moment, Oscar seemed to be in a trance, staring blankly. Chapter 101 Good. Although the old lady's previous decisions were inhumane, they were reasonable. Logically speaking, these things originally belonged to William. But the last item, driving Oscar away, made even the two sisters Nina and Jessica, who were slightly inclined towards William, unable to remain calm. Grandma, can you please keep Oscar? Nina looked at the dumbfounded Oscar and begged. Grandma, you know Oscar is in poor health. We would be worried if we kicked him out like this. Thinking of Oscar's frail body, Jessica looked worried. And the college entrance exam is coming soon. Grandma, can we talk about these things after the exam? Otherwise, Oscar's grades will definitely be affected. Vivian not only hopes that the old lady will keep Oscar, but also hopes that she can take back other decisions about Oscar, at least by some time, so that they can have enough opportunity to think and find solutions. Her other plan was that during this period, They would try to get William and Oscar to reconcile. Maybe the old lady will change her mind and let Oscar stay. The reasons given by the sisters gave Richard and Grace a glimmer of hope, and they all agreed. Mom, how about we just do as Vivian said and decide on Oscar after the college entrance exam? Yes, yes, William, please, for my sake, let your brother stay first. Grace immediately turned to William and begged. She was very smart and knew that William was the old lady's weak spot. As long as William agreed, the old lady might not kill him. Facing Grace's expectant gaze, William rolled his eyes at her. He is also facing the college entrance examination. But has this family ever considered his future and feelings before? It's not just a false accusation. They just want to kick him out of school. They don't care about family ties at all. If the old lady hadn't shown up today, he wouldn't have wanted to bother with them at all and let them die. William was about to respond, but the old lady became angry at this time. William in front of her, and did not take her seriously at all. She then shouted loudly, "Butler Fong. Madam, please tell me." Butler Fong had been waiting on the side. Send someone to pack up Oscar's things now, and after the apology video is recorded, let him leave tonight. Butler Fong agreed and immediately prepared to call someone. At this moment, the last bit of rationality of the Chen family members disappeared in an instant, and everyone's face was filled with surprise. Grace and Diana screamed even more. "Mom, you can't do this. Grandma, Oscar saved our lives after all. You can't be so heartless." Oscar panicked when he saw Butler Fong and several servants going to his room. He suddenly threw himself in front of Butler Fong, hugged his thighs tightly, tears streaming down his face, and refused to let him leave. Richard and his wife, the Chen sisters, and Yang Gaofeng were heartbroken upon seeing this, and they all stepped forward to support Oscar. "Dad, Mom, sister, I don't want to leave. I can't bear to leave you. I can't bear to leave you." Oscar was crying as he spoke. Everyone in the Chen family was sad when they heard it and cried when they saw it. Butler Fong was a little at a loss at this time. He looked at the old lady helplessly and begged for help. The old lady didn't even raise her eyelids. She just waved her hand and said in a cold tone, "Go." Butler Fong received the order, shook off Oscar, and continued to lead people upstairs. At this moment, Oscar seemed to be heartbroken and sat on the ground in despair. Grace held him like this, and both mother and son cried bitterly, looking very miserable. After a while, the housekeeper came running down, looking troubled. "Madam, there is a drawer in Master Oscar's room. It's locked. We can't open it." Oscar, who was still crying in Grace's arms, was shocked all over. As if he had thought of something, his eyes widened, and he hurriedly said, "The key to that drawer, I forgot where I put it." Before he finished speaking, the old lady said impatiently, "Smash it open, pack up all his things and let him take it away." "Don't want." Before Oscar could stop him, Butler Fong disappeared like the wind. When he appeared again, everyone saw him running upstairs with a toolbox. The strange atmosphere appeared in the hall again. William and his friends were still talking and laughing, and no one knew what they were discussing, as if what was happening at the moment had nothing to do with them. On the other side, the Chen family members had red eyes and kept comforting Oscar. Seeing Oscar's lifeless eyes and dead look, Diana felt as if she was crying blood in her heart. She hesitated for a moment. Then she made up her mind and finally mustered up the courage to speak. "Grandma, if you insist on driving Oscar away, then let me leave with you." Hearing this, the old lady glanced at Diana calmly and said expressionlessly, "Okay." Then she spoke to the lawyer who had arrived earlier and was sitting beside her, writing furiously as if he was recording something. Her remaining shares were also transferred to William's name. Diana was stunned, her face full of disbelief. It was obvious that she was just talking nonsense. Couldn't the old lady hear that? Why did she take it seriously? Diana had never thought about leaving the Chen family. The reason why she suddenly said those threatening words was because she couldn't bear it when she saw Oscar's pitiful appearance, and she acted on impulse. Another reason is that she is the fourth daughter of the Chen family after all. Even if the old lady favors William, she will still have some feelings for him. But she never expected that the old lady would not hesitate at all and wanted to drive her away and even take away her few remaining shares. She now deeply regretted her impulsiveness. Even the others were shocked. They didn't expect the old lady to be so resolute today. At this point, they also understood that Oscar's departure was an irreversible fact. Who else wants to go with them? The old lady glanced at the Chen family members with indifferent eyes. "As long as you want, I won't stop you." After saying this, the old lady took a special look at Grace. "Grandma, I was just talking nonsense. Please don't chase me away." Diana looked nervous and explained in a panic. "Are you sure you don't want to leave?" the old lady teased. She had no intention of driving Diana away. After all, Diana was the real Miss Chen, unlike Oscar. But she also didn't allow Diana to challenge her authority at the moment. No, 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 Diana said quickly. Although you can continue to stay, the shares will still be taken away. When you realize your mistake one day, I will return it to you. Everyone could see that the old lady was warning them, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Upon hearing the sad news, Diana was heartbroken and her hatred for William increased. If it weren't for him, how could today's incident have happened? How could Oscar have been driven away? And how could her shares have been taken back? She didn't think she had done anything wrong. Even if William hadn't molested the nanny, it was a fact that he had stolen valuables from the house. It's easy to see the big picture from the small details. With such style and character, as an elder sister, isn't it wrong for her to teach him a lesson occasionally? Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Everyone saw Butler Fong running down from upstairs in a hurry. He was holding a bag in his hand. Chapter 102, Stolen Goods. Butler Fong's style of doing things has always been quick and efficient. Therefore, it sometimes gives people a feeling of panic and haste. Therefore, no one took Butler Fong's hurried footsteps seriously. However, he was carrying a large bag, which attracted everyone's attention. Butler Fong, what are you holding in your hand? Chen Xiao asked. As for the Chen family members, they had no time to care about these things at the moment. They were still thinking about how to change the situation and keep Oscar. During this period, when Yang Gaofeng heard that his wife had decided to transfer Richard's shares to William, he took the opportunity to run away and called the Yang family to inform them. Now, after hearing how the old lady dealt with Oscar and resolutely drove him away, he was as anxious as everyone else in the Chen family. With Grace, he immediately ran out to make a phone call and just came back now. As for Oscar, looking at the thing in the butler's hand, his body was shaking like a sieve, as if he was experiencing some indescribable pain. Grace hugged him tightly. She thought Oscar was worried because he was about to be kicked out of the Chen family. This caused a sharp pain in her chest. Richard sat aside, looking at the woman he loved his whole life, and his adopted son who was not his biological son, but was 100 times better than his own and made him proud. His eyes were dazed and he couldn't stop sighing. Vivian and her sisters all had expressions of sadness and helplessness on their faces. They couldn't understand why things had developed to this point. What had Oscar done wrong that the old lady had to be so cruel to him? Even if he is wrong, it is not a crime punishable by death. Do we have to deprive him of everything and expel him from the Chen family? William unconsciously. Yes, everything was caused by him. If he hadn't appeared, her family would be happy now, eating and chatting together. Why has it come to this? Why can't he be more generous and sensible? He always fusses over everything and ends up ruining everyone in his family. So what if the old lady drives Oscar away? Doing so will not only fail to gain their love, but will only make them hate him more. Doesn't he understand this principle? Vivian and her sisters shook their heads, looking disappointed. Diana stared at William with resentment in her eyes. It's something in the locked drawer. Butler Fong answered Chen Zhao's question with a very respectful attitude. Didn't I tell you to pack up Oscar's things? Why are you bringing them down again? The old lady was annoyed when she saw the Chen family members standing by, howling like ghosts and wolves, acting like they were parting forever. No, no, old lady, these things are. Butler Fong glanced at Richard and Oscar, picked up the bag, and said hesitantly, the things in here don't belong to Master Oscar. Young master, are you deaf or what? Don't you want to do this anymore? The old lady glared at the cowering Butler Fong. From now on, you will only have one young master, and that is William. Do you understand? I understand, I understand. It has been many years since the old lady got so angry as today, and Butler Fong said quickly in fear. Since it's not his, then, the old lady said, and suddenly felt something was wrong and stopped. The things belonged to him, but they were in his room and were locked. There was something fishy going on. Pour it all out, the old lady said in a deep voice. Butler Fong did not hesitate and decisively turned the bag over. Things have come to this point, and he is just following orders, so it's not his fault. Clatter. A large number of gold and silver jewelry, diamond watches and other things were poured out of the bag. Others didn't understand, but when the Chun family members saw the famous watches and accessories gleaming under the light and falling from the bag, their eyes suddenly widened, their pupils expanded rapidly, and their faces showed an expression of incredible astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. These are. Jessica stretched out her trembling finger and pointed at the jewelry necklace on the ground. Yes, Miss 3, these should be the things that were stolen by Master William in the past 2 years. Many of them belong to the ladies. You can check them. In the past 2 years, William has been stealing things from home frequently, and the servants naturally know about it. Because of this, William was often punished by Richard. Jessica knew what these jewels were, but they were all stolen by William. So how did they appear in Oscar's room and be locked? There is only one possibility for this situation. Jessica shook her head, looking extremely panicked. She stepped back, muttering to herself in a daze, "Impossible. Impossible." The other sisters stood there in a daze, as if their souls were suddenly taken away. Richard stood up from the dining chair quickly, and his knees hit the dining table, making it shake, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Grace's body twitched, then froze, staring at the dazzling light in front of her, among which was her most precious ring. Because of the loss of the ring, she even instigated Richard to hang William up and beat him. The tears falling from her eyes became more and more, faster and faster, but she seemed unaware and did not wipe them away. Vivian and her sisters also had tears in their eyes at this time, but no one knew whether these tears were shed for Oscar or for William. As for William's habit of stealing, after being publicized in the past 2 years, it naturally spread to the ears of relatives and acquaintances. Considering William's growing environment, everyone also thought it was reasonable. Besides, the servants of the Chen family don't have the guts to do that. Oscar and the sisters of the Chen family are not short of money either. They don't have this motive, so the suspect can only be William. As the number of thefts increased, no one asked any questions. Whenever something was missing from the house, they would just blame it on William. If William dared to defend himself, he would be beaten even more brutally. After all, original sin is the greatest sin. From Butler Fong's words, Chen Xiao now understood everything. He sighed heavily, then shook his head with a look of disappointment. He now finally understood William's revenge on the Chen family. Although William did not say it explicitly, he felt that William must have videos of Vivian's sisters. According to his calculations these days, it is unlikely that he will let the Chen family go easily. As for the old lady and Eva, they were not surprised at all. They had always believed in William's character and believed that he would never do such a sneaky thing. When William saw these things, he was also a little surprised. He thought to himself that Oscar must be a fool. He didn't deal with the stolen goods in time and kept them. Now he is exposed. But then, he immediately figured out Oscar's purpose in taking the risk and leaving the stolen goods behind. Chapter 103. You also go with him. Oscar was thinking of framing himself a second time and convicting himself of the crime of theft. Given Oscar's status as the family's favorite, no one would search his room. Just in case, he locked it, making it even less likely that these things would be exposed. William, and then he would make William speechless in the face of physical evidence. But what he never expected was that Grace and a few others had angered the old lady tonight, and the old lady was so decisive that she cleaned out his room. Seeing this scene, the old lady did not become furious as expected, but her expression was cold, like ice. She looked at the Chen family members with a cold and sarcastic look on her face. Is this the son you are so proud of, brother? Is this the future heir of the Chen family who you have carefully cultivated and who has excellent character and is outstanding? Is this what you mean, that William is inferior to him in everything and is jealous of his son in everything? Theft, infringement, and frame-up, any one of these crimes is enough to send him to jail. What kind of person have you cultivated? Is it a jackal, or a tiger, or a leopard? Every word the old lady said struck at the hearts of the Chen family members, but they seemed to have lost their souls and had no reaction at all. It was obvious that everyone hadn't recovered from this incident yet. Mute. Seeing that they didn't respond, the old lady got angry, slammed the table, and shouted, "He is a bad guy, and you are even worse. None of you are good people." The old lady's move made the Chen family members' bodies shake, and they were able to call back their souls and spirits. Nina and Jessica looked at William at the same time, their faces filled with guilt and heartache. They thought of William, who had been framed by Oscar for 2 years without anyone saying a good word for him, and felt helpless and sad. There was a sharp pain in my heart. Jessica in particular knew this feeling very well and wanted to struggle, but was powerless. It was like when she was sinking in the river, her life hanging by a thread. She was desperately shouting in her heart, but got no response, the despair and fear she felt. But at the last moment, William, the little brother they hated, appeared and saved her when she was most helpless. But what did she do to him afterwards? She still stood on Oscar's side, acquiesced to Oscar's false accusation against William, and supported her family in expelling him from school. One thing after another, each and every incident was like a sharp bayonet, piercing her heart again and again. Her body had been drained of energy and could no longer support her standing. Jessica squatted on the ground, suppressed her voice, and cried with her face covered. William now? Nina glanced at Jessica, who was crying. She had no right to comfort her. She wanted to walk up to William and say sorry to him, but her feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. She walked slowly to William, head lowered. William, yes, I'm sorry, Nina's voice began to choke up as she was halfway through her words. William raised his hand to stop her from continuing. Some things can't be turned around with just a few words. I no longer have any expectations of you. William's expression was calm. He was not angry about Oscar's frame-up, nor did he feel happy about Nina's apology. Is justice delayed still justice? Is the belated apology a genuine remorse or a plea for one's own peace of mind? William's words were like ice and snow in the cold winter, making everyone in the Chen family feel a little cold. Jessica, who was squatting on the ground with her head buried in her knees, was shaken violently, and her face was extremely panicked. If William gets angry and beats and scolds them, there might still be hope. But at this moment, he acted so calmly, as if this matter had nothing to do with him at all. This frightened her. It was a sign of a dead heart. She was so nervous that her voice trembled a little as she begged. William, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We were wrong. Please give us a chance. We will definitely treat you well in the future and promise not to let you suffer any injustice again. If it was just one incident, it wouldn't explain anything, but in the face of one truth after another, many things are self-evident. William might not be as uneducated and bad-tempered as they thought. As for being jealous of Oscar and bullying him behind his back, that is nonsense at the moment. On the contrary, it turned out that he had been framed by Oscar, and he was the biggest victim. William simply ignored Jessica's request and didn't even look at her. Chen Qingxiao winked at Jessica and said with a smile, "Third sister, you must remember what you said." Compared to Nina and Jessica, other people's emotions were much more complicated. To the guilt towards William, they care more about Oscar. They were not happy that William was cleared of suspicion. In addition to being surprised that Oscar did such a thing, I was even more worried about Oscar's future situation. Oscar, tell fourth sister quickly that you didn't do this. Did someone deliberately frame you? Tell me the truth, and I will definitely take care of it for you. Even with the facts in front of her, Diana still couldn't believe that Oscar would do these things one after another. Oscar lowered his head silently and said nothing. Grace had calmed down at this time. After the truth was exposed, the first thing she considered was not William's mood, but how to defend Oscar. Oscar, tell me honestly, you have your reasons for doing these things, right? You didn't frame your brother on purpose, right? Just say it boldly. Mom will always stand by you. Grace hinted with her eyes. Oscar, you said that your uncle also supports you. Yang Gaofeng on the side echoed. Oscar paused, glanced at Chen Qingxia, hesitated for a moment, and said, after my brother came back, my fifth sister suddenly told me that since my brother is back, sooner or later I will have to leave the Chen family, and I am afraid of being driven away. Several people from the Chen family looked at Chen Qingxia. Chen Qingxia was stunned for a moment, then waved her hands, looking innocent. I was just joking. Who knew Oscar would take it to heart? Then she looked at Oscar and complained. No. Oscar, can you come up with a better excuse? Why do you want to harm me too? Sigh, it's not fair. So, you came up with this idea because you couldn't bear to leave us, right? Grace glared at Chen Qingxia and immediately explained for Oscar. Yeah. Oscar replied in a low voice. You are confused. Don't you know how much we love you? Why would they chase you away? Go and apologize to William and Grandma, and let's just forget about it. Grace scolded angrily, blinking quickly at Oscar. Richard and Vivian looked at each other with complicated expressions. If the matter was really just covered up like this, it would be unfair to William. After all, William received so many whippings and suffered so much injustice because of these things. But Richard looked at Grace and Oscar, and he felt sorry for them. He could only beg the old lady shamelessly. Mom, Oscar is young and doesn't understand. Please give him another chance. I will definitely teach him a lesson in the future. The old lady closed her eyes and did not respond. Richard frantically gestured to Oscar to come over and apologize. William, even though I was a little strict with you in the past, I really love you. Can you forgive Oscar this time? He didn't mean it. If you have any request, Mom will agree to it. Grace's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked very pitiful. What kind of drama are you putting on in front of an old woman like me? No matter how well you act, Oscar must leave tonight. At this time, the old lady opened her eyes, looked at Grace, and spoke slowly. The facts are laid out before him, yet he has no remorse at all and is still protecting this bastard. Since you can't bear to leave him, go with him. The old lady pointed at the door and said to the housekeeper, Lao Fong, go, collect all of this bitch's stuff and let her get out of here with this bastard. Chapter 104. Shameful and Conspicuous. The old lady's words shocked everyone. Even William opened his mouth in surprise. What happened to the old lady today? How could all the important matters become so trivial in her mouth? No matter what, Grace is the mistress of the Chen family. How can she be driven away just like that? If this gets out, it will cause a sensation in the outside world. Everyone thought the old lady was joking. Richard smiled and said, Mom, we know we were wrong. We will apologize to William right now. Grace, who was still in a daze, and asked her to apologize quickly. Grace immediately understood, walked up to the old lady and William, and said reluctantly, Mom, William, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. What's wrong? The old lady asked, narrowing her eyes at Grace. Grace felt uneasy when the old lady looked at her. She lowered her head and whispered, I was wrong. Where did I go wrong? Was I partial to Oscar? Was I wrongly accusing William? But she didn't realize that many things happened for a reason and it wasn't all her fault. Compared to William, she and Oscar have been together for more than 10 years and have a deeper relationship. What's wrong with her being a little bit biased towards Oscar? And Oscar's behavior is understandable. He is not mentally mature yet and can't bear to leave his family. In order to stay in the Chen family, his behavior, although a little out of line, is understandable. William cared about her as a mother and considered her. Things wouldn't have turned out like this today. If the old lady could stand in her shoes, treat her as her daughter-in-law, and consider her feelings, she wouldn't be so cruel as to drive Oscar away. Thinking of this, Grace was also very angry. Grace hesitated for a long time, still thinking about how to explain. But the old lady didn't give her a chance. Okay, stop thinking about it. You can't even fart after holding it in for a long time. Seeing that the housekeeper was still standing there, the old lady got angry and shouted, Why don't you go? Richard was panicking now. Judging from the old lady's reaction, she was serious. Not only did they fail to save Oscar, but now even Grace is going to be in trouble. Why don't you apologize now? Richard yelled at Grace anxiously. Grace, hurry up and give in to your mother. Then send Oscar away, and that's it. Chen Xiao also came out to speak for Grace at this time. He knew how much Richard loved Grace and understood the position of Grace in Richard's heart. Although so many years have passed, they have become an old couple. But Richard's attitude towards Grace has remained the same for 10 years, no different from when they first got married, and he almost obeys her every word. Grace was scolded by the old lady and yelled at by Richard. She finally couldn't bear it anymore and became angry. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Why did she give everything to William and then drive Oscar away? She knew Oscar's relationship with us, but she still did this. She just looked down on our young family and deliberately targeted me. Grace's words scared Richard. He had never dared to talk to an old lady like that since he was a child. Grace was crazy. Shut up and apologize to Mom, Richard yelled. The old lady now just asked Grace to leave the Chen family, but did not ask them to divorce. But if he continued to annoy the old lady, she might really force him to end his marriage with Grace. The old lady pressed her palms together, signaling Richard not to speak. I do look down on your young family, but not because you are poor, but because of your bad conduct. As the old lady spoke, she glanced at Yang Gaofeng and the other man with a look of disdain. But after all, you are the daughter-in-law of my Chen family. I have never been stingy with what I should give to your young family. It's because Jinner likes you. At that time, he was desperate. He knelt in front of us and begged us to agree to marry you. Do you understand? Otherwise, as an actor, how can you be qualified to enter the gate of my Chen family? The venting just now made Grace calm down. She now regretted her impulsiveness very much. Now that she was insulted by the old lady again, she could only bow her head silently. The old lady sighed and continued. It's not that I didn't give you a chance, but you don't have any self-awareness. Now you dare to harm my grandson for the sake of an adopted son. Who gave you the courage? Do you really want this adopted son to seize my Chen family's assets? Faced with the old lady's questioning, Grace's body shook instinctively, and then she spoke hurriedly. Mom, I don't have that idea. Mom, now that William is back, the family business will definitely be inherited by William. Richard didn't dare to have any other distracting thoughts now and just followed suit. Other things are easy to deal with, but things like inheritance of the family property cannot be discussed casually, otherwise the old lady will dare to punish him as well. You don't even dare to be cold. The old lady glared at Richard. Seeing that the old lady's expression had eased a little, Richard quickly pleaded for Grace. Mom, she was impulsive just now because of Oscar's matter. Can you take back your decision? The old lady glanced at him and asked, Do you know why I asked you to stay at home and let your brother and his family return to the capital? Richard shook his head. Because you are useless, I handed the existing property to you and let you live off me. But your brother wants to fight for power in the capital with your uncles and fight to the death. Are you saying I'm not good enough for you? But what have you done now? He only thinks about this woman and his adopted son every day. You are already old. Can you make some progress? No matter how much you love him, he is still an adopted son after all. Can't you tell the difference between right and wrong when it comes to major issues? Remember, even if William didn't exist, the Chen family business would have nothing to do with him. Richard's throat was dry. After swallowing, He wanted to open his mouth to explain, but for some reason, the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them. The old lady continued to look at Grace. Grace, my requirements for you have always been simple. As long as you can do your duty well, my Chen family will have no problem supporting you and your mother's family for the rest of your life. But you can't challenge my bottom line, otherwise I can still take back what the Chen family gave you. Tonight, you leave with Oscar. If you can handle his affairs well, think clearly and break off the relationship cleanly. At that time, I may consider giving you a break and letting you come back. After all, you are William's mother. Even if William dislikes you, I will give you some respect. William to be criticized in the future because of you. If you really can't figure it out, it doesn't matter, just divorce Richard. As for you, the old lady glanced at the silent Richard and continued. If we really get divorced, if you're lonely and in need of a woman, I can find one for you. As for remarrying, forget it, so that I don't have to embarrass myself by not knowing right from wrong for the sake of a woman. Chapter 105, Throw It Out. The old lady's words were blunt, and she didn't give Richard and Grace any face at all. Especially when Yang Gaofeng and his wife, as well as Eva were present, they were taught a lesson like this. They don't have any dignity left. After being scolded, the two men's faces turned red instantly. They stood silently with their heads down, not daring to speak. The Chen sisters didn't even dare to breathe loudly, let alone defend their parents. I was afraid that if I accidentally made a loud noise, I would attract the old lady's attention and cause trouble for them. Seeing that the old lady had made up her mind, Chen Xiao stopped trying to persuade her. He said to Richard, "Don't just stand there like an idiot. Take these two away quickly." After saying this, he winked at Richard. Things have come to this point, and there is no point in struggling any further. I'll leave tonight and wait until the old lady has calmed down. Then I'll come back to apologize and persuade her. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. At this time, the housekeeper had packed up his things, and the servants were carrying down the large and small boxes. The housekeeper was just about to ask the old lady whether to help Grace and her friend send their luggage away. Richard quickly said, "Move everything onto the truck and send it to the villa area in the south of the city." As he spoke, he began to direct the servants to move the luggage. Several sisters of the Chen family were also ready to help. Suddenly, the old lady slammed the table with a cold tone. "Who gave you permission to put them there?" Richard was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "Mom, it's so late, and they have so much luggage. If I don't find a place for them, they will have nowhere to go." The old lady laughed. "You find a place for them? Why do you do that? Have you forgotten that the entire Chen family belongs to William now, including the villa in the south of the city? You get William's consent to put them in." Richard opened his mouth, then looked at William. "William, let your mother and Oscar live there first. There are not many people living there anyway, so they won't bother you." Facing William, Richard changed his timid attitude in front of the old lady, and his tone became sharp, just like a father. "Grandma means to kick them out of the Chen family. It's not appropriate for you to let them live in the Chen family's villa," William said with a smile. Richard was speechless, glanced at the old lady secretly, and said cautiously, "After all, she is your mother. As long as you agree, your grandmother will definitely not object." At this time, the old lady waved her hand and said to the housekeeper impatiently, "Throw the luggage directly out the door." The butler received the order and immediately asked the servants to carry it out. After a while, the butler came back with the servants, and Grace and Oscar's things had disappeared from the hall. The old lady looked at the two people who were sitting on the ground, still reluctant to move, and asked, "What's the matter? Are you still reluctant to leave at this time? Do you need me to take you a little further?" The two were stunned for a moment, not understanding what the old lady meant. Soon the old lady's voice sounded again. "Let them know what the old lady wants to do. Lao Fong, throw these two people out together." The old lady continued to give instructions to the housekeeper. At this time, seeing that the servants were about to drag Grace and Oscar away, Yang Gaofeng finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Old lady, don't go too far. My sister has been married into your Chen family for so many years. Even if she has no merit, she has worked hard. Aren't you afraid of being gossiped about by treating her like this?" "Old lady, we have always respected you, but you went too far today." There was anger on Zhao Jing's face. The old lady narrowed her eyes and said sarcastically, "Do you still want to teach me a lesson?" Zhao Jing snorted coldly. "We don't have this ability, but others do." The old lady paused. Then a layer of frost appeared on her face as she spoke to the housekeeper. "Throw these two out too." Yang Gaofeng and the other man looked incredulous. After all, they were guests. How could the old lady treat them like this? At this time, Eva suddenly said, "Grandma, Oscar's clarification video hasn't been recorded yet." Eva's words reminded the old lady. She said to Vivian, "I'll give you 10 minutes to let him record the video." If you are willing to cooperate, that's fine. If you don't want to record it, that's fine too. I'll just send it to the police station. The old lady's words scared the Chen family members, and Oscar was so surprised that he jumped up from the ground. He quickly said, I am willing to cooperate. I am willing to cooperate. Judging from the old lady's attitude today, if Oscar dared to complain again, she would really send him to the police station. So from this point of view, the old lady actually took into consideration the feelings of Richard and the Chen sisters and showed leniency to them and did not kill Oscar. 10 minutes later, Vivian played the video recorded by Oscar to everyone present. Vivian has just consulted the public relations team, and the final plan is that Oscar and the nanny will fall in love with each other over time and then have sex because they are in love. Later, their love turned into hate, and the nanny angrily accused Oscar of sexual assault. This plan causes the least damage to Oscar. After hearing this, the old lady looked gloomy but did not object. Okay, now that it's over, you can go. The old lady spoke. Grace and Oscar were heartbroken and supported each other as they walked towards the door. Richard and several sisters from the Chen family wanted to see them off, but when they saw my old lady's gloomy face, they stopped immediately. But Yang Gaofeng and Zhao Jing were still reluctant to leave, looking back every 3 steps, as if they were waiting for something. Gaofeng, what are you doing? Go and help your sister. Richard looked at the staggering Grace with a look of pity on his face. The old lady saw this scene, sighed deeply, and looked helpless. Yang Gaofeng quickly ran to Grace and whispered something into her ear. Grace's body trembled. Then she suddenly straightened her back and became energetic. At this time, she also began to slow down like Yang Gaofeng. Just as the 4 were about to walk out the door, the phone suddenly rang. Chen Xiao did not object to the old lady's decision. Since it had been decided to hand over the group to William, some things had to be resolved. Oscar's matter is important, but the main problem still lies with Richard and Grace. Without Richard and Grace's indulgence and acquiescence, the Chen sisters and Oscar would not dare to bully William so unscrupulously even if they disliked William. Richard obeyed Grace in everything. Even though he had sympathy for William, he could not resist the influence of a woman. If this goes on for a long time, something bad will happen sooner or later. This turns out to be true. The ringing of the cell phone attracted all attention. In particular, Yang Gaofeng and his companions had already stopped and looked expectant. Chen Xiao took out his cell phone and took a look at it, frowning slightly. The old lady looked over with a questioning look. Chen Xiao said in a deep voice, "It's uncle." Chapter 106 Call from Beijing. Chen Xiao pressed the answer button. After a moment, Chen Xiao covered the receiver, handed the phone over, and spoke to the old lady with a serious expression. "Uncle wants you to answer the phone." The old lady looked at Yang Gaofeng and the others with sharp eyes. At this moment, Yang Gaofeng and his companions did not dare to look the old lady in the eye, but their expressions were obviously much more relaxed. The old lady retracted her gaze, waved her hand, and said, "No, just use the hands-free mode." Chen Xiao nodded, turned on the speakerphone button, and placed the phone in front of the old lady. Then, everyone clearly heard an old sigh coming from the phone. "Sister-in-law." The old man's voice rang out on the phone. "What's the matter?" The old lady had a sullen face and a cold tone. The old man sighed again. "You went too far today." The voice on the other side paused, and then continued slowly. "It's just a joke between the younger generation. A small punishment will be enough. Is it necessary to make it like this? If you have something to say, just say it." The old lady ignored the other party's question and didn't seem to want to waste time talking. Her sentences were short and straightforward. William, who was standing by, nudged Chen Zhuo with his elbow and asked, "Your uncle?" Chen Zhuo was stunned for a moment, pushed his glasses, and said slowly, "It's also your uncle." "What is the name of Grandpa's eldest brother? He should be called Uncle, right?" William chuckled. "Your personality hasn't changed at all over the years." Uncle Chen seemed to be blaming and helpless. "If you're just here to teach me a lesson, then there's nothing much for us to talk about." After saying that, the old lady asked Chen Xiao to hang up the phone. The old man opposite suddenly became anxious. "You old woman, what's the matter? I haven't finished what I'm saying yet." Chen Xiao knew that the old lady was speaking in anger, so he naturally didn't really hang up the phone. "Uncle, if you have anything to say, please tell me now. Mom is not feeling well and needs to rest," Chen Xiao said in a polite tone. After waiting for a few seconds, Uncle Chen finally spoke, speaking earnestly. "Grace is Jenner's first wife after all. She has been doing her duty well over the past few years and has not made any mistakes. As for Oscar, I know his story well. He's a very good kid and I like him very much. Although he made some minor mistakes, it was much better than some others. He is still young and has been raised in your family for so many years. It is a bit too inhumane for you to treat him like this today." The old man's words made the Chen family nod in agreement. They may have made mistakes, but their crimes do not deserve the death penalty. Today's punishment is too severe. The old lady dealt with them as if she was just trying to give William an explanation, without taking their feelings and thoughts into consideration at all. This kind of favoritism made them feel uncomfortable. At the same time, hope was rekindled in Richard and his companions' hearts. If the uncle comes forward, the old lady will probably give him some face. As long as they can get the old lady to change her mind temporarily, even if it's just to delay the handling of Oscar and buy some time to give them some buffer time, they still have a chance to change the status quo. In response to the old man's words, the old lady just sneered and said, "Since you like him, just take him back as your grandson. Why are you telling me all this? Or do you want to interfere in our family's affairs from now on?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. "You old woman, you are talking nonsense." "I don't mean that." Uncle Chen's tone was no longer as calm as before. He started to sound anxious and even a little angry. The old lady snorted coldly. "It's better this way. Don't forget the oath you brothers swore in front of your father. Two different things. Why are you talking about that? I will keep my promise." Mr. Chen was really angry at this time, and his voice rose several decibels. "I can't continue talking to you, William. You stay aside." "Yes, I'm here." "Who are you?" William asked. "I am your uncle." The old man's attitude at this time was not as polite as he was to the old lady. His tone was full of the aura of a superior and carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. "My uncle?" William asked doubtfully. "Aren't you Oscar's uncle? What does it have to do with me?" Everyone could naturally tell that William was being sarcastic. The old man on the other end of the phone was obviously choked, and even his breathing became rapid. "You bastard, how can you talk to your uncle like that? It's so rude." Richard jumped out at this time and scolded William. "He is Oscar's uncle, and he is also your uncle." I don't know if Uncle Chen was angry or not, but his tone became much softer, and he was no longer as arrogant as he was to William just now. "William, I hope you can give Oscar and your mother a chance, and let this matter end here, okay? You will get everything you want, and your family will live in harmony in the future. I, your uncle, will have given an explanation to your grandfather." "Sir, what do you want us to do?" Chen Qingxia asked. "Oh, it's Qingxia." Chen Qingxia was studying in Beijing and temporarily staying at the Chun family's home. Uncle Chen recognized her voice immediately. "My request is that Oscar and your mother stay. As for Oscar's unintentional mistakes, don't make them public for the time being. After all, he is still young. If these things get out, it will be the same as ruining him." The old man smiled and continued. "As for the competition between him and William, it has been a big topic in the circle recently, and I hope it can continue. I also want to see William's abilities and whether he is really capable of managing the Chen group. If he can really beat Oscar, I promise that the Chun family in Beijing will definitely support him and be his solid backing in the future." The old man's words made the Chun family members very excited. They couldn't suppress the smiles on their faces. This was the result they wanted most. They thought it was a luxury to be able to keep Oscar and Grace, but they didn't expect the old man to directly give them the resurrection card. "Uncle Chun, isn't it a joke to judge my ability based on those two tests?" William said with the same mocking tone. Even a fool could tell that this was the reason the old man came up with to protect Oscar. At this time, the old lady on the side narrowed her eyes, with a heavy face, staring at Grace and Oscar. "You actually managed to get this old guy to speak for you. When did your young family have this ability?" The old lady ignored the speakerphone on her phone and spoke directly to Grace and the others. Then she turned around and said to the phone, "What is your position and reason for speaking for them?" The old lady questioned. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and no answer. "Since you have no position, how can you have the nerve to negotiate with me? Just use your empty promise?" The old lady snorted with a look of disdain. "Who knows if you'll live to see that time." Chapter 107 Stay. The other end of the phone fell silent again. "If your reasons are strong enough, I'm not against giving them a chance." Seeing that the other party was silent, the old lady continued. Not to mention the old lady, everyone present, including Richard himself, did not expect that the Chun family in Beijing would plead for Grace and Oscar. And he was the one in charge of the family, so his uncle personally took action. They didn't believe that the Yang family had such a big face. Ahem. The old man opposite naturally understood what the old lady meant. He coughed twice and said, "Don't think too much. I simply don't want things to get out of hand." Seeing that the other party was not telling the truth, the old lady was too lazy to talk to him anymore. "If you really have something to say, come down and talk to me in person." After that, the old lady said to Chen Xiao, "The phone is hung up." Chen Xiao nodded, hung up the phone, and put it away. When the Chen family members saw this, they were stunned. They thought things would take a turn for the better, but they didn't expect the old lady to be completely unmoved. Grace and the other three standing at the door were stunned. If even the Chen family in Beijing couldn't influence the old lady's decision, then who else could change the old lady's mind? They were really disheartened at this moment. Lao Feng, close the door. The old lady's voice rang out. Her tone was cold and ruthless, filled with irrefutable determination. Richard and the Chen sisters felt sorry for what happened, but they did not dare to say a word of pleading. Seeing Grace and Oscar were about to leave, William did not feel happy at all. This is all because of the phone call just now. This is a time bomb, and it is hidden. If he doesn't find it, he will not be able to sleep or eat. His brows were deeply frowned at this moment, as if he was struggling with something. He glanced at the old lady, then at the people who were about to leave. After taking a deep breath, he finally seemed to have made a decision and whispered a few words in the old lady's ear. The old lady, like William, had a serious expression and was also thinking about the phone call from Beijing. But when William said a few words in her ear, her body shook violently. Her cloudy eyes suddenly widened, and her weak body trembled violently. William with disbelief, as if asking something. William held the old lady's hand tightly and nodded at her. He is now extremely worried that the old lady's condition will be aggravated by further stimulation. Originally, he wanted to solve this matter himself with the help of the Chen family. But now, with the fate of the Chen family in Beijing, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. It would be unwise to continue hiding this from the old lady. Who knows what unexpected thing will happen next? Everyone's attention was focused on Grace and the others who were about to leave, and they did not notice the changes in the old lady. Grace and the others walked out the door, and when the housekeeper was about to close the door, the old lady's voice suddenly rang out. Wait a moment. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what the old lady wanted to do. According to the old lady's current attitude, it is definitely impossible for her to think of keeping them. Richard and the Chen sisters were all worried, afraid that the old lady would do something to them again. Richard said angrily, "Mom, they are all leaving. What are you going to do?" Grace and the other three heard the old lady's voice. They turned around in confusion. The old lady ignored Richard and just stared at Grace and Oscar. After a long time, her voice sounded again. "Come here, both of you, stand in front of me." The old lady pointed at Oscar and Grace and said. The old lady's voice was not loud and her tone was very light, but it made people feel a chill when they heard it. This made the two of them stand there in a daze, not daring to move forward. Seeing that the two men were slow to move, the old lady suddenly yelled, "Don't come over yet." The old lady's rage not only scared Grace and Oscar, but also made other people in the hall tense up, not knowing why. "I'm calling you, why don't you go over there quickly?" Chen Xiao was worried about the old lady's health and hurriedly shouted to the two of them. Grace and the other person then walked tremblingly up to the old lady. The old lady didn't look up, but just said softly, "Squat down." Generally, when an old lady asks someone to squat down, she will slap them in the face. Diana and Oscar have had this treatment. Everyone knows the answer. Before leaving, she was slapped again. Is it necessary for the old lady to go to this extent? Grace knew she was going to be beaten, but there was nothing she could do. She had to squat down obediently, lower her head, and not dare to look at the old lady. "Look up." The two of them shuddered and instinctively raised their heads. Surprisingly, after the two men squatted down, the old lady did not slap them. He just stared at their faces for a long time. This made the Chen family members feel relieved. After a long time, the old lady seemed to have been drained of her energy. She leaned weakly on the back of the wheelchair and closed her eyes to rest. But from the slight trembling of her body, it was obvious that the old lady seemed to be enduring some great pain and was in great pain. "Mom, you are tired too. Go and rest first. We will let them leave now." Chen Xiao saw that something was wrong with the old lady and became worried. He thought the old lady was still angry with Grace and the other girl. The old lady did not respond, and everyone could only remain silent. Finally, after a while, the old lady seemed to calm down, slowly opened her eyes, and looked at Grace calmly. "Do you want to continue staying in the Chen family?" Grace, who was already sitting on the ground due to numbness in her feet due to squatting for too long, but also surprised everyone else who didn't understand what the old lady was trying to do. "Yes, I do." Richard was the first to react and hurriedly answered for Grace. The old lady glanced at her youngest son with a complicated look in her eyes. There is pity, heartache, and anger. At Richard's reminder, Grace nodded hurriedly. "Mom, I want to stay. I know I was wrong and I shouldn't be partial to Oscar. As long as you don't drive us away, I promise to treat William well in the future and never mistreat him again." No one understood what the old lady was up to and why she suddenly changed her mind. "Hee." The old lady sneered. She exhaled a breath of foul air and continued with a tired look on her face. "Just now William begged me for mercy, hoping that I could give you another chance." Although the old lady did not directly agree with them staying, The implication of her words was that they should continue to stay in the Chen family. That is to say, don't chase them away. Not only Grace, but even Oscar can stay. They couldn't help but sigh at William's position in the old lady's heart. Everyone looked at William. They were surprised that William suddenly spoke for Grace and the other two. However, the Chen family members were not too worried, and everyone had bright smiles on their faces. Nina and Jessica even walked up to William and expressed their gratitude to him. Yang Gaofeng sighed as if he had accomplished some important task and said, "William, you still have some conscience." The old lady hadn't noticed him at first, but when she heard Yang Gaofeng's voice, she looked towards him, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. "If you want to stay, you have to pay something." After that, she said to Chen Xiao in a stern voice, "Let me tell you that whoever dares to have business dealings with the Yang family in the future will be offending my Chen family, so don't even think about any cooperation with the Chen family in the future." The same is true for the Qin family. Yang Gaofeng and the other man, who had just been immersed in joy, were now completely stunned and stood there in a daze. What is the old lady doing? Is she going to completely ban the Yang family from the business world and leave them no way to survive? Is she crazy? End of chapter 108. The old lady just changed her mind and let Grace and Oscar stay, then turned around and threatened to ban the Yang family. Grace, who had just escaped a disaster, felt depressed again. Before this, the old lady only drove the Yang family out of the Chen group, but after years of operation and development, the Yang family also accumulated certain assets and connections. Even without the support and help of the Chen family, although the losses were heavy, we could still live a comfortable life. But now the old lady has said that she wants to block the Yang family's financial path, and even drag the Qin family into it to deal with them together. How will the Yang family survive in the future? With the power and influence of the Qin family, who would dare to cooperate with the Yang family in the future? The market always reacts very sensitively. Once the news about the old lady is released, it is bound to cause capital anxiety. Those who should withdraw their capital will withdraw their capital, and those who should draw a line will draw a line. By then, once the funding chain is broken, the Yang family will have no way out. If that's the case, it would be better to drive Grace and Oscar away. Yang Gaofeng and Zhao Jing were terrified and stood there in a daze. Grace panicked. The Yang family was her maternal family and her last resort. No matter how angry the old lady was, she couldn't treat her like this. After all, she was the daughter-in-law of the Chen family, but the old lady showed her no mercy at all. What did she do wrong to be targeted like this? At most, she was just biased towards Oscar and ignored William. Wouldn't it be better if we could treat everyone equally in the future? The old lady's decision is not only inhumane, it is simply cruel. Grace immediately knelt down, her face terrified, and pleaded with the old lady. "Mom, you can't do this. Oscar and I will leave now. Please let the Yang family go, okay?" Leaving temporarily doesn't mean you can never come back, but once the old lady said this, the damage to the Yang family would be devastating. The old lady glanced at Grace with a gloomy look in her eyes. "Now what you say doesn't count." Richard and several members of the Chen family were also stunned. Even Chen Xiao looked confused. What does the old lady want to do? Richard and Grace are not divorced, and they are still in a normal husband and wife relationship. She is suppressing Grace's family like this. Doesn't she plan to have any more dealings with the Yang family in the future? Chen Xiao felt that this decision was too hasty. He also didn't want Richard to be caught in the middle and be neither. "Mom, I think Grace has realized her mistake. Ask her to write a letter of guarantee, promising to focus on William in the future. Oscar should deal with it, and let's forget about it. William's uncles and grandparents after all, and doing so would only make people laugh at them." Chen Xiao glanced at Yang Gaofeng, who looked at a loss, and pleaded. Upon hearing this, the old lady let out a miserable laugh, which was filled with endless sadness and helplessness. "Haha, joke? It's indeed a big joke." Chen Xiao was stunned for a moment. He always felt that there was something wrong with what the old lady said, but he couldn't understand what was wrong. After being reminded by Chen Xiao, Grace immediately realized that the only person who could make the old lady change her mind now was William. She immediately threw herself on William and begged, "William, I am sorry for you. I have wronged you. Can you please give me another chance? Mom swears to treat you well. Can you please beg Grandma to let your uncle and the others go? Your grandparents are old and can't bear the blow. They love you very much, and they often talk about you and say they miss you very much." Grace begged, tears streaming down her face. Yang Gaofeng also reacted at this time. He no longer had the arrogant attitude towards William as before, and his tone began to become humble. "William, I am your uncle after all. I was strict with you before, but it was for your own good. Can you please show some leniency?" The Chen sisters also felt that they could no longer remain silent. Vivian said, "William, You've let out your anger. Mom is already so sad, so just let it go. Nina and Jessica also agreed. Diana, who always had a bad face towards William, softened her tone. Little William, don't be so stingy. We will treat you well in the future. Diana spoke further. Her voice became softer, as if she lacked confidence. Richard hurried over to help Grace up, with a look of heartache on his face. William, your mother has suffered enough injustice today, so don't worry about it anymore. If you still have the energy, come to me, and let your mother go this time, okay? Seeing that they had no way to deal with the old lady, the Chen family focused their firepower on William. William glanced at the Chen family members with cold eyes. He didn't care what they thought, but the regret of holding the knife to the neck made him feel sick. His eyes finally fell on Richard's face, and then he said lightly, "Unfilial son." Richard had a request for William, and his attitude was relatively mild at this time. But when William cursed out these words in front of everyone, he got angry on the spot. Being scolded as an unfilial son by one's parents is one thing, but being scolded like this in public by one's own son, who normal person can tolerate it? Moreover, with the outsider Eva present, he no longer had any dignity at all. Unfilial. You are the unfilial son. Richard was excited and wanted to curse back, but he found that the line that should have belonged to him was snatched away by William, and he suddenly stuttered. That's enough. The old lady slammed the table angrily, causing everyone to shut up instantly. She sighed and said weakly, "Butler Fong, throw these two people out." After saying that, the old lady took William's hand. "William, Grandma is tired. Push her to the room to rest." The old lady left Aunt Lu in the hall and only allowed William to go in with her. Yang Gaofeng and his companion were quickly driven out by Butler Fong. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely depressing. Grace, who was crying nonstop, to the sofa. Diana comforted Oscar with concern. Richard looked sad and sighed. "Brother, do you think Mom is getting senile? The Yang family has done nothing wrong, so why is she taking her anger out on them?" Richard complained to Chen Xiao, who had a serious look on his face. Chen Xiao sighed. "You know Mom's personality. Since Dad left, and because of her health, she has been restrained over the years. If it were in the past, based on the way you treated William in the past 2 years, she would have blown your skull off if she knew about it." Love for William over the past 2 years, it was impossible for the old lady to know nothing even if William said nothing. Even if she didn't know, the old lady should have understood William's situation in the Chen family when William left the Chen family. According to the old lady's personality, she would have to take action to deal with Richard and the others immediately. There was no need to wait until now. Listening to Chen Zhao's words, Richard thought of what the old lady had done before, and his heart couldn't help but shudder. At this time, Eva came over, greeted Richard and the others, and prepared to leave. "Uncle, I'm leaving first." Richard's old face turned slightly red. After all, he had just lost face in front of his future daughter-in-law. "Don't play for a while." "No. Uncle, I have to go back quickly and tell my dad what Grandma said, so that he can act as soon as possible, otherwise there will be more trouble." Richard's face instantly turned as black as charcoal. Chapter 109, The Old Lady's Speculation. In the room, the old lady held William's hand and trembled slightly. "William, are you telling the truth?" "Well, although it's just a guess, I'm very confident." William answered affirmatively. "Grandma, don't you think Grace and Oscar look alike?" The old lady nodded. "Well, I didn't pay close attention to it before, but when I looked carefully just now, it does look like it, but it shouldn't be like that." Just now outside, when William suddenly told her that Grace and Oscar looked alike and might be mother and son, the old lady was extremely shocked. Richard and Oscar also did a paternity test when they found William, and it was confirmed that Oscar and Richard were not related by blood. It can only mean that William and Oscar were taken away by mistake at birth for some reason. At that time, the old lady specifically asked Richard and his wife to help Oscar find his biological parents. Later, Richard and Grace told her that it had been too long. The hospital where she gave birth no longer existed, and Oscar's parents were nowhere to be found, and no one knew whether they were still alive. Finally, after the Chen family members pleaded for mercy, the old lady agreed to keep Oscar for the time being. Oscar is not Richard's child, but he looks like Grace. Isn't the problem obvious? Grace carried Richard on her back and put a big Louis Vuitton hat on him. Not only did she cheat on her husband, she also got pregnant and gave birth to a child and raised him in the Chen family. If this is true, it is such a shame for Richard and the Chen family. Thinking of this, the old lady's breathing became rapid again. But that's impossible. The old lady still looked puzzled and muttered to herself. Grace was pregnant with twins, but one died, and you and Oscar took the wrong baby. What went wrong here? Grandma, Who was responsible for accompanying Grace when she gave birth? William asked. The old lady had mentioned it when they were in the nursing home, but William still wanted to confirm it again. Your grandfather was seriously ill at the time and was being treated. We were all in the hospital, the old lady said with a frown. Just at that time, your mother went into labor early, and the Yang family offered to accompany her. Your grandparents and your uncle are all coming down. Your mother is also very sensible and told us not to bother with her. Your mother found the hospital herself. Moreover, after your mother became pregnant, although she was pregnant with twins, every prenatal checkup went smoothly and there were no problems. At that time, our attention was all on your grandfather, so we didn't pay much attention to it. After the old lady finished speaking, she paused, as if lost in her memories. And then, did you go to see the child? William continued to ask. Yes, that night, after your grandfather's condition became relatively stable, our whole family rushed to the hospital to see the child. At that time, your great-grandfathers, that is, the Chen family in Beijing, all gathered in Linhai because of your grandfather's affairs, including your uncle and his family who just called. They went along too. But after arriving at the hospital, we were told that the two children were sent to the neonatal department for observation due to premature birth. This kind of thing is normal. We didn't think much about it and went back. Having said this, the old lady frowned even more. That is to say, everyone didn't see the child right away, right? Well, I only took a peek from outside, and through the glass window, I couldn't see it clearly. The old lady replied. So, it was during this period that Grace and the Yang family swapped the children? The old lady looked as if something had suddenly dawned on her. Then, she immediately looked confused again. If they really did replace you with Oscar, that wouldn't be right, right? At least Oscar shouldn't be similar to Grace. The old lady fell into deep thought again, mumbling to herself quietly, as if she were analyzing herself. If Oscar is Grace's child, then Oscar must be at least 1 year older than William. But if you are a newborn baby or a 1-year-old child, how can you not see it unless you are blind? Besides, Grace had been staying at Chen's house all the time, so how could she not know whether she was pregnant or not? So this possibility does not exist. William didn't say anything, just listened silently to the old lady's analysis. The old lady thought for a while, and suddenly slapped her thigh, as if she had thought of the answer. I understand. Oscar is Yang Gaofeng's child. The old lady suddenly understood and looked gloomy. Only then did I understand why Oscar and Grace were somewhat similar. It was not impossible for an aunt and nephew to look alike. It turns out that the Yang family was behind everything. What is their purpose? Naturally, it is to seize the Chun family's property. As to whether Grace was aware of it at the time and whether she was involved, it is unknown. If you don't know, her current attitude towards Oscar is too weird. But no normal woman would persecute her own son for the sake of her mother's family, unless she is crazy. Grace is. It is impossible for her not to understand such a thing. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But apart from this possibility, there is no other explanation for why Grace and Oscar look alike. The old lady's face became more solemn, and she fell into thought again. William looked at the old lady and understood what she was thinking at the moment. It is too difficult to find answers based on limited knowledge. He continued to ask, Grandma, what happened next? Later, the old lady continued to recall, but her expression was a little sad. The next day, your grandfather's condition suddenly worsened and he died that day without any chance of recovery. When the old lady said this, her eyes were covered with mist. He paused and continued. Just when everyone was immersed in the sorrow of your grandfather's passing, bad news came from your mother. They said one of the children was in the ICU due to congenital defects, but when we arrived, he had already died. The old lady sighed. The successive blows have plunged the Chen family into a gloomy situation. I was busy dealing with your grandfather's funeral, and I no longer had the energy to take care of your mother and the children. That's why I lost you and caused you to suffer outside for so many years. The old lady looked at William, her face full of guilt and heartache. After confirming the details of that year with the old lady again, William basically grasped the context of the incident. After comforting the old lady, he said, Grandma, in fact, the child did not die. William's words stunned the old lady for a moment. Then her eyes widened, and she looked at William. The child who died was Oscar. The old lady looked incredulous and swayed. Or maybe the child who died was me. William continued. Impossible. Oscar and your father are not related by blood. How is it possible? The old lady was a little excited. She grabbed the armrest of the wheelchair and leaned forward slightly. It's possible. William nodded. Grace got it right with this millions of possibility. Chapter 110 The Truth. William quickly gave the old lady some knowledge about fraternal twins. The old lady was stunned after hearing this. No normal person would have thought of such an incredible thing if they had never encountered it. Even if you really encounter it, it is hard to believe. Just like when he mentioned it to Jessica and the others, he was scolded by them. Having sex with 2 men in less than a day was a great insult to Grace, and this was while she was married. No matter how good a woman is at putting eggs, she cannot do such a thing. William did not hide it and told the old lady his guess. In fact, things are very simple. When Grace became pregnant, she calculated the date and must have been worried that the child might not be Richard's. In order to be just in case, adequate preparations must be made in advance. At that time, the old man happened to be critically ill and the whole family had no time to take care of him, which also created an opportunity for her. After the child was born, he was immediately sent to the neonatal department to avoid being seen by the Chen family. During this period, the Yang family had a paternity test done on the child to confirm whether the child was Richard's. If it was Richard, then nothing would happen. If it wasn't Richard, they would have enough time to resolve it. Even if the old man's incident had not happened, Grace would have found a way to avoid giving birth in the Chen family. For example, when the baby is about to be born, she would find an excuse to go to the Yang family in Beijing and then find a hospital to have a cesarean section. There are plenty of ways. After the basic cognition was solved, William didn't need to say much about the rest, and the old lady figured it out immediately. No wonder when I was pregnant with Vivian and her sisters, I cried and made a fuss all day long, causing unrest in the family. When I was pregnant with you, nothing happened at all. You were so well behaved. No wonder the Yang family hurried down from the capital a month before the birth. After returning from the hospital, her personality changed drastically. She was no longer arrogant and domineering, nor did she suffer from postpartum depression. Even her princess syndrome improved a lot. At this time, more details appeared in the old lady's mind. Bitch, how dare she humiliate Jenner and my Chen family like this? The old lady's anger is now difficult to express in words. Not only did he cheat on his wife, he even dared to keep a bastard at home. If William hadn't shown up, the identity of this bastard wouldn't have been exposed, and the Chen family's fortune would have most likely gone to Oscar. How could old Mrs. Zhou accept this? No wonder I disliked that bastard the first time I saw him. The old lady laughed miserably. William felt heartbroken when he saw the old lady like this. Although he hated Richard, to the old lady, Richard was her son. One can imagine how she felt when her son was treated like this. Grandma, these are just my guesses. Everything can only be confirmed after the paternity test is done. William felt a little bit sorry and comforted her. The old lady held his hand. Her tone became gentle, and she said with a distressed look on her face, "You don't have to comfort Grandma. I know the situation well. No matter what, you are the one who is most wronged here. My child, you have suffered." Abandoned by his biological mother when he was young, after he came back, his biological mother poured all her love into Oscar and had no extra affection left for him. And his father and sister all stood against him. Not only did he not get the compensation he deserved, but he was treated coldly instead. Anyone who sees it will feel heartbroken. William laughed and said, "Grandma, I don't care about this anymore. There is just one thing I don't understand." "What's the matter?" asked the old lady. Normally speaking, if Grace knew Oscar was someone else's child, the right thing for her to do would be to keep me and take Oscar away. Although I may not have the heart to abandon him, I cannot let him stay in the Chen family instead of me. I should raise him secretly outside or in the Yang family. She even stayed here on purpose. Isn't this just laying a trap for herself? William asked his own question. Grace and the Yang family told the Chen family that if one of the children died, they could find a dead baby to replace it. In this way, they could get rid of the bastard without anyone knowing, and the problem would be solved perfectly. Grace's affair will not be discovered. But they did the opposite, which is really incomprehensible. That's the general practice. The old lady looked solemn and nodded. Is Grace just thinking of letting Oscar inherit the family fortune? William expressed his guess. Although the approach was risky, they had obviously made a plan in advance. If one day it was revealed that Oscar was not Richard's biological child, they could say that it was the hospital's fault and that the wrong child was given to them. The fact is that they did so. The old lady shook her head. I know your mother. She may have had this idea later, but she definitely didn't have the courage or the cunningness at the time. The old lady's words made William rethink. If Grace doesn't dare to do this according to what the old lady said, then it can only be that the Yang family is doing something behind Grace's back. So when did Grace find out about this? Another problem is that if the Yang family and Oscar's biological father are conspiring to seize the Chun family's property, then my existence would be a hidden danger and I should not be alive. But he still survived. It seems that this matter can only be told to us by Grace and the Yang family themselves. William couldn't figure it out and sighed. After the paternity test comes out, we should be able to find out the reason by directly interrogating him. While Yang Gaofeng and the other man are still here before they return to Beijing, they should also be arrested and interrogated together. After knowing the truth, the old lady was no longer as excited as before, but unusually calm. She waved her hand and said, "Don't worry. Since we have raised him for so many years, we don't need to waste a little time. This matter cannot be resolved so easily." After the old lady finished speaking, her face suddenly became extremely gloomy. "William, although you never tell Grandma about what happened at home, but Grandma is not completely ignorant. One of the reasons why she didn't show up is that she wanted to see when you would start to resist and take that step. If you continue to be submissive, Grandma will not hand over the property to you. Otherwise, when Grandma is gone, no one will protect you, and you will not only not be able to keep these things, but they will also harm you. Of course, Grandma will also arrange a way out for you, so that you will have no worries in your life." Having said that, the old lady sighed deeply and then laughed. "In the end, you didn't disappoint Grandma. When you left the Chen family, Grandma was actually happy. And everything you did for the Chen family far exceeded Grandma's expectations. This makes Grandma very happy. Grandma, I'm sorry to have made you worry." William felt extremely guilty. The old lady shook her head, patted the back of William's hand, and said with a smile, "Silly child, you are my grandson. Isn't it my duty to think about you? But before that, Grandma has one more thing to teach you." The old lady's expression suddenly became fierce, and she said slowly, "To deal with the enemy, you must be ruthless and decisive. You can't have the slightest softness in your heart, and you can't give the other party any chance to turn the tables. Now that we have decided to take action, we must dig out the opponent's roots and destroy them, so as to avoid endless troubles in the future." Chapter 111. Moving back home. William didn't expect the old lady to think so much about him. If he hadn't died in his previous life, I wonder if he would have taken the first path arranged for him by the old lady. But in the end, he still died. After confirming that William was the young master of the Chen family, Richard and his companions repeatedly assured the old lady that they would find a new kidney source for Oscar. But after searching for a long time, no kidney was found that was as highly matched as William's. Finally, for Oscar's health, they decided to keep it a secret from the old lady and give William's kidney to Oscar. Coincidentally, the day after his and Oscar's birthday was the anniversary of his grandfather's death, and the old lady and Richard went to Beijing to return to the main family to pay homage. Grace and several sisters from the Chen family found an excuse to stay in Linhai and used these few days to replace the kidneys of the two people. The other party also took this opportunity to fake a medical accident on the operating table and killed William. The old lady who was far away in the capital fainted on the spot when she heard the bad news. His condition worsened and he passed away soon after. The old lady's words shocked William, as he had been thinking of doing just that. He also understood the old lady's thoughts. Even if the paternity test comes out and proves that Grace cheated on her husband and gave birth to Oscar, it would put the blame on Richard. But what can I do? At most I can make a big fuss and kick them out of the house. In the end, it was the Chen family that was embarrassed for what Grace and her adulterer did. Moreover, it is still unknown what exactly they are planning. If it is really the Chen family's property, with Oscar's shares being taken away and his identity as an adopted son being exposed, everything is settled. What chance does Oscar have to fight for the family property? Oscar's biological father first. William asked. Yes. The old lady nodded. We have to find this. But what concerns me most is the Chen family in Beijing. Do they know about this matter, and what role did they play in it? Could it be that the Chen family in Beijing also covets the property? No, they wouldn't go to such lengths just for this. William's question. That's interesting. Since he looks down on it, he comes out to speak for Oscar. Moreover, the great-grandfather in Beijing neither asked to retain Oscar's shares nor mentioned Oscar's status as an adopted son. Instead, he wanted to keep Oscar's theft and assault on the babysitter a secret, and he also hoped that the two would continue their competition regarding the Chen family's marriage. That's strange. Do they care so much about Oscar's reputation and the Chen family's engagement? Grandma, I think we can first verify the importance of Oscar to the Chen family in Beijing. Yeah, I thought so too. You can also exchange some chips at the same time. The old lady nodded in agreement. Grandma, do you still remember who Grace was close to in the past? William continued to ask. Well, when your mother was young, she was beautiful and a good dancer. She had many suitors, including many young men from wealthy families with prominent status, and your father was one of them. I remember when your father was pursuing your mother, she had a boyfriend who was a rich second-generation man. Later, when she heard that the man was going to marry into another family, she broke up with your mother. Your mother then walked with your father. The old lady said angrily. I didn't agree with them being together at all. If your father hadn't threatened to die, we would have been afraid that he would follow in your grandfather's footsteps and run away from home. So we agreed. Your father is a fool. He deserves it. After the old lady said this, she still couldn't suppress her anger and cursed again. William, don't make this public yet. Let's do a paternity test first. Let Grandma investigate the adulterer. The old lady said. Don't you need to tell your uncle? William asked. Not yet. Don't think that your uncle is steady, knows the big picture, and is strict with your dad. In fact, he loves your dad very much. If your uncle knew about this, he would crush Grace and Oscar to ashes on the spot. The old lady said with a heavy face. The two talked in the room for a long time, until midnight. The next day, with the public relations work of the public relations team last night, and the help of the Chen family behind the scenes, the share price of Chen Group jumped high in the early trading and continued to rise. The situation was very good. The situation of the Yang family is not very optimistic. After the news about the Chen and Chen families came out, the Yang family's stock price plummeted. If they didn't take any further action and continued to let it go, it would only be a matter of time before the company was forced to delist. Richard's family had no mood to sleep in, so they gathered in the living room early in the morning. Richard's head was buzzing at this moment. I was bombarded with phone calls from the Yang family last night and didn't get much sleep. This morning, the Yang family called him one after another. In addition to questioning and scolding him, they also threatened him that if he didn't find a way to resolve the problem, Grace would divorce him. Grace also had dark circles under her eyes at this time, and her face looked extremely ugly. Richard, tell me honestly, since I'm married into your Chen family, have I ever worked diligently, hardworkingly, and without complaint for bearing children for your family? Have you ever complained? For you, I gave up my own hobbies and dreams. You promised me that you would treat me well and not let me suffer any injustice. Did you do it? Faced with Grace's questioning, Richard had no answer and could only lower his head silently. Seeing this, Grace became even angrier and couldn't help but raise her voice. Why don't you say something? Tell me why your mother treats me and my family like this. Richard panicked when he heard Grace's voice was a little loud. He quickly glanced upstairs and said pleadingly, Keep your voice down, Mom is still sleeping. The old lady did not return to the nursing home last night, and he was afraid that Grace's words would be heard by her. What's wrong with me being loud? What can she do to me? Grace said unconvinced, but her voice was much softer. I know. This time Mom really went too far and wronged you. I will find a way. Richard hurried to explain. You say this every time. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? Grace glared at Richard with disdain. Richard was about to explain when he saw Aunt Lou hurried outside. Aunt Lou, the old lady hasn't woken up yet. Aunt Lou stopped and turned around to answer. The old lady went to bed late last night and may not wake up until the afternoon. Is that so? Richard breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Where are you going? I'm going to the nursing home to pack up the old lady's things. Richard was stunned. Aunt Lou continued. The old lady said she wanted to move back home. Aunt Lou's words surprised everyone in the Chen family. The old lady likes quietness, and there are special medical staff to take care of her in the nursing home. So why does she suddenly want to move back? But since the old lady decided to move back, she must have her own ideas. Nina, Manching, you can go with Aunt Lou and lend a hand, Richard said to the second and third sons. After refuting the rumor last night, Jessica also received a notice from the hospital this morning, asking her to return to work at any time. She was about to go to work, but when she saw Grace's condition, she decided to take a few days off and stay at home with Grace. When Aunt Lou heard Richard's words, she quickly refused. No, the old lady doesn't have much stuff. I am enough. After saying that, she hurried out. After a moment, Richard waved to Jessica and the others and said, You can come along for the trip, in case you need any help. Chapter 112. Unexpected Discovery. After leaving the gate, Nina and Jessica went to the front yard to pick up the car. I just happened to see Aunt Lou's car driving out of the yard gate. Manching, Aunt Lou may have gone in the wrong direction. Nina asked in confusion. She remembered that the direction of the nursing home was the other way. Jessica nodded, frowning slightly. Let's follow her. Aunt Lou might have other things to do, so it's normal for her to take a detour. Aunt Lou is in charge of the old lady's affairs. Without Aunt Lou, they would have to go to the nursing home and just wait. And I don't know how long I'll have to wait. The two quickly got into the car, caught up with Aunt Lou's car, and followed it all the way. Finally, they saw Aunt Lou's car stopped in front of a hospital. They knew this hospital, and Jessica was even more familiar with it. It was this hospital that William contacted to inquire about kidney donation. Jessica's classmate from the hospital's transplant department notified the Chen family. Why did Aunt Lou come to the hospital? Nina and Jessica looked puzzled. The old lady's health is taken care of by a special medical team, so if there are any problems, Aunt Lu does not need to go to the hospital specifically. Maybe Aunt Lu herself is not feeling well. The two of them didn't continue to argue. Manxing, should we follow in and take a look? Nina asked meaningfully. Jessica shook her head. Let's just wait here. Hee hee. Are you afraid of running into old acquaintances? Nina had a wicked smile on her face. He also deserves credit for William's return. Second sister, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Zhao Mingxing also helped to find Oscar's kidney source, and he and I have been in frequent contact recently. Also be involved in Oscar's kidney transplant surgery. Jessica explained helplessly. Has he given up on you? Is he still pursuing you? Nina asked without giving up. He already has a girlfriend now and has given up on me a long time ago. Jessica said with a smile. Love triangle, great, so exciting. Nina suddenly became excited. Jessica looked helplessly at her somewhat unserious second sister and said with a sigh. Forget it, let's go in and confirm with him about Oscar's surgery. In this situation, even though Oscar can stay for the time being, he might be kicked out someday. If William comes back, he will definitely not let Oscar have an easy time. Jessica looked a little worried. Cure Oscar's illness as soon as possible, and after the college entrance examination, send Oscar to study abroad. With his grades, finding him a good school abroad would also give his parents peace of mind. Jessica's idea was approved by Nina. After parking the car, Jessica made a phone call, and then the two of them followed Aunt Lu into the hospital. Nina got excited on a whim and pulled Jessica to follow Aunt Lu, wanting to see where Aunt Lu was going. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I just take a look. Later, they wanted to call Aunt Lu, but when they saw Aunt Lu enter the medical genetics department, they were stunned. What is Aunt Lu doing here? Do a paternity test? But who should Aunt Lu do the paternity test for? Several questions flashed through their minds instantly. Nina didn't think too much about it, but Jessica was a little uneasy. Aunt Lu has always been with the old lady. If she wants to do a paternity test, it must be the old lady who asked her to do it. But who should the old lady do the paternity test for? To whom? To whom? Jessica kept asking herself. After a long time, a name finally appeared in her mind. Oscar. It can only be Oscar. But hasn't it been confirmed that Oscar and Richard are not related by blood? That leaves only one possibility. Oscar and Grace. At this moment, he remembered what William had said before, especially what he had said to the sisters at the entrance of the sanatorium, about the fraternal twins. He even asked her to do a paternity test for the two of them. At the time, they thought William was talking nonsense and deliberately insulting Grace. William was even scolded by Vivian. Now that Aunt Lu appears here, everything makes sense. But this is impossible. How is this possible? If Oscar is really Grace's biological son, what does that mean? It means the sky is falling. Jessica's body was shaking, she felt cold, and she was mumbling unconsciously. Nina noticed that Jessica suddenly became a little strange and couldn't help but push her. Jessica, what's wrong? Jessica's eyes were still empty and she didn't react, but her body was shaking even more violently. Nina also began to panic. She held Jessica's hands tightly to stop her from shaking. Jessica's palms were cold and cold sweat kept oozing out. She didn't understand what happened to Jessica all of a sudden and why she became like this. She called out a few more times, and Jessica finally recovered. Faced with Nina's inquiring look, Jessica actually burst into tears on the spot. Then she hugged Nina, leaned on her shoulders, and burst into tears without caring about anything. Nina remained confused. After Jessica finished crying and told Nina the reason, Nina began to cry loudly on Jessica's shoulder. Manxing, that's just your guess. The result hasn't come out yet. Maybe it's not true. Besides, Aunt Lu may not just be asking for other questions, not necessarily what you think. After calming down, Nina comforted. As they spoke, the two of them supported each other and walked towards the hospital door. They were in no mood to think about Oscar's surgery. They just want to go home quickly, and they don't know what to do when they get home. However, after being reminded by Nina, Jessica seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly took out her cell phone and started making a call. Zhao Mingcheng, is your girlfriend in the genetics department? Well, what's wrong? Didn't you say you were at the hospital entrance and wanted to come over? When will you come? The other side asked. I suddenly had something to do today. I'll talk about my brother next time. Jessica said quickly. I need your girlfriend's help with something. Jessica quickly told Zhao Mingcheng Aunt Lu's name, phone number, and the approximate time she would enter the genetics department. If the results come out, let me know immediately. Finally, before hanging up the phone, Jessica asked another question. Is there any way to change the test results? Manxing, you're not normal today. You shouldn't ask such questions. The other party said half-jokingly. If you leak someone else's privacy and get caught, the consequences will be serious. Do you still want to tamper with the results? Don't make things difficult for me and my girlfriend. Besides, she can't change it. Sorry, I just said it casually, Don't take it seriously. Jessica smoothed her hair and apologized. She is really in a state of confusion right now. I'm just kidding. Just treat me to a meal when you have time and make it up to me. After hanging up the phone, Nina and Jessica hurriedly left the hospital and drove back home. Chapter 113. Vivian's shock. Because he went to bed late last night, when William woke up, it was already noon. When he came out of the room, he saw that except for Nina and Jessica, the rest of the Chen family was there. Chen Xiao and Richard sat together, seemingly discussing something. Chen Zhua and Chen Qingxia sat at the dining table, eating their breakfast with relish. Seeing that William woke up, Chen Qingxiao waved to him excitedly and asked him to come down for breakfast. When going downstairs, William found that several pairs of eyes were staring at him, with anger in their eyes. William was not angry either. He came up to Chen Xiao and greeted him. Chen Xiao smiled slightly, with a complicated expression, and asked, "Are you awake? What were you and the old lady talking about in the room last night? Why were you talking so late?" William was about to answer when Diana glanced at him and said in a bad tone, "Are you satisfied with everything now?" William responded excitedly, "Miss Chun, you must have misunderstood me. I am not satisfied with these things at all." "Humph, still pretending. Do you think Grandma can help you forever?" Diana snorted coldly. William sighed helplessly. "You really misunderstood me." Grace's brows sank, and she said in a cold tone, "We misunderstood you? Go and see for yourself how much the stock price of your uncle's company has fallen." Vivian stood aside, looking at William coldly without saying anything. "Miss Chen, why are you still standing here? Don't you have to go to the company today?" William ignored Grace and looked at Vivian, asking with a puzzled look on his face. Vivian glared at William and said angrily, "I've been fired. Why am I still working in the company?" William was stunned for a moment and asked, "Didn't you refute the rumor last night?" Vivian didn't answer and turned away from William. The rumor was debunked, but now most of the group's shares are in William's hands, and it is no longer her decision whether to reinstate him. William pretended to think about it for a moment, then looked as if he suddenly understood. "I almost forgot. I talked to Grandma for a long time last night. I felt that many things were not handled properly. Some things still need to be considered carefully." "What do you mean?" Vivian looked puzzled. "What I mean is that you have been reinstated and you can go back to the company and continue to be the CEO," William said, patting Vivian on the shoulder. "After all, you are a member of the Chen family, and the Chen group needs you. You are also responsible for the Chen family's honor and disgrace, so you have to do a good job next time." Vivian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true. Not only you, but also Oscar's matter. We can talk about it again. Maybe Grandma will give him a chance to mend his ways." Vivian's cold eyes finally warmed up. "Is this the Grandma you asked for?" "It must be me," William said with a smile. "Has Oscar sent out the video he shot last night?" "Not yet," Vivian replied quickly. "I'm afraid Grandma might change her mind by then, so I haven't sent it yet." William's eyes flashed with viciousness, but then he immediately hid it and said with a smile, "That's good. Then don't post it for now. It's not good to be fickle and fool public opinion." Grace heard these words. She finally smiled and then became excited. "William, have you asked your grandmother for help regarding your uncle's family?" "My uncle's family? There's nothing I can do about it. Grandma said that you treated me like this because it must be my uncles who were behind it. I can't let them off this time," William said casually. "That's not true, William. Your uncle has been saying good things about you behind your back." Grace hurried to explain. "Haha, if they didn't instigate it, then you did it on purpose?" William walked up to Grace with a smile and tidied up her slightly messy hair. When his fingers brushed over her temples, he suddenly exerted force, pulled Grace's hair hard, and then threw the hair into the air. "To you, I am like this hair. Although it hurts when I pull it off, it is nothing compared to your beautiful hair." Grace screamed in pain, took 2 steps back, and then stared at William with horror. After that, William waved to Chen Qingxia and said, "Fifth sister, have you got your things? Let's go out for a walk." Chen Qingxiao responded immediately and ran over excitedly. At this time, Chen Xiao called them. "William, your uncle will be coming down in the next 2 days. He wants to discuss the matter of Oscar and the Yang family with the old lady." William stopped, looking confused. "Aren't you my uncle?" Chen Xiao smiled and explained. "You are the son of the great-grandfather who called last night. You are your cousin. He is even older than me. You can call him uncle or uncle." William chuckled and prepared to go out. As I walked to the door, I ran into Nina and Jessica, who came in with anxious looks. The two of them looked at William for a moment, were stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly lowered their heads. Vivian asked in confusion, "Didn't you go to the nursing home to help pack Grandma's things? Why did you come back so soon?" Jessica was confused at the moment and hesitated, not knowing how to answer. William gave them a meaningful look and went out with Chen Qingxia. Seeing William leave, Nina and Jessica breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Richard, Grace, and Oscar in the hall with mixed feelings. They didn't even say hello to Chen Xiao, but hurriedly called Vivian and went into Jessica's room. Although everyone could see that something was not right with Jessica and the other girl, they were too overwhelmed with worries to think about anything else. In the room, Jessica quickly explained the whole process in detail. No matter what, Vivian is their eldest sister and the backbone of their sisters. Especially when they can't make up their minds, they have to rely on Vivian. Although the test results are not out yet, Vivian must be informed. This matter is really too big. Even someone as calm as Vivian was now slumped on the bed, dazed. Is there something wrong? Why would Grandma suspect Mom and Oscar? This is outrageous, Vivian said in a lost voice. It sounds like he is talking to himself, but also like he is asking a question. But the old lady would not ask Aunt Lu to do a paternity test for no reason. She must have discovered something by doing this. If it hadn't been for William before, I wouldn't have believed it. At Jessica's reminder, Vivian also remembered what William said at the entrance of the nursing home. Twin? Half-father? Abandon William and keep Oscar? Falsely claiming an error. One question after another appeared in their minds. It's unbelievable. They couldn't figure out what had happened and why Grace did this. They couldn't believe that their mother was a fickle woman who would cheat on her husband. In particular, he hid it from the Chen family and had the audacity to leave the bastard in the Chen family. What on earth does she want? Chapter 114 Sampling. The three of them were silent for a long time. Vivian finally asked, Manjing, when will the results come out? Jessica told Vivian that it would take 1 to 2 weeks for the results to come out. Can you expedite it? Jessica shook her head. If we rush it, it will arouse the suspicion of Grandma and William. When Jessica mentioned William, Vivian suddenly realized something. Remembering what William had just mentioned, that he had pleaded with the old lady for Grace and Oscar last night. She then understood the reason. The old lady and William were waiting for the report results. I also figured out why the old lady suddenly kept Grace and Oscar last night. The old lady wanted to stabilize the two of them first and settle the accounts after the results came out. If a paternity test proved that Grace and Oscar were mother and son, Vivian couldn't imagine it. Let's not talk about what happened to Grace and Oscar. But this family is bound to break up. Their father, Richard, would suffer when he learned the truth. Manching, which hospital did Aunt Lu go to for the paternity test? Use some connections, but don't let Grandma know the result, Vivian said in a nervous tone. Jessica recounted the content of her conversation with Zhao Mingqing truthfully. Vivian immediately said, if it can't be changed, then change the sample. Vivian's words made Jessica suddenly realize why she didn't think of this method. She could only blame herself for being too anxious and confused at the time. Jessica immediately called Zhao Mingqing and told him her thoughts. After a while, Zhao Mingqing called back and told them that Aunt Lu had paid more money to expedite the process, but the samples had already entered the laboratory and there was nothing that could be done. The three of them were completely dumbfounded. If it's expedited, how long will it take to get the results? Vivian continued to ask helplessly. A normal hospital is 3 to 4 days. Jessica replied. Vivian closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, Nina, Manching, we have to quickly get a sample of Mom and Oscar and send it to a specialized identification agency. Ask them to expedite it and get the results within 1 day. Until the results come out, everything is just speculation. If Grace and Oscar are really mother and son, at least they can know it before the old lady and William. Only then can they gain time and find out the cause and effect of the matter. Then think of ways to resolve this crisis. No matter what, they couldn't believe that Grace would do such a thing behind Richard's back. Maybe there might be some hidden story behind this. But if the identification results are true, what should they do and how should they deal with it? Vivian had no idea what to do at this moment, and her body even began to tremble instinctively when she thought about the consequences. What will become of the Chen family? Falling apart. There is no doubt about it. How will the old lady, Richard, and William treat Grace and Oscar? Drive out the Chen family? No. Let's not talk about the two biggest victims, Richard and William. Just think of it as the old lady and Chen Xiao. They will not let Grace and her son go easily. If you think about the worst, it is possible that both of them were beaten to death. Especially before, several people in the Chen family wanted to make Oscar the successor of the group. Vivian thought of this. Her hair stood on end. Their ending will definitely be tragic, very tragic. Vivian was not stupid. She quickly figured out why the old lady suddenly attacked the Yang family again, and was so ruthless and wanted to beat them to death. Considering the Yang family's attitude towards Oscar, it is very likely that the Yang family also knows about this. And who Oscar's biological father is equally important. A bloody storm is about to spread in the house. No, she had to stop it. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on her back. She was completely panicked. Nina, Manching, hurry up, go. Vivian shouted incoherently at the two of them. Nina and the others didn't need to think too deeply about it, and they naturally understood the consequences of this matter. Before leaving, Nina thought for a moment and asked, "Should we tell Diana and Qingxiao about this?" Vivian hesitated and shook her head. "Don't tell me yet. Diana is impulsive and prone to bad things. Qingxiao and William are good friends. If she knew about this, she would definitely inform William immediately, which would be equally troublesome." When the three of them finished their conversation and came out, it was already lunchtime. Aunt Lu also came back early and was pushing the old lady out. When Wang Ma saw a few people coming out, she asked the old lady if it was time to eat. "Where's William? Has he come back?" The old lady asked. Master William said that he and Miss Wu went to see Miss Jiang and would not be back for lunch. Wang Ma replied. The old lady nodded and said, "Let's eat." But now everyone in the Chen family is worried and has no mood to eat. The atmosphere at the dinner table was suffocatingly depressing. Chen Xiao told the old lady that his cousin was coming down in the next 2 days. The old lady didn't react much, as if she had known what was going on. Under Grace's crazy eyes, Richard finally plucked up the courage to face the old lady and plead with the Yang family. But the old lady was not angry at this time. She just said calmly, "Don't worry too much. The Chen family in Beijing will help." Richard and Grace were stunned for a moment. Last night, the Chen family in Beijing interceded for Oscar and Grace, which already made them feel strange. Now, they actually helped the Yang family, which they did not quite understand. Grace heard about this from Yang Gaofeng. She certainly knew the reason. However, the Chen family in Beijing had already reached the limit of what they had done last night. Why would they continue to help the Yang family after the Qin family was dealt with? The Yang family does not have such a big face, and as for the benefits, there is no way to talk about it. Compared with the Chen family and the Qin family in Beijing, the Yang family is just a small karami and is not worth mentioning. As for the cousin's visit this time, Chen Xiao also said that it was mainly because he didn't want to see the Chen family in chaos, so he came to mediate. But from what the old lady said, it seemed like she wasn't joking. No matter what, the two of them felt much more relaxed at this moment. But just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the old lady said, "However, when your cousin comes, the Yang family will be completely hopeless." The chopsticks that the two were about to use to pick up food suddenly froze in midair. What does the old lady mean? If the Chen family in Beijing wanted to help the Yang family, shouldn't they also plead for the Yang family this time? Richard didn't understand and looked at Chen Xiao hoping he could give an answer. Chen Xiao shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Vivian only ate a few bites before she found an excuse and asked Grace to leave. Grace was not in the mood to eat, so she left. Vivian took Grace back to her room, comforted her, and discussed how to resolve the crisis for the Yang family, and took the opportunity to take Grace's hair. Women's hair falls out easily, and you can grab a handful of it. As for Nina and Jessica, shortly after Grace left, they also took Oscar to their room. Oscar, you are still so young. How come you have white hair? Come, let me help you pull it out," Nina said casually. "Okay." Oscar nodded, a little depressed. "Last night, Sister Qingxia also said that I had some white hair on my head, and she plucked a few for me. Why are there still some?" Chapter 115 Check number. With Vivian's comfort, Grace felt much better. Vivian left. Grace wanted to take a nap. After all, she didn't sleep the whole night because she had an argument with Richard about the old lady. "I am really feeling sleepy now." When she changed into her pajamas and prepared for a nap, Yang Gaofeng called. Grace answered the phone, and after a while, her face changed drastically, and then turned pale and bloodless in an instant. The whole person shook violently and fell directly to the ground. "When did it happen? When did it happen? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Grace screamed loudly. "Xiao Jing and I were on the phone the whole morning, so..." Yang Gaofeng explained. "Sister, don't worry, it has been handled. Maybe this is your chance." Most of the people at the table had left, leaving only the old lady, Chen Zhao's brothers, and Chen Zhua. Richard heard Grace's scream and thought something had happened, so he rushed upstairs. "Grace, what happened?" "Mom, let me go check it out too." Chen Xiao said this and prepared to get up and follow. Grace Qian's voice just now was really creepy and strange. The old lady held him down and said calmly, "What can happen? You won't die." Richard, who ran up in a panic, and finally sat back in his original seat. He couldn't help but sigh. After so many years, Grace still holds such an important position in his heart. The old lady sneered. "That's right. Otherwise he would follow Grace and treat his own son like this?" Richard shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "I really wronged William. Although we didn't get along much, he was really a good boy and was very filial to me as his uncle. The old lady and Manhwa looked at Chen Xiao with confusion because they really couldn't see how William was filial to Chen Xiao. I didn't even want to say hello when I saw you last night. Facing the inquiring looks from the two, Richard did not hide anything. Last night, William came to my room late at night and said he wanted to talk to me. When he saw the white hair on my head, his tone was very distressed, and he even helped me pull out a few of them. Manhwa next to him blinked and said, William also ran to my side and pulled my hair. William and Chen Qingxiao went to the welfare home to have lunch with Angelia at noon and explained to her what happened last night. In the middle, Qin Hao and Zhu Yingjun were in the group, clamoring to have lunch together. Finally, they decided to meet at a restaurant near the welfare home. Later, Eva and Penny saw the message in the group and came running over during their lunch break. As soon as Qin Hao and Zhu Yingjun arrived, they excitedly expressed their gratitude to William. Last night in the group, Eva briefly talked about what happened in the Chen family. This morning, as soon as the stock market opened, Qin Hao and Zhu Yingjun sold all of their Chen Group stocks that they had invested heavily in yesterday and made a huge profit. However, thinking that they were fleecing the Chen family and that the Chen Group was now almost William's company, he immediately felt a little embarrassed. William didn't care about these things. The few of them discussed starting a business and setting up a company, and also made basic plans for the future operation and development of the new company. In the early stage, most of the funds are invested in real estate. Although Blue Planet and Earth are two parallel worlds with similar development trajectories, there are also many differences. For example, some events or things appear earlier, while others appear later. The time difference can be as little as a few months or as much as a few years. Some things are similar, but not exactly the same. So it's actually quite messy. William could only speculate what might happen next based on what he already knew. For example, the subprime mortgage financial crisis that occurred on Earth in 2008 affected the real estate industry in the country. However, it didn't take long for the country's real estate to experience a surge in prices. Blue Star is at this point in time, so vigorously developing real estate is the wisest choice. Later, it expanded to other industries at the same time. As for Bitcoin, William checked and found that nothing like it exists. This means that Bitcoin has not yet appeared. After talking about starting a business, William gave me a phone number. Can anyone help me look up this number? William asked everyone. Qin Hao quickly volunteered to take on the job. What do you want to check? I want to know who has been in contact with this number in the past 2 months and whether it is still in use. William said, It's easy, just wait a moment. Qin Hao sent a message on his mobile phone. 10 minutes later, a call list was sent to William's mobile phone. I'm still using it, but it's a black card. It doesn't have a real name. Qin Hao said as he looked at the list. Also, one of the numbers in the call log seems to belong to Eva. Qin Hao's words attracted the attention of others. Penny moved closer to William and took a look at the call log list on her phone. It's definitely from Eva. There weren't many phone records in the account, and Penny immediately saw Eva's call. Then she called out, and my brother's number. Now everyone's eyes turned to William, asking questions. William didn't answer. He just put away his phone, smiled and said, Just check it casually, don't worry about it. Seeing that William was not going to say anything, no one forced him. Sister Angelia, I might stay at Chen's house for a while to accompany Grandma. William said with an apologetic look on his face. Well, the old lady is getting old. You really should spend more time with her. Angelia didn't care. Penny, however, looked reluctant. Brother, when will you come back? Meals won't taste good without you. Qin Hao nodded frantically, although the reason why he nodded was completely different from what Penny expressed. But this scene fell clearly into Angelia's eyes. She raised her head and glared at Qin Hao, scaring him so much that he instinctively shrank to the side of Eva and said in a low voice, Eva, don't you think she looks like someone? Eva raised her head slightly, glanced at Angelia, and asked blankly, Who? Qin Hao thought about it again and said to himself, It should be impossible. In response to Penny's question, William touched her head. Then do you and Angelia want to move in together? Penny asked excitedly, Is it really possible? Before William could answer, Angelia gave him a glare. I won't go. Just the bunch of monsters in your house are annoying just by looking at them. William laughed and felt that Angelia was right. Chen Qingxiao, who was sitting quietly beside him, suddenly blushed. He spoke hesitantly. Sister Angelia, I don't count. Chapter 116, The Three Distraught Sisters. Night. In the hotel room. Vivian and the other two leaned on the sofa, feeling weak all over, and their eyes were dazed. And on the table in front of them, there was a document. Jessica, what time is it? Vivian asked. Her voice was so soft that if the room wasn't so silent, it would be almost impossible to hear her speaking. After waiting for a long time, Jessica responded. She wanted to open her bag, but found that she couldn't use any strength at all. Even pressing the lock switch on the bag was extremely difficult. She took out her cell phone from her bag and turned on the screen. "It's 9 o'clock," Jessica said. "Is it so late?" Vivian sighed, as if this sigh had exhausted her last bit of strength, causing her to collapse on the sofa. After lunch, the three of them took hair samples from Grace and Oscar respectively, and then went straight to a specialized paternity testing agency. Under the expedited request, after several William, the result was in their hands. The time they were waiting for William, they never left the appraisal center. At that time, they were only thinking about the identification results and had no time to think about anything else. Finally, after a few William, they got the results. But few people had the courage to open it. Finally, they went to a hotel and got a room. What if the result presented to them is really as they guessed? At least they could collapse in their hotel room instead of falling on the street. After entering the room, they finally plucked up the courage and opened the results. Probability of parent-child relationship 99.9999%. Testing opinion. According to the DNA analysis results, the owner of sample number 1 and the owner of sample number 2 are suspected to be parent-child relationship. These lifeless black words shattered their last bit of hope. After that, the three of them sat there without saying a word from the evening until now. Although this result was hard to accept, after what happened to Aunt Lou in the morning, they had some mental preparation in their hearts, and at least a few people knew that this possibility existed. Therefore, this bad news is not completely unbearable for them. Even so, they still find it hard to accept. His mother cheated on him during marriage, and his adopted brother turned out to be his biological brother. "Sister, what should we do?" Nina finally couldn't help but ask. After knowing the result, although the three of them remained silent and did not talk, they instinctively imagined the cause and effect of the incident, as well as the solution. But no matter which one it was, they had no clue. Grace cheated on Richard after marriage and gave birth to twins. How did she abandon William and raise her son with her adulterer in the Chen family? They don't know the reason and truth behind this. At the same time, does Oscar know that he and Grace are mother and son? If you really know, he stole the family's property, molested the babysitter, and finally put the blame on William. Then he forced William to leave the Chen family. This series of actions shows that Oscar definitely has ulterior motives. He wanted to take away everything from William, his family, property, and even his engagement. And has Grace, who is also William's biological mother, ever told Oscar the truth about his life? If she had told him, it meant that she condoned Oscar's behavior, or that she had intended to join forces with Oscar to target William from the beginning. When they thought of this, they felt a sharp pain in their hearts. No matter what, Grace is William's biological mother. Matter how much she loves and cares for Oscar, she cannot treat William like this. Is Oscar really that important to her? Although they also stood on Oscar's side before, there was a reason for that. Firstly, they watched Oscar grow up and they have a deep affection for him. Secondly, because they were ignorant at that time, they thought William was a thief, had bad character, and was jealous and targeted Oscar, which made them dislike William. After all, William is their biological brother, and they are also William's blood sisters, although they were strict with him in the past, and even punished him occasionally. But as long as he truly repents one day, they are still willing to accept him and have never thought of kicking him out of the Chen family forever. Last night, when the truth about the theft was laid before them, they were shocked and felt a little guilty. William for his previous attitude and behavior towards them. Although they still have some complaints about the fact that the old lady took back half of their shares because of William. Faced with Nina's question, Vivian shook her head. "I don't know either. Go back directly. Tell the old lady and Richard the truth, and let them deal with Grace and Oscar. They are not mentally prepared yet. Even Vivian doesn't know what to do, so what can they think?" At this time, Jessica also suddenly sat up and asked, "What would happen if Grandma knew about this?" The results of the test done by Aunt Lou this morning will take 3 to 4 days to come out. If the old lady knew by then that Grace and Oscar were mother and daughter, what would happen? To the reason why Grace concealed the truth, had an affair and had a child, and raised him at home, the earthquake after the incident was exposed made them more worried. They have already imagined countless possible endings for Grace and Oscar, the lightest of which is being kicked out of the Chen family. But will things end so easily? Absolutely not. At this time, they actually began to worry about Oscar. He is already physically weak, and if he is completely unaware of this matter, isn't he also a victim? He is innocent too. The only one to blame is the adulterer. Why did he interfere in other people's marriage? Why did he seduce Grace? And Grace, why couldn't she resist the temptation and do such a stupid thing? No, they still don't believe that their mother would be such a person. There must be something else going on here. Maybe Grace didn't do it on purpose, Or maybe the other party had some leverage over her, and she was forced to do so. No, they must know the truth. Thinking of this, Vivian could no longer sit still. Nina, Manching, let's go home. Sister, are we going to go home and leave things to Grandma and Dad? The two asked worriedly. Vivian shook her head, her face heavy as she said, No, I want to go back to my mom. The two nodded, understanding that Vivian wanted to go back and question Grace. If Grace couldn't give them a reasonable explanation, they would hand the report to the old lady and Richard and let them deal with it. If Grace really has no choice and has difficulties, they will find a way to help her through it. As for Oscar, if they could be sure that he knew nothing about the matter, they would also help him, but he definitely could not stay in the Chen family. Just as they made their decision and were about to leave the hotel, Vivian's phone rang. She took out her cell phone and her face changed slightly. It's William calling. Chapter 117. Shut up. Hello, William. Vivian was slightly confused and picked up the phone. Since William left the Chen family, he never called her again, and he even put her number in a small dark room. Why did he suddenly call her today, and at this point in time? She had a bad feeling in her heart. Vivian, where are you? Didn't I ask you to go to the company today? You haven't been seen all day. Do you not want to work anymore? On the other side, William's voice was a little angry. Vivian breathed a sigh of relief. I have something unexpected today, so I'll eat outside. She answered with a random excuse. You didn't eat the dinner that your family specially prepared, and went out instead. Do you think you have too much money and have nowhere to spend it? William's words left Vivian confused, and she didn't know how to answer. What did this have to do with money? She still needs him to take care of her when she eats out. But she really wasn't in the mood to chat with William right now. I understand. I'll go back now. Let your two stupid sisters come back too. Vivian was stunned. William knew that the three of them were together? Then William said, Come back quickly. Grandma wants to see you. Now, Vivian was no longer calm. Could it be that they were secretly doing a paternity test, and the old lady found out? But only the three sisters knew about this, and it should be impossible for the old lady to find out. Her face was solemn and her tone was slightly nervous as she asked, Grandma, what does Grandma want to talk to us about? Let me talk to you about your future plans. Vivian let out a breath, realizing what the old lady might want to talk to them about, probably about their marriage. She was in her late 30s, and Nina was approaching 30 as well. Although the old lady and Richard were open-minded and did not force them, they were not worried about getting married. But the old lady also talked to them about this matter, hoping to have a grandson in her arms while she is still alive. Okay, tell Grandma, and we'll go back right away, Vivian said, preparing to hang up the phone. At this time, William's voice came again. You haven't mentioned this to anyone, have you? Vivian had just removed from her ear frozen midair. Although the speakerphone was not on, the sound coming out was still clearly heard by the three people. The three of them stood there in a daze, their faces filled with fear, and they were slow to speak. Although William didn't say anything explicitly, anyone with a reasonable mind could tell that he was hinting at something. William on the other side did not seem to want their answer, but continued. Before you see Grandma, you must keep your mouth shut and not reveal a word to anyone about this matter. The voice on the other end paused. Otherwise, I will sell you to a drugstore. After saying that, William hung up the phone, leaving Vivian and the other two alone in the hotel room, staring blankly. William put away his phone and returned to the old lady's room. The old lady sighed. William, thank you Grandma for giving Vivian and the others another chance. I believe the three of them will make the right choice this time. I hope so. William nodded. William had no intention of giving Vivian and the others another chance. He planned to deal with them after Grace had dealt with her affairs. But the sisters are the old lady's granddaughters after all. Even though they were wrong, the old lady really couldn't bear to do that. In her heart, she actually hoped that they could mend their ways, treat William well, and that the brothers and sisters could love each other. But if these people still can't figure out the situation clearly on this matter, then there's no point in keeping them. So at her request, William naturally agreed to give them another chance. William also understood that the old man's greatest wish was to have many children and grandchildren and a prosperous family. Aunt Lou's paternity test in the morning was just a cover to create an opportunity for Jessica and others to discover it. Even if Jessica didn't go with them in the morning, William would still find a way to get the two of them to follow him to the hospital. And he also wanted to confirm something through this fake paternity test. That was the identity of the doctor who killed him on the operating table in his previous life, and he wanted to find out the identity of him as well. He had already done preliminary research on the doctor's identity. As for Diana, William had no intention of giving her any more chances. Grandma, when will that cousin come down? William asked. You were supposed to come down tomorrow? Later, your uncle said he had something urgent to do and planned to stay a few days longer. The old lady said softly, holding the paternity test report in her hand. Although he had some guesses and was very confident, when William really handed the appraisal report to the old lady, she still reacted violently. If she hadn't made the decision in advance, the old lady might have lost control and rushed out on the spot, beating Grace and Oscar to death. Hearing the old lady's answer, William narrowed his eyes and sneered. You want to wait for the report results to come out before coming down to discuss the terms, right? Grandma, why do you think the Chen family in Beijing cares so much about Oscar? William asked. The old lady thought for a moment and said slowly, I don't know the specific reason, but everything in the world is driven by interests. There must be something they want in this. They don't think highly of our Chen family's business, so what is there worth their efforts? William was puzzled. So, we need time to investigate clearly, the old lady said with a serious expression. Back then, when your grandfather was still in the master's house, he was the most loved by your great-grandfather. Later, they had a conflict and he ran away from home. Later, with his own efforts, he made a name for himself in Linhai. At that time, Linhai was in chaos. During this time, your grandfather offended a very powerful person. We had no other choice but to ask the host for help, but they refused to help. In the end, the Chen family intervened, but it also caused quite a stir. It was during this disturbance that your grandfather blocked a bullet for old man Chen in order to save him, leaving him with a fatal wound. This also led to your grandfather's early death. Your great-grandfather felt guilty about this matter, so when your grandfather was still alive, in order to make up for his mistake, he gave a large part of the important assets of the Chen family in the capital to our family. At that time, it also caused quite a stir in the host's home. The passing of your grandfather made your great-grandfather depressed, and he passed away not long after. After that, your great-grandfather became the ruler of the main family in the capital. So that's how it is. No wonder after Grandpa passed away, Chen Zhao's family moved back to the main house. It turned out that they were going to manage the property left to them by the old man. William nodded. Let's not talk about this anymore. The old lady sighed. She picked up the appraisal report again, took another look at it, and said, Grandma has already received news about the adulterer. Chapter 118 News about the adulterer. Really? William became interested and was also interested in the true identity of the adulterer. The old lady nodded, but her expression was a little heavy. Who? William asked. Jiang Bowie. The old lady said slowly. He didn't know this person and had never heard of his name. He had thought about it before, secretly trying to track down the identity of the adulterer, but the time of his rebirth was too short. Not only do I have to go to school, but I also have to take care of the Chen family's affairs. I don't have any extra time for the time being. Moreover, with his current abilities and the known information, even if he wanted to investigate, he wouldn't know where to start. It would be better to let the Chen family explode themselves and let them deal with the adulterer themselves. Looking at William's puzzled face, the old lady sighed slightly and said, It's normal that you don't know him. After all, you don't know much about the Chen family. What? What does this have to do with the Chen family? The old lady's words made William even more confused. The old lady didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. He is Eva's uncle. Huh? What? Eva's uncle? This time, William was not only confused, but also shocked. He really didn't know much about the Chen family. All I know is that Eva's mother died young, and she has an older brother named Chen Hao, who I just met a few days ago. And Eva rarely mentioned family matters in front of him, and he didn't even know her mother's name. He is more of a use of Eva, helping with some chores that he cannot do. And Eva just wanted to use him to break off the engagement. The two of them had their own ideas, and they hit it off immediately. Jiang Bowie is Eva's mother's younger brother? The answer was obvious, but William asked again. If this were written and read by readers, they would definitely be scolded. Parallel imports. The old lady hummed and replied. He is Jiang Xinha's younger brother, but he has the same father but different mothers, and is the son of the mistress. Now, William finally knew that Eva's mother was Jiang Xinha. Then he is a bastard. William had an expression of, I see. The old lady shook her head. At first, she was, but after Eva's grandmother, Jiang Xinha's mother, passed away, the mistress was made the legal wife. Although Jiang Bowie still does not hold a high position in the family, he is still considered the genuine prince of the Jiang family. This is normal. When the wife passes away, the mistress becomes the legal wife. There is nothing to be surprised about. Later, the Jiang family and the Chen family formed an alliance, and Jiang Bowie married your cousin Chen Lan. She is your great-grandfather's daughter and your great-uncle's sister. William listened to the old lady's words while sorting out the relationship. It has to be said that the relationships between the wealthy families are really like a spider web, tangled and complicated. After the old lady's explanation, William quickly understood why the Chen family personally came out to speak for Oscar this time. The Yang family found Jiang Bowen, but Jiang Bowen was not in a position to come forward, so they found the Chen family and asked them to speak for Oscar and Grace. But there is something I don't understand. Their own son-in-law, brother-in-law, is not only a thief, but also gave birth to a bastard. Why do they hide it from their own daughter, sister, and stand up for their son-in-law, brother-in-law? You must be sick in your brain. Moreover, this bastard might even compete with his own grandson, nephew, for the family property. Although it is unbelievable, there are all kinds of strange things in this world, and no one knows whether there is any hidden story behind it. William still expressed his doubts. The old lady still said the same thing. With enough interests, everything is possible. Grandma, are you sure that the adulterer is Jiang Bowie? William asked. I can't be 100% sure, but it's likely to be him. The old lady said confidently. She continued. Grace's first love is this Jiang Bowie. As the old lady explained, William began to understand more about the two people's affairs. It turns out that Jiang Bowen, Grace and Zhao Jing were high school classmates, and they all got along well. Although Jiang Bowie is uneducated, a drunkard, and cannot read, he often hangs out with people from society. But such a yellow-haired boy can easily attract girls who are naive and inexperienced in the world. At that time, Grace was seduced by him. The two had been in love for a long time without telling their families, and they broke up and got back together for several years. During this period, Grace had many suitors and had several romances. Finally, the two walked together again. Grace's parents found out about their relationship. At that time, Jiang Bowen's identity had not been exposed yet. Given the snobbishness of the Yang family, how could they possibly look down on a poor and lazy man like him? They immediately ordered the two to break up. But Grace still secretly kept the two of them together. Later, Jiang Bowen's mother took over and Jiang Bowen became the young master of the Jiang family. This made the Yang family extremely regretful, and they tried every means to get the two of them back together. When they learned that the two were still dating secretly, the Yang family was overjoyed and hoped that they could get married as soon as possible. But at this time, the Jiang family looked down on Grace, especially Jiang Bowen's mother, who was very determined and said that Grace would never be allowed to enter the Jiang family. In the end, Richard, the big victim, got a big bargain. William combined the information provided by the old lady and reconstructed what happened that year. There are facts and William's inferences, but the probability is that it cannot be avoided. As he was thinking, William's eyes suddenly widened. If that's the case, Oscar and Eva are cousins. That's right. The old lady nodded. Grace is still determined that Oscar should marry Eva. This is 3 generations of close relatives. Is she mentally ill? William cursed with a confused look on his face. William thought about what this woman had done. He didn't find it strange. If the fact that they are cousins is exposed after they get married, isn't she afraid of being skinned alive by the Chen family? I have to say that Grace is a little unclear, but she is really bold. Grandma, no matter what, this is just speculation. We have to find a way to lure out the adulterer when the time comes. William suggested. The old lady frowned, and no one knew what she was thinking at this moment. This matter is not difficult. The difficult part is how to deal with it after it is brought out. The old lady raised her eyelids slightly and looked at William worriedly. The Jiang family is not an ordinary wealthy family. It's easy to just ask for an explanation, but if you want to touch Jiang Bowie, you have to find another way. William smiled and comforted her. Grandma, don't worry, there is always a way. The two chatted for a while. Just before 10 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. Grandma, we're back. Vivian's voice came from outside the door. After seeing the old lady put away the appraisal report, William opened the door. Vivian and the other two looked at each other and immediately lowered their heads and walked in. Chapter 119, The Choice of the Three Sisters. See Vivian and 2 others come in. The old lady didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Did you know that Aunt Lou went to the hospital for a physical examination this morning? William's words on the phone had made them guess that the old lady's request for them to come back must have something to do with Grace Oscar's matter. As expected, the old lady's first sentence went straight to the point. Yes, I know. Jessica nodded and explained that she did not deliberately follow Aunt Lou and discovered this incident just by accident. As for how the old lady knew, they followed Aunt Lou to the hospital. Jessica guessed that she might have been seen by Aunt Lou in the hospital. William at the door when she came back, and William guessed it himself when he heard them helping Aunt Lou pack up the old lady's things. Can you guess why Aunt Lou went to the hospital? The old lady continued to ask. Yes, I know. Grandma suspects that Mom and Oscar are mother and son. The 3 of them did not hide anything and answered honestly. After hearing the answers from the 3 people, the old lady was very satisfied and continued to ask with a smile. Do you think this is possible? The old lady's words made the three people's faces change slightly, and they didn't know how to answer for a moment. The old lady doesn't know the result yet, but they do. This left them with no choice but to answer. Seeing that the three did not answer, the old lady sighed and said slowly, William, and I don't believe it either, but there is no harm in doing it, right? What do you think? The three of them hesitated for a moment, still without saying anything, and nodded again to agree with the old lady's statement. The old lady continued to ask, if it is proved that the two are mother and son, what does it mean? Do you know how serious the consequences are? No. The three of them answered in a low voice. There was no need for the old lady to answer. Vivian and the other two naturally knew the answer. After asking this question, the old lady didn't say anything, but leaned back on the bed with her eyes closed. There was a moment of silence in the room. Finally, Vivian asked, Grandma, if it turns out that Mom and Oscar are mother and son, what will you do with them? The old lady did not open her eyes. She threw the question back to the three Chen sisters and asked calmly, how do you think I should deal with them? Kick out the Chen family? Nina asked hesitantly. The old lady smiled and shook her head. Do you think this is enough? The three of them lowered their heads. This was certainly not enough. Grace had brought shame to the Chen family and Richard. In ancient times, she would have been drowned in a pond. What's more, Grace and Oscar may intend to steal the Chen family's property. Grandma, maybe there is some hidden story behind this. Jessica suddenly looked up. The old lady asked with a laugh. What kind of hidden secret do you think can completely cover up this matter? Yes, what hidden secret could offset the mistakes Grace made? No. The three of them spent the entire night in the hotel imagining various scenarios, but none of them could prove Grace's innocence. And even if there is a hidden story, how could you, Grace, not know that you were having an affair with someone else? Oscar, without any bottom line at home, is it unintentional? Grandma, what will you do with them? Vivian asked the question again. At this time, William answered. Richard first. I think he might stab them both. William's joking words made the three of them tremble subconsciously. They didn't know whether to say it or not. If Richard really knew about this, the result might be like this. However, judging from your expressions, you seem to be very worried about their situation. Do you care about them that much? William looked at the three of them with a scrutinizing expression and smiled. Then he sincerely comforted her. The results haven't come out yet. Why are you worrying about it? Maybe it's just our imagination. We are not worried. Vivian didn't dare to look William in the eye, and even her words were a little stammering. The old lady seemed a little tired and waved to Vivian and the other two as they left. Do you have anything else to do? If not, go ahead. I'm tired too. Hearing the old lady drive people away, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, Grandma, we'll go out first. You have a good rest. After saying that, the three of them turned around and walked outside. William took a look at the disappointed old lady and felt a little sorry for her. He called out to the three people who were walking to the door. Hey, don't you have anything else to say to Grandma? The three of them were stunned for a moment. Then a look of sudden realization appeared on their faces. Vivian immediately turned around and said to the old lady, Grandma, you must take care of yourself. We wish you good health and a long life. The old lady didn't open her eyes to look at them, but just said softly, Go. The three of them no longer hesitated and just wanted to leave the room as soon as possible. After all, facing the old lady and William at this time made them feel extremely stressed. But William seemed to want to torture them and didn't want them to leave smoothly. I'm warning you again. Only a few of us know about this. You can't let it out. Understand? I know. Jessica replied. Before they came back, the three of them were planning to question Grace, but now they hesitated. If the old lady and William found out and informed on us, their punishment would not be easy. After all, this matter is too serious. Think about the ancient royal family. The queen had an affair behind the emperor's back, gave birth to a bastard and raised him in the palace, and murdered the prince in an attempt to seize power and usurp the throne. This means the entire 9 generations of the clan will be executed. That's good to know, William said coldly. In fact, they didn't know that what William was referring to was different from what they thought in their hearts. During this period, if you discover something new or know something, you must tell Grandma as soon as possible. Do you understand? The three of them looked serious and nodded mechanically. Also, if I fail the open book exam again, it would be hard to explain. William added one last sentence. After the three people left, the old lady finally opened her eyes, sighed helplessly, and looked disappointed. William, if they still can't figure it out, you can handle it later. When Jessica found out that Aunt Lou went to the hospital for a paternity test, the first thing she wanted to know was the result. As for Aunt Lou's appraisal, it certainly won't and can't produce results so quickly. Then they only have one choice, which is to make a new one for Grace and Oscar themselves. When William came back in the evening, he found that the three people had disappeared at the same time and had not returned home for a long time. Naturally, I guess what they were going to do. This does not need to be verified. Any normal person would do this. But they still kept it a secret. Grandma, the final decision will be made in 3 days. If they remain indifferent after Aunt Lou's test results come out, then there is really no hope. William comforted. Maybe they also think that since the results will be out in 3 days, it doesn't matter whether they say it now or not. Or maybe they want to do something else during these 3 days. Chapter 120 Delegating Power to Vivian. The next day, William woke up, he came to the hall, and saw Grace and Oscar eating breakfast at the dining table. Both of them seemed to be in a good mood, and their faces no longer had the gloomy look of yesterday. Especially Grace. The smile on her face was as bright as the sunshine outside. She was chatting and laughing with Oscar, and she was also considerate enough to pick up food for him. Richard, perhaps influenced by Grace, also had a smile on his face. William came down. He asked casually, "What's so happy about?" Seeing William appear, Grace's face immediately turned cold. She put away her smile and said something gloomily. "You are such a good boy to me." William ignored her and sat down. Seeing this, Chen explained. It turned out that the situation of the Yang family was just as the old lady predicted yesterday. This morning, the Chen family in Beijing intervened and the crisis of the Yang family was brought under control. "I think there's more." William smiled and said to himself. He glanced at the Chen sisters again and found that their expressions were completely different from those of Grace and the others. Looking listless. Not only did she have serious dark circles, but she didn't even put on any makeup other than simple care. William frowned slightly and yelled at Vivian. "Vivian, don't you know we are going to the company today? Why are you still in such a bad state?" Vivian, who was thinking about her own things and eating breakfast quietly, couldn't help but tremble when William shouted at her and stared at William blankly. William glanced at her and shouted again. "Hurry up and put on some makeup. We'll wait for you. Don't go out and embarrass me." Vivian responded hurriedly and hurried to the room. Today is the big day that Richard steps down as chairman of the group, so several people are going to the company to announce this matter. At the same time, Chen Xiao temporarily took over the company from Richard. After William completed his studies, Chen Xiao would hand over the company completely to William. Vivian will continue to serve as CEO and provide assistance. However, during this period, William also had to study simultaneously and gradually become familiar with the company's business situation. William needs to be gradually brought to the forefront and his face needs to be familiar to the public. He also needs to be packaged in terms of his qualifications, which all takes time. This will lay the foundation for his smooth advancement to the top in the future, so that when he takes over the company, it will not cause shock to the group. After waiting for a while, Vivian finally finished dressing up and came out. Chen Xiao, Richard, William, and Vivian rushed to the company. But Jessica was in no mood to stay at home at this time, so she went to work at the hospital. At Grace's request, Oscar had to go to school for the college entrance examination. Diana debunked the rumors. Her fan base increased, and the producers brought her back. Chen Zhua and Chen Qingxiao went out to play early in the morning without even having breakfast. As for Nina, although she was free, she couldn't face Grace alone, so she went out alone. Everything was still pending, but it seemed as if they had all been resolved, or as if they had never happened. The Chen family seemed to be on the right track. Night falls. In the car, the four people who had been tired all day continued to discuss the current development of the group and its future layout. "William, the group will depend on you in the future. Dad hopes that you can study hard and don't let your grandmother down," Richard said earnestly. Chen Xiao smiled and said, "I believe in William's ability, so don't worry." Richard sighed. "To be honest, Dad does think that your talent is not as good as Oscar's, and I was worried before that if you became the successor of the group, you would ruin the group. There was also a moment when I thought about handing over part of the industry to Oscar for management. But no matter what, you are my biological son. The group is still yours, and Oscar will at most be your assistant." Richard's words were sincere. William couldn't tell whether they were true or not. After all, judging from Richard's attitude towards him before, William didn't have much hope for him as his biological father. Including the Chen sisters, if it weren't for the old lady, he would never give Vivian and the others another chance. Chen Xiao nodded and said seriously, "It's good that you know it. An adopted son is an adopted son, and the facts can never be changed. You should have kicked him out completely and shouldn't even have the idea of assisting William." Vivian, who had been silent, speak. She said with some worry, "Uncle, there is nothing wrong with what you said, but with William's qualifications and abilities, it is indeed worrying that he wants to take over such a large group." Of course, she was not speaking for Oscar on purpose at this time. The appraisal report would be out in a few days, so how could she dare to say anything good about Oscar? Vivian was really just worried about the future of the group at this time. After all, she is also a member of the Chen family, and they prosper together and suffer together. William was not angry after hearing this. Instead, he agreed with Vivian's opinion. Uncle, I think she is right. William said seriously, for the future of the group, I think we should delegate more power to the eldest sister. After all, she is more familiar with the group's affairs than we are. Besides, my uncle has things to do in Beijing, so it must be tiring for him to run back and forth. I also have to prepare for the college entrance examination, so I may not have much time to do both. What do you think? William's words surprised several people, especially Vivian. William actually called her big sister again and wanted to improve her status in the group, which made her a little flattered. Chen Xiao was very pleased. He didn't expect that William not only understood the overall situation, but was also so considerate of him as his uncle. You're right, let's do as you say. William, the fact that you can have this idea shows that you are really starting to grow up. Richard was also a little happy. William, thank you. Vivian expressed her gratitude in a low voice. William looked indifferent. Sister, I give you the power, you must do your best. Don't do anything illegal or disorderly. William said half-jokingly. It was the evening rush hour, and the road was a bit congested. When the four of them got home, it was already 7 o'clock. The reason they came back at this time was because it was rare for the old lady to move back. I hope that during this time the whole family can sit together and eat. When they got out of the car, and before they reached the door, they vaguely heard noisy sounds coming from the house. The sound sounded a bit like a quarrel. William couldn't figure out who was arguing with whom inside when they hadn't returned home yet. When they got closer, they heard a voice that sounded like Grace's. Mom, aren't you going too far? Grace and the old lady had a quarrel? What is the reason? Who gave her the courage to speak so loudly to the old lady? Doesn't she understand her current situation? If the old lady gets angry and has problems, will she still want to live? The four of them hurried in. Chapter 1:21 We Divorce. When William and his companions entered the room, they saw Grace yelling at the old lady. Jessica and the others had already returned, looking anxious, and pulled Grace along. The old lady had no expression on her face and just let Grace vent. Grace, shut up. Seeing this, Chen Xiao shouted angrily. I thought Chen Xiao's shout would be enough to stop Grace, but surprisingly, Grace didn't show any fear at all. Instead, he cursed Chen Xiao as well, showing no fear of him at all. This surprised several people. Compared to the surprised expressions of the others, the three Vivian sisters had more fear on their faces than shock. Vivian immediately pulled Grace away to stop her from continuing to curse. Richard was already in a panic at this time. He couldn't understand what was wrong with Grace tonight. The Yang family's affairs had just been settled in the morning, but this time the old lady got angry again, and she didn't give Chen Xiao any face at all. What on earth is she thinking? He quickly asked loudly. What happened? Diana quickly explained. It's Grandma. She wants to clean up Oscar's room and let William live in it. Then send Oscar to William's room to sleep. Diana didn't dare to express her anger towards the old lady. It was obvious from her tone that she was very dissatisfied with the old lady's decision. Even if William's room is small, we can just clean up another one for him to live in. Why should we drive Oscar to live there? So that's how it is. Only then did the four of them understand what had happened. Then just do what the old lady says. Why make such a fuss? Chen Xiao said angrily. But the room is small. It's just a storage room. How can anyone live in it? Diana said subconsciously. Chen Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't know that William lived in the storage room. He immediately became furious. William can live here, but he can't? He thinks he's so precious. Pack up your things and get out of here. If you don't want to live here, get out. Chen Xiao glared at Grace and said, I really don't understand. There's more to it than that. Seeing Chen Xiao getting angry, Diana became anxious and continued. Grandma asked Mom to go with her. Diana's words made everyone stunned again. Diana continued. Grandma said that Mom is not allowed to live with Dad or share a room with him anymore. If Mom wants to stay, she can only live in the storage room with Oscar. At this point, Diana's tone began to be mixed with anger. Uncle, don't you think Grandma is going too far? After hearing Diana's explanation, Chen Zhao's anger immediately subsided. Letting Oscar live in the storage room, but asking Grace to move out of Richard's room was indeed a bit excessive and insulting. Mom, why don't we just forget about Grace's matter? After all, this won't be good for Jean. Chen Xiao pleaded to the old lady. The old lady didn't say anything, but the Chen sisters knew very well in their hearts why the old lady did this. Although the identification results have not yet come out, the old lady has obviously determined the answer in her heart. That is, Grace and Oscar are mother and son. It's just a guess, but the old lady has already started to act. When the results come out, Grace and the others don't know what will happen to them. At this time, the three of them were terrified because they already knew the results of the identification. The three of them didn't understand what medicine Grace had taken wrong tonight that made her dare to jump like that. Did I make some mistake and don't I know it? Mom, why don't you just do what Grandma says? Nina advised with a worried look on her face. Grace pushed her away fiercely and said angrily, "Why? What did I do wrong for her to treat me like this and insult me like this?" Grace's words instantly silenced Vivian and her sisters. "That's right. Mom didn't do anything wrong. Is it necessary to be like this?" Diana whispered quietly. Grace continued speaking, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "I have been married to your Chen family, bearing children for you, keeping to myself, and upholding the code of conduct for women. Not only have you dealt with my family, but now you are insulting me like this. Are you still human? Mom, please stop talking. I beg you." Vivian hurriedly pulled Grace, her voice extremely anxious. She now really wanted to throw the test results in Grace's face, tell her to shut up and stop digging holes for herself. Seeing that no one answered her, Grace got angry and pointed at Richard and yelled, "Richard, please say something. Answer me. What did I do wrong? Am I sorry?" Richard's face was full of helplessness. The turmoil in the Yang family had just ended, and now this happened. Could he just keep quiet for a few days? He quickly walked up to Grace and whispered, "You did a good job. I understand. Please don't quarrel for now. Just bear with it for a few days and wait for the old lady to return to the nursing home before you move out." But Grace didn't care at this time and pushed Richard away. "You are a waste. Do you still have a say in this family now? The shares are gone. The company is gone. Do you think your son will let Oscar and I live well after she returns to the nursing home?" Grace pointed at the old lady and William and questioned. Richard felt ashamed instantly after being scolded by Grace. He said sternly, "You are William's biological mother. He won't do anything to you." "Humph, he still thinks I'm his mother. If he really thought I was his mother, he wouldn't treat me like this," Grace said, glaring at William fiercely. William nodded and said calmly, "Indeed, we severed our relationship a long time ago, and I really don't regard you as my mother." William's words made Grace even angrier. Listen to what bullshit he's saying. "Richard, I'm warning you, if you dare to let Oscar and I live in the storage room today, we will divorce." Richard didn't expect Grace to say such a thing. He suddenly became anxious and at a loss for a moment. At this time, the old lady finally said, "Very good, I agree, and I will go through the divorce procedures tomorrow." Now Chen Xiao and the others were stunned. They didn't expect the old lady to be so decisive. But Vivian and the other two breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that divorce might be the best outcome. After the divorce tomorrow, before the appraisal results come out, the two will leave the Chen family, and then let the two stay away from Linhai, preferably go abroad. Maybe they can avoid the Chen family's revenge. Although Richard was anxious, Grace was the most anxious at this moment. She regretted that she had said such cruel words in a moment of impulse. Richard immediately pleaded with the old lady, "Mom, she is joking. Don't take it seriously." As he said that, he pulled Grace to the old lady and scolded her. "Hurry up and apologize to Mom." Grace calmed down. She also suppressed her anger, but she still looked unconvinced. "I'm not sorry." Then she turned to Richard, warningly. "Richard, I'll give you one last chance. Oscar and I will move to the storage room first. You should think carefully about what to do in the next few days." Chapter 122. What does it mean? Grace's words were still firm. But anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Grace had compromised, giving the old lady and herself a way out. But Richard was still terrified. This worked for him, but the old lady would not take this step. Surprisingly, in the face of Grace's threat, the old lady did not object, but just calmly asked everyone to eat. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. The old lady seemed to really want to settle the matter peacefully and let it go. Except for William, everyone else looked surprised. But when it was time to eat, the old lady didn't let Grace and Oscar sit at the table. "You two just wait here until we're done eating." The old lady glanced at Grace and said lightly. Richard, who thought the storm had subsided, was confused again. "Mom, what are you going to do now?" Richard looked hopeless. Two outsiders. How can they be qualified to sit at the table? The old lady responded expressionlessly. "Mom, Grace is the daughter-in-law of the Chen family, my Richard's wife. She is not an outsider. You are going too far." Richard was really emotional at this time. Grace again and again. If he didn't speak up for Grace, he would be unworthy of being a husband. Grace might be so angry that she might really divorce him. As for Oscar, although he felt a little distressed, he understood that Oscar was the root of all the problems and was indeed an outsider. He dared not say a good word for Oscar. The old lady laughed and said teasingly, "What a good daughter-in-law of the Chen family. What a good wife for your Richard. If you feel sorry for her, you can stay with her. Even without you, I still have shower. One more of you doesn't matter, and one less of you doesn't matter to me either." Seeing that the old lady's words were getting more and more serious, and fearing that the matter would get bigger and bigger, Chen Xiao hurried out to stop it. "It's just a meal, there's no need. Grace, just wait until we finish eating and ask the kitchen to prepare it for you again." Grace had calmed down a little, but now her anger flared up again, and she immediately made some harsh remarks. "Who cares? Don't regret it when you get divorced in 2 days." The old lady didn't respond to her, but spoke to Wang Ma. "Don't let the kitchen prepare new meals for them. If they are hungry, they can eat what we leave behind. Also, from now on, as long as they are at the Chen family, they will do this." Everyone could tell that this was the old lady avenging William. The old lady is still upset about William eating leftovers. William suffer any loss at all, as if she wanted to get back for William all the injustices he had suffered before. At this time, among all the people, except Chen Xiao who didn't understand, he would say a few words for Grace for Richard's sake. The 3 Vivian sisters knew the answer in their hearts, so they naturally didn't dare to speak out and could only remain silent. "Well, have you made up your mind? If you have decided, you will be with them in the future?" the old lady asked Richard. Richard glanced at the old lady, then at Grace, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Qian and I will go together." After all, the old lady is his biological mother. Once she calms down, she will naturally change her mind. Besides, the old lady might not have the heart to treat him like this all the time. Of course, he must now make his position clear. If he does not resist and let the old lady understand his intentions, and continues to let the old lady do whatever she wants, Grace's next situation can be imagined. Diana, who had been silent and dared not speak, saw Richard begin to resist, and somehow she was filled with courage. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up, so she must also make her attitude clear and increase Grace's bargaining chips. We cannot allow William to dominate the market and act recklessly. This naive idea made her take the initiative to stand up and plead for Grace and Oscar. "Grandma, if word gets out that you let Dad eat leftovers, people will laugh at you." Diana got the badge of courage. She did not have the ability to evolve. She did not dare to confront the old lady directly. She spoke for Grace and could only help Richard in a roundabout way. Seeing this, Jessica wanted to stop Diana, but it was too late. The old lady narrowed her eyes, looked at Diana, and said, "If you didn't speak, I would have almost forgotten about you." "Very good, you can come too, and you will be treated the same as them from now on." Diana was confused. She had prepared a lot of words and wanted to argue with the old lady, at least to make her point. Who knew that as soon as she opened her mouth, the old lady immediately cut her off, not giving her a chance to continue speaking. "Grandma, that's not what I meant. I meant..." Diana wanted to argue, but the old lady raised her hand to stop her. "No matter what you mean, my meaning has been made very clear. You will be with them from now on." "Grandma, you are going too far. I am also your granddaughter. How can you be so partial to William?" Diana yelled angrily. "Why? You can be partial, but I can't be partial. What a mess of perverse logic." After being scolded by the old lady, Diana suddenly didn't know how to refute and started to act like a rogue. "Anyway, I'm not going to eat your leftovers. I'm going to eat outside." William laughed, glanced at Vivian, and said, "Go, help me ban Diana. Don't let her enter the entertainment industry again." William's words stunned Diana. Vivian and the others stood there in a daze, their mouths opened in astonishment. Seeing that Vivian was still not taking any action, William shouted, "Why don't you go? It's just a phone call. Why are you taking so long?" "No, this is Diana's dream. If it is banned..." Vivian glanced at Diana with a conflicted look on her face. William looked impatient. "It's her dream, not mine. It's none of my business. If you don't go, your dream will be shattered." Watching Vivian make a phone call, William thought to himself, "I can barely afford to eat, and I'm still dreaming." Diana, who had just recovered from the shock, panicked on the spot. He turned to William with a panicked look on his face. "William, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I am your sister. How could you do this to me?" With the Chen family's financial resources, it would only take a few minutes to ban her, and no one would dare to use her in the future. Her shares had just been taken back, and now her only way out was blocked again. If William kicked her out of the house one day, she would really be left with no one to rely on. Seeing that William ignored him, she immediately pleaded with the old lady. But the old lady also looked indifferent. William asked Diana to calm down and said, "Don't worry, I haven't finished talking yet." Chapter 123, Cutting Off Financial Resources. William called Butler Fong and said, Uncle Fong, from now on, you need to keep a detailed record of all the expenses and every account of everyone in the family to prevent someone from using the Chun family's money to support outsiders. As for these few people, William glanced at Richard and the others and said calmly, if they need money, they must ask for my consent, no matter how big or small the amount is. Butler Fong was stunned and asked again uncertainly, do you want it, master and madam? William nodded, of course. And William continued, confiscate all their gold and silver jewelry and heavy items at home. These originally belonged to the Chen family. William's words shocked everyone instantly. But that's not all. William added, freeze all their accounts as well. Now Richard and his friends were no longer calm. If the series of actions taken by the old lady just now were considered a minor punishment, then William was now going to completely cut off their source of income. You bastard, you are so outrageous. Do you know what you are saying? Richard asked in disbelief. William's behavior was clearly his father's punishment for his naughty and rebellious son. But he is obviously the father and William is the son. How dare William do this to him? Grace was not only surprised, but also angry. And it was the kind of resentment that was hard to suppress. The old lady and William destroyed her remaining rationality. She yelled at William, William, you are now relying on this old woman to do whatever you want, right? You treat me and your father like this. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Diana was also anxious at this time. She was used to the life of a young lady. If William's decision was really implemented, how would she live in the future? She pointed at William and stammered, William, you. Who do you think you are? Grandma and uncle are still here, so it's not your turn to make the decision here. So are you going to eat this meal or not? William ignored their questions. Seeing that William ignored her, Diana immediately turned to Chen Xiao and said angrily, Uncle, look at what this bastard has done. You have to make the decision for us. Chen Xiao looked helpless, sighed deeply, hesitated for a moment and advised, William, forget it. They are your parents after all. It would not be good to spread it out. Putting aside other things, William did go too far by cutting off the financial support of several people. Nina and Jessica couldn't help but plead for Richard and Diana. Uncle, it won't get out, don't worry. William deliberately misinterpreted Chen Xiao's meaning and changed the subject. Seeing that Butler Fong was still standing there, William smiled and said, Uncle Fong, just do as I say. Go ahead. Butler Fong hesitated for a moment, looked at the old lady again, and seeing that the old lady did not show any reaction, he no longer hesitated and left. Seeing Butler Fong leave, Diana stamped her feet anxiously. William, you bastard, don't touch my things. They are all my personal property. William laughed and said sarcastically, your stuff? Everything belongs to the Chen family, including the clothes you are wearing. Do you understand? If you keep on talking, I will take away what you are wearing. Do you believe it? William's threat frightened Diana so much that her eyes turned red and she almost cried. At this moment, Vivian came in. Jessica whispered something in her ear, and her expression instantly became complicated. William glanced at Vivian, frowned, and said, go check if these four people have any other hidden assets outside. William said this. Grace's expression changed slightly, and then she looked sad. William, you disappoint me so much. You keep hurting me and Oscar. Do you think I will forgive you in the future? Richard was furious. You bastard. What on earth do you want to do, little brat? When we were in the car, I just thought William was sensible and had high hopes for him. But then I turned around and stabbed him. This hit Richard hard. William was too lazy to argue with him, and continued, we in the Chen family don't keep idle people, so don't always think about eating free meals at home. Then he looked at Nina. Don't stay at home and write novels. Go to work in the company. Nina looked sad and her voice was choked. William, I don't want to go to work. I just want to write a book. William frowned and said with disdain, you only make a few dollars a day. Write shit. Go to work. I've never worked. Nina lowered her head, tears almost falling. William glanced at her and said in a cold tone, I'm not being unreasonable. I remember your major was accounting, right? You can either work in a company as a financial officer or work as a screwdriver in a factory. It's your choice. I work in finance. Nina whispered. After arranging things for Nina, William looked at Diana. Facing William's gaze, Diana panicked and hurried to the old lady, crying, Grandma, I don't want to go to work. I want to act. I want to sing, woo-woo. William sneered and said, don't worry, I won't let you go to work. Diana raised her head and looked at William in surprise. I know you can't endure hardship, so I plan to let you be a young lady. Huh, what does that mean? Everyone was puzzled. Diana looked confused. Hasn't Lu Peng from the Lu family been fond of you for a long time? You can go and arrange a marriage when the time comes. William explained. The faces of the Chen family members changed drastically, and Diana looked even more terrified. Lu Peng has a weird personality and many bad habits. He is a well-known pervert in the circle, and no lady from a wealthy family is willing to marry him. But he just fell in love with Diana. The Lu family expressed their desire to marry into the Chen family many times, but was rejected by the old lady and Richard. William really married Diana to the Lu family. He would undoubtedly be pushing her into the fire pit. Richard was furious. Asshole, what kind of person is Lu Peng? How dare you marry Diana to him? Are you crazy? She's your sister. William do whatever he wanted with the previous matters, but the marriage matter was related to Diana's lifelong event after all, so he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. William, your uncle won't allow you to do anything reckless about this matter. At this time, the old lady spoke. Just do as William says. In the end, after the old lady and her group finished dinner, Richard and Grace were unable to let go of their pride and remained hungry. Diana and Oscar were equally ambitious at the beginning, but later they were so hungry that they could not stand it anymore, and they still ate the cold food with gusto. In the meantime, Vivian and her three sisters couldn't help but pull Grace into their room. Mom, what's wrong with you today? How could you talk to Grandma like that? Vivian looked confused and worried. Grace snorted coldly. Why? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I be angry with her for no reason? If I don't resist, she will think I'm easy to bully. Grace's words left the three Vivian sisters stunned, too shocked to speak. I think everyone knows why Grace suddenly dared to confront the old lady. I also don't understand why everyone thinks the protagonist is a waste and is too soft-hearted. He gave Vivian and her sisters a last chance because the old lady asked him to do so, and he was just doing it for the sake of convenience. The protagonist's rebirth time is very short, and there is no script. We only know a small part of the development of the story, and we are still uncertain. Everything he did to the Chen family members was purposeful. The old lady's fate was actually part of his plan. I will explain it to you all individually when I have time. If there are any parts that are not written well, I would like to apologize to everyone here. At the same time, I would like to thank the readers who like this novel and thank you for your support. Chapter 124, You Must Believe in Mom. The three of them really didn't understand where Grace got the confidence to speak so confidently. She had clearly cheated on her husband, betrayed Richard, abandoned her own flesh and blood of the Chen family, and instead kept a bastard. How could she dare to resist and disobey the old lady when she did such a heinous thing? Vivian and the other two also felt endless shame. They could even see what would happen when the identification results appeared at the Chen family's house 2 days later and were slapped in Grace's face. Mom, Nina's brows were furrowed, and her anxious expression was clearly visible on her face. Grace looked at the three people with complicated and tangled expressions, but she didn't care. Why do you have such expressions? Did I say something wrong? Jessica opened her mouth and wanted to answer, but she didn't know what to say. Vivian exhaled heavily, her sigh full of helplessness. She paused, as if she had made some important decision, and spoke to Grace. Mom, why don't you divorce Dad? Then you and Oscar went abroad. Grace was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Vivian, are you kidding me? Your father and I love each other very much, and he hasn't done anything to let me down. Why should I get a divorce? Vivian's words were strange in themselves. She suggested that her parents divorce for no reason and asked Grace to go abroad. But Grace heard it, but did not show the expected surprise. Dad didn't do anything to let you down, but you did something terrible to hurt him. Vivian and the other two looked at each other, feeling helpless. Mom, I'm serious. Divorce is good. With Grandma and William at home, you and Oscar will definitely not be comfortable. It's better for you to live abroad. Vivian said seriously. They really wanted to throw the appraisal report to Grace, but the old lady and William had solemnly warned them that day to keep Aunt Lou's appraisal confidential. If they told Grace the results of the identification, and if the old lady and William found out, the consequences would be severe. They secretly did a paternity test on Grace and Oscar. Knowing the result, they not only kept it secret from the old lady and the family, but also told Grace. If this were discovered, the three of them would definitely be kicked out of the house. Nina and Jessica also echoed Vivian's suggestion. Yes, Mom, you can use the excuse that Grandma targeted you tonight to divorce Dad. Grace was not impressed by the heartfelt advice from her three daughters. She said confidently, Don't worry, your grandma will apologize to me when the time comes. Vivian and the other two looked confused. The old lady and Richard were lucky enough not to dig up your Yang family's ancestral graves and even apologize to you. Vivian still didn't give up and continued to persuade. Mom, now the group shares are almost all in William's hands. Even Grandma's 30% of the shares will belong to William sooner or later. What else do you want to ask for by staying? Vivian has been very straightforward. The Chen family's business has nothing to do with you, Grace and Oscar. There is really no need to stay and suffer. Grace smiled and said, Vivian, what you said is just the surface. In addition to ready-made money, wealthy families also have many invisible benefits. For example, personal connections, relationships, and identity. With the support of a large group like Chen, there are endless resources, and no matter what you do, you can get twice the result with half the effort and have a smooth journey. Besides, the old lady might pass away someday, and your uncle has businesses in the capital to manage, so he doesn't have the energy to take care of the Chen group. And William is just a kid. How can he support such a big family? He will have to rely on us when the time comes. Grace was smiling. Grace said, does make sense, but the main thing is that you may not have a future. Vivian and the other two looked worried. Besides, I have worked hard in the Chen family all my life. How can I just leave empty-handed like this? Grace stopped smiling and her expression suddenly became a little serious. Vivian glanced at Grace and shook her head helplessly. Mom, Uncle and his family have already obtained a lot of resources because of our Chen family. You also have a company outside, and the annual profit is also considerable. What else are you not satisfied with? Grace hurriedly covered Vivian's mouth and said in a low voice, Vivian, keep your voice down. Nina and Jessica were very surprised when they found out for the first time that Grace was secretly running a company outside. Vivian also felt that she was a little excited just now, so she immediately lowered her voice. Vivian, you must not let anyone else know about this. Grace said seriously. Grace secretly ran a company outside without telling the Chen family and Richard, and let Yang Gaofeng invest in it. Vivian knew about this because many of the company's affairs required the support of the Chen group's background and resources. Vivian is the CEO of the group and the biggest contributor to the development of Grace's company. Don't worry, Mom. I won't tell anyone, Vivian assured. And you must not tell the old lady and William. Grace emphasized. Don't worry. Although William asked me to check your external assets, I will keep your company secret for you, Vivian said lightly. But Grace was still worried. Will William find out? Vivian shook her head and said, Today at the company, I found that William knows nothing about the operation of the company. In addition, you do not directly hold shares in that company, so there will be no problem unless you check it deliberately. And since he asked me to check it, he shouldn't go through the trouble of checking it again. Grace nodded in relief. She said with emotion, After all, I am an outsider in the eyes of your Chen family. Mom, please make some allowances for me. Is that okay? Facing Nina and Jessica's questioning looks, she answered as a matter of course. Besides, Oscar will have to get married, have children, and make a living. He is an orphan and has no one to rely on. I also have to make plans for his future. Vivian and the other two remained silent and did not answer. As expected, there is no love without reason in this world. Although they have been siblings with Oscar for more than 10 years, as his series of bad behaviors were exposed, the halo around him gradually disappeared, and the three of them became much more rational. For Oscar, but they are not as blind as before. But Grace remains consistent towards Oscar, which is strange in itself. No wonder the old lady doubts their mother-son relationship. Grace is not a fool. She is just too concerned and doesn't notice many things. In addition, the relationship between the two as mother and son is illogical and unbelievable. A normal person would not think in that direction, which made her a little unscrupulous. Vivian, Nina, Jessica, no matter what happens, you can doubt anyone. But you must trust me, your mother, okay? Grace looked at the three people who were silent, and suddenly spoke seriously. Chapter 125, Zhao Mingqing's phone call. 2 days later, Aunt Lu hurried out early in the morning. Vivian and the others understood what day it was and rested at home. They naturally knew what Aunt Lu was doing when she went out. Go to the hospital to get the paternity test report of Grace and Oscar. The three of them had serious expressions and sat on the sofa without saying a word. Jessica did not call Zhao Mingqing again to ask him to help his girlfriend check the results of the appraisal. They already knew the truth, so what was the point in asking again? I don't know if it was agreed upon today or if they had a tacit understanding, but everyone in the Chun family stayed at home tacitly. Oscar didn't go to class either, but was reviewing his lessons on the side. Chen Zhua and Chen Qingxia didn't go out to play today either. William, who runs out early every morning, doing something unknown and coming back at night, is now lying on the sofa like Guyu, playing with his mobile phone. As for Grace, several people saw that she had just answered a phone call and ran into the inner room. When she came out again, there was a big smile on her face. Vivian and the others saw this. Their brows furrowed even more. William looked up and glanced at Grace, who looked excited, smiled faintly, changed his posture, and continued playing. Chen Qingxia came over, leaned next to William, and said with a smile, William, if you don't go to class, will you have any problem with the college entrance examination? Look how hard Oscar studies. William looked at Oscar with a smile and said playfully, I already have so much wealth. Why should I study? I can just take the exam casually when the time comes. Chen Qingxia nodded and said jokingly, well, you are right. Fifth sister has decided to follow you in the future, okay? Aren't you following me now? William joked. No, I'm following my grandma now. Chen Qingxia retorted. Listening to the conversation between the two, Richard immediately shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? You bastard. Academic qualifications are a facade, and the college entrance examination cannot be taken casually. Chen Xiao continued, yes, William. Your dad is right. This is no joke. For ordinary people, academic qualifications are the stepping stone to changing their destiny. For us, especially for you who will become the head of the group in the future, it is an indispensable face and signboard. Richard sighed and said earnestly, I know you don't like studying, so you should study hard this time. If the results are not ideal. He paused and continued, it's really not ideal. Dad will try to find you a prestigious university overseas and package you up. No matter when and where, there are always some uneducated and unlearned young men who have no ambition and only like to have fun. Unable to get into good domestic schools and not being able to get into lesser schools, he had no choice but to pursue studies at overseas universities. Some people buy fake diplomas, some try to find ways to enter prestigious universities through illegal means. There are many ways anyway. These are also the basic operations of rich people. William was stunned for a moment, glanced at Richard, and said lightly, I don't want to go abroad. Richard was not angry. After thinking for a while, he said, okay, I'll listen to you. If you don't want to go out, then don't go out. I'll find a way for you when the time comes. William lowered his head and said nothing. By the way, Uncle, aren't you and Sister going to the company today? How do you have time to chat here? At this time, Chen Qingxia asked in confusion. Oh, I almost forgot to mention that. Chen Xiao slapped his thigh, as if he suddenly remembered something incredible. Didn't your great-uncle say he would come down a few days ago, but then he was delayed by something? He is on the plane now and will arrive around noon. Your father and I will pick him up then. Chen Xiao said to William. It's still because of those two people. William looked at Grace and Oscar and said sarcastically, well, it should be about your mother and Oscar. Chen Xiao nodded. You bastard, I didn't expect you have some background. William said to Oscar with contempt and ridicule. Grace stood up in an instant. Her previously cheerful face immediately darkened, and she shouted angrily. William, shut up. How can you say that about Oscar? You don't even know who your father is. If not a bastard, then what is he? William sneered. Grace shook her body instinctively, then said angrily, Oscar is an orphan. He just can't find his parents. He is so pitiful, and you still scold him like this. Do you have a conscience? William didn't indulge her either, saying, I have no conscience, but you are a ruthless person. William's words completely annoyed Grace. Grace pointed at William with her fingers shaking with excitement. You quickly apologized to Oscar. William turned his head and ignored him. Seeing this, Vivian grabbed Grace. Mom, could you please stop talking? Okay, you won't apologize now, right? You will apologize later. Grace said in a trembling voice. Okay, let's stop talking. There's not a moment of peace every day. Richard held his forehead and sighed continuously. Grace and William is getting more and more intense. He is very worried about how to get along with them next. He can only hope now that his cousin has a way to calm the storm. I hope the old lady and William will give Grace and Oscar a chance for the sake of the Chen family in Beijing. He has nothing else to ask for now. He just hopes that his family can live in harmony and stop quarreling, which makes the whole family restless. Oscar was called a bastard by William, so Diana was naturally angry. William shattered her dream of becoming a star and cut off her financial support 2 days ago. She no longer dared to get angry. Otherwise, I might end up on the streets. William with hatred and launch magical attacks on William. But William's sixth sense was not weak either, and he immediately noticed Diana in the corner. He glared back at her sharply, scaring Diana so much that she immediately lowered her head. Just then, Jessica's cell phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was a call from Zhao Mingqing. There was no surprise at all. Before that, she had told Zhao Mingqing to notify her immediately if the results of Aunt Lu's appraisal came out. She no longer had any expectations for the appraisal because she already knew the answer. She looked at Vivian and Nina, then hurried out holding the phone. Not long after, Jessica returned to the hall. But at this moment, her expression showed surprise, panic, and disbelief. But if you look closely, you can also find a hint of joy and excitement on her face. It's very complicated. Vivian and Nina naturally guessed who the call was from. Noticing the strange look of joy on Jessica's face, The two looked confused. Jessica secretly exchanged glances with the two of them. Then he pulled the sleeves of the two and said to them in a low voice, "Big sister, second sister, come with me." Chapter 126, Mother-Daughter Dialogue. Vivian and Nina didn't ask any more questions, but followed Jessica upstairs and into her room. No one found it strange that the three of them suddenly left. It was normal for sisters to have some private matters. Only Grace and Diana's eyes stayed on the backs of the three people. Diana felt very lost because she found that her three sisters had been gathering together in secret these days, and they didn't bring her along. This made her feel abandoned and lonely. After the three of them arrived at the room, Jessica quickly closed the door and locked it. "Jessica, what happened?" Vivian asked impatiently. From Jessica's strange look and behavior, she concluded that there was something wrong with the phone call she'd just made. But the expression on her third sister's face told her that something terrible had happened, but it didn't seem to be all bad. "Big sister, second sister," Jessica called out with a little excitement. "The hospital's paternity test is out." Vivian and Nina nodded blankly. "We know. What's the problem? Didn't we already know the answer? Is there any need to run into the room and say it again?" "There's a problem. A big problem." Jessica frowned and her voice trembled. "Jessica, please speak slowly. Don't be in a hurry." Vivian comforted. "The test results show that Mom and Oscar are not related by blood." "What?" Jessica finished speaking. Vivian and Nina screamed at the same time. Realizing that her voice was a little loud, Vivian immediately lowered the volume and asked excitedly in a calm voice, "Jessica, are you sure? Zhao Mingcheng is not mistaken." "Well, I didn't quite believe it at first, and I even asked him to send me a copy of the report." As she spoke, Jessica handed the phone to Vivian and the other person. The date and time matched, and Aunt Lu's name and phone number also matched. "It is undoubtedly the report from Aunt Lu." Vivian and the other person stared at the report in a daze. They were confused and didn't understand what was going on. Why is Aunt Lu's appraisal report completely different from their results? But there couldn't be any problem with their sample. After all, they did the sampling and identification themselves. That means there is a problem with Aunt Lu. Could it be that the old lady and William did not do a paternity test on Grace and Oscar? Or maybe there was a problem with the sample taken. This possibility is obviously wrong. When the old lady came to them, she had already told them clearly that Aunt Lu went to the hospital to do a paternity test for Grace and her husband. As for the sample issue, it is even more impossible to make a mistake. Paternity testing is such an important matter, and sampling must be done very carefully. It is impossible for the old lady to make a careless mistake. The three of them fell into deep thought. Finally, eliminate all possibilities and get a result. Someone tampered with the report, and the samples were most likely swapped. And who is this person? It could only be that Zhao Mingqing asked his girlfriend to do it. Because apart from the three sisters, only Zhao Mingqing knew that Aunt Lu had done a paternity test. Jessica who told him this. "Jessica, you should be very familiar with Zhao Mingqing. Why did he do this?" Nina asked in confusion. "I remember when you asked him to change the result, he clearly said he couldn't do it. Moreover, when you called him again to change the sample, he said it was too late." Jessica shook her head blankly. Zhao Mingqing comes from an average family and is not a wealthy second generation. He was admitted to medical school through his own efforts. Jessica and I were college classmates. At that time, Zhao Mingqing liked Jessica and pursued her for 4 years in college, but Jessica was not interested in him and rejected him several times. Another reason is that Jessica feels that Zhao Mingqing is very ambitious. The reason why he pursued her might be because she was the daughter of the Chen group. Even after graduation, Zhao Mingqing still pestered Jessica from time to time. "Although I got a girlfriend later." Later, because of Oscar's kidney source issue, Zhao Mingcheng happened to be in the transplant department, so he volunteered to help Oscar look for a matching kidney source. Oscar's physical condition was relatively stable at that time, so he was not in a hurry to undergo surgery, but he could prepare in advance. Later, William was discovered by him and notified the Chen family. Zhao Mingqing personally had no motive to do anything. Jessica thinks. That can only be. The answer is actually very simple. At this time, Vivian said with a serious face, someone instructed him to do it. But who instructed him to do this? Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were thinking, there was a knock on the door. Then Grace's voice sounded. "Vivian, Jessica, are you in there?" The three of them looked at each other, and their faces suddenly became solemn. Jessica hesitated for a moment, walked over, and opened the door. "Mom, what's wrong?" Jessica called out and asked, trying to appear calm. Then he turned sideways to let Grace in. Grace came in. She glanced at the three of them suspiciously and said, "I saw you all left together suddenly and haven't come down for a long time, so I wanted to come and see if anything happened." "Mom, we're fine, just chatting," Nina explained with a slightly panicked look on her face. Yeah, Grace asked with a smile. Really, Mom? We're fine, don't worry. Vivian answered seriously. Grace, who was originally normal, suddenly looked gloomy and said with a sad face. Vivian, it's fine that they both lied to me, but they also hid it from me about you. Grace's words left the three confused. Vivian was a little confused. Mom, what are we hiding from you? Grace frowned, glanced at Vivian, and spoke in a cold tone. The old lady asked Aunt Lou to go to the hospital to do a paternity test for Oscar and me. Why didn't she tell me? Vivian and the other two froze in place. After a while, Jessica asked, Mom, how did you know? Grace snorted, Your aunt told me. Then how did my aunt know? In fact, the three of them had already guessed how Zhao Jing knew about this. As expected, Grace said to Jessica calmly, The one your lover mentioned seems to be called Zhao Mingcheng. I just found out that Zhao Mingcheng is actually your aunt's distant nephew. Because of Oscar's incident, Grace also got to know Zhao Mingcheng, and she also knew that Zhao Mingcheng liked Jessica. But it was the first time she knew that Zhao Mingcheng and Zhao Jing were related. After Grace's explanation, the three of them realized that it was when Zhao Mingcheng was chatting with Zhao Jing on the phone that he accidentally mentioned that Jessica asked him to check the paternity test report. When Zhao Mingcheng told Zhao Jing Aunt Lu's name, Zhao Jing immediately notified Grace. Grace thought again, besides her and Oscar, who else could the old lady do the appraisal at home? So when Jessica and others received the notification from Zhao Mingcheng, Grace also knew the answer at the same time. They were not sure how true or false Grace's words were, but the three of them were sure of one thing. That is, it was Grace and Zhao Jing who asked Zhao Mingcheng to tamper with the paternity test. At the same time, the Yang family also knew that Grace and Oscar were mother and son. The seriousness of the matter has exceeded their imagination. If the Yang family is also involved, the situation will be even more complicated. There is another problem at this time. Grace can completely pretend that she doesn't know about the paternity test. Why go through the trouble of finding them and telling them this? Chapter 127, The Three Sisters Are Difficult. Grace spoke. Her eyes inadvertently turned red, and then tears began to fall. The three of them were stunned and at a loss. Vivian, Nina, Manxing, tell me why my life is so hard. Grace wiped away her tears and began to cry. When I was young, for your father, I gave up my dreams, gave up my favorite job, left my family, came to Linhai, and married into your Chen family. Over the years, not only have I not had a good life, but your grandma has always been picky about me and bullied me. And your dad is afraid of your grandma and never helps me. I have suffered so much injustice. Vivian's sisters looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. They did not agree with Grace's statement. To be honest, the old lady was quite sensible and did not target her on purpose, as Grace said. The old lady had a tough personality. Although she did not agree with Richard and Grace's marriage at first, when Grace really married into the Chen family, she still treated her as a daughter-in-law and was very good to her. Grace's family background brought her many problems. She often used Chen's things and resources to support her family without her family's knowledge. The old lady also turned a blind eye. He even took the initiative to ask Richard to be nicer to Grace and help the Yang family more. According to the old lady, it is not easy for women. Although they have no worries about food and clothing from wealthy families, they still have to bear a lot of pressure. She also tried her best to elevate the status of the Yang family so that Grace would not feel too inferior. Later, he moved directly into a nursing home and handed over the power of the family to Grace. William's matter this time, the Chen family would have gone too far and the old lady wouldn't have been so angry. Although she said she wanted to kick Grace out, she didn't really want them to divorce. She just forced Grace to deal with Oscar's matter and gave her a chance to reform. If the three of them didn't know the truth of the appraisal, they would definitely comfort Grace at this time. But now that they have the answer, they can't say a word. Grace continued to complain as if she had started talking and had no intention of stopping. I'm also very diligent and work hard to run this family. Even if there is no credit, there is still hard work. But how did the old lady treat me? Not only did she want to kick me out, she also suspected that I was cheating on her. That's fine. But she also thought Oscar was my child and secretly asked Aunt Lou to do a test. How much of an overreaction is that? Grace was crying and felt more and more wronged and agitated the more she spoke. Doesn't she understand my situation at the time? How could Oscar be my child? Is she too old and confused? Vivian and the others had complicated expressions and looked at Grace silently without saying a word. What can they say and what should they say? They also want to know what happened back then and why Oscar became Grace's biological son. They felt ashamed watching their mother's performance. If Diana was there, with her straightforward personality, she might have shouted it out directly. Mom, stop pretending. We all know it. The silence of the three made Grace a little angry. Why are you guys silent? Your grandma treated me like this, and you kept it a secret from me. Do you really consider me your mother? Vivian shook her head and tried to explain. Mom, we didn't mean to hide it from you. Don't explain. Are you also standing on the side of the old lady and William to bully Oscar and me? Grace said angrily. We don't have. Vivian sighed helplessly. If they really sided with the old lady and William, Grace would not have the chance to stand here and question them. You still say no? It turns out that what they say is right. A daughter who is married off is like water spilled, and now you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already thinking of joining forces with others to deal with your mother. Or do you think I, your mother, am helpless and can't help you in the future? You really have no conscience. Grace scolded the three of them. The three of them were in no mood to argue anymore. Their heads were a mess. Seeing that the three men ignored her, Grace did not continue to ask, but just left a harsh remark. This matter cannot just let go like this. I must seek justice, otherwise everyone will think I am easy to bully. Grace's words scared Vivian and the other two, and they immediately panicked. Mom, if it's not your fault, just don't. But before they could finish their words, Grace slammed the door and walked out, leaving the three anxious people in the room. The three of them stood there in a daze for a long time, and Nina asked in a daze, what should we do? Although Aunt Lou's appraisal report showed that Grace and Oscar were not parent-child, a bloody storm was avoided. This made them feel somewhat fortunate. But there is also an extremely serious problem facing them. That is the story of Grace and Oscar being mother and son. Should we tell the old lady, William and Richard? It was wrong for them to know the answer in advance, but not say it. But if Aunt Lou's appraisal can prove the blood relationship between Grace and me, then it's fine. It won't matter if it's a few days late. But the point now is that Aunt Lou's appraisal was tampered with. In other words, now everyone except the three of them was kept in the dark by Grace. They could keep it a secret. As long as nothing unexpected happened, the old lady and William might not find out that the three of them knew the truth. But the problem is that the three of them can't get over it in their hearts. The old lady is innocent, William is innocent, and their biological father is the most pitiful person. Are they really going to watch the Chen family continue to be deceived by Grace? And if this secret continues, no one may ever discover the truth in their lifetime. Now that we have done the identification, unless something unexpected happens, there is no way we will doubt Grace again. But if they confess to the old lady, one can imagine what would happen to Grace and Oscar. The most important thing is that it's not just that Grace and Oscar are mother and son. Today they also found out that Grace secretly tampered with the paternity test in order to deceive the old lady. Grace cheated on her husband and kept Oscar, a bastard, at home. Grace tampered with the old lady's paternity test. These two things were like two huge stones, pressing on the chests of the three people, making it hard for them to breathe. Sometimes knowing too many secrets is not a good thing. Now Jessica regretted immensely that she had followed Aunt Lou to the hospital that morning. If they could be given another chance, they would rather know nothing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to face such a difficult decision now. Now there are two roads before them, left or right. The person the three of them envy the most right now should be Diana. She knows nothing, and Diana can be heartless. But what they didn't know was that William didn't give Diana another chance to choose, but paved a bright road for the three of them. But the price was that they had to cross the abyss in front of them. Chapter 128, Aunt Lou returns. Vivian and the other two returned to the hall, looking very worried, which attracted the attention of several people. Oscar was the first to express concern. He asked with concern, "Big sister, second sister, third sister, what's wrong with you?" The three of them looked deeply at Oscar, then glanced at Grace, whose face still showed a hint of displeasure, and sighed helplessly without answering. I know. At this time, Chen Qingxia shouted. Just now when I went upstairs to get something, I passed by my third sister's room and heard my sisters and mom arguing inside. Chen Qingxia's words immediately caused concern among others. No wonder Grace had such a sour face when she came down just now. It turned out that Vivian and the others had made her angry. They're arguing about something again. Richard frowned, his tone a little angry. After the mother and son quarreled, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quarreled. After the quarrel between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the mother and daughter quarreled. It's endless. If it continues like this, I can't stay in this family anymore. Richard looked exhausted. Vivian and the others didn't know how to answer, so Chen Qingxia immediately interrupted. It seems like there was some report saying that the results were that the biological mother and son were real, and Oscar was a bastard or something like that. I didn't hear you very clearly. Chen Qingxia's words made Richard and others, who were unaware of the situation, look stunned. Vivian and the others were so frightened that their hearts were pounding. No matter what the results of the identification were, it would be best not to let anyone else know about this. Grace, on the contrary, looked very happy about Chen Qingxia's words. She is now worrying about how to expose the matter. Unexpectedly, Chen Qingxia had laid the groundwork first. What's the matter? Oscar is just an orphan, not a bastard. It's really rude of you to say that about him, Richard said in an unhappy tone. Nina quickly explained that Chen Qingxia had misheard, and they had not said that. Just then, Aunt Lu came back. When Aunt Lu saw that everyone was there, her expression changed noticeably. Aunt Lu, are you back? Richard asked casually. Aunt Lu simply responded, glanced at William, and was about to walk into the old lady's room. But William stopped her. Aunt Lu, report to me. Aunt Lu was stunned for a moment, looking a little flustered, and she winked at William frantically. William pretended not to see it and said calmly, It's okay, just give me the report. Seeing William's determination, Aunt Lu looked helpless and handed a document to William. Chen Xiao and Richard, as well as a few others who were unaware of the situation, all stared at William with confusion on their faces. William, what is that report? Richard asked curiously. As for the three Vivian sisters, their feelings were particularly complicated because they now seemed to have a God's perspective and knew things that others did not know. They naturally knew what the report William had in his hand was and were also clear about the results. As for Grace, the moment Aunt Lu came back, a look of sarcasm instinctively appeared on her face. William now? No matter what, she is William's biological mother, but William totally disregards their mother-son relationship and wants to ruin her forever. William ignored Richard's question and just silently opened the file. After a moment, he stood up quickly, and his originally calm expression suddenly turned into surprise, as if he had encountered something incredible. His hands holding the report were shaking violently. He was still mumbling to himself, whispering, Impossible, impossible. Vivian and the other two saw this scene. They just sighed slightly. I sighed inwardly that the old lady was too old to do many things herself, while William was still too young and did not consider many things carefully and thoroughly. Of course, William and the old lady were tricked by Grace, mainly because of Nina and Jessica. If the two of them had not followed Aunt Lu, they would not have discovered the paternity test, and she naturally would not have been able to find Zhao Mingcheng. Finally, Zhao Mingcheng notified Grace, then secretly exchanged the samples and tampered with the identification results. All I can say is that luck was not on the old lady and William's side. The three of them felt guilty, but also grateful. Grace turned to William and sneered when she saw his expression. William was in a bad mood and was behaving strangely. Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask, William, what's wrong with you? What is that report? William still ignored Chen Xiao. He just stared at the report with a dazed look in his eyes. It seemed as if he couldn't hear Chen Xiao's voice. Grace on the side sneered. William must have encountered something serious. William, why don't you tell your uncles what happened? What is that thing you are holding in your hand? Grace's tone was full of sarcasm. Now Chen Xiao and the others were even more curious. William, Chen Xiao called out a few more times. William still didn't respond, until Chen Qingxia gently pushed William and whispered something in his ear. William passed. William then took action. His body trembled, and then he hurriedly hid the report behind him and said with a stuttering tone, What's wrong, Uncle? Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at William. William, are you hiding something from us? What is that report of yours? There is indeed something we are hiding from you, because we used your and your son's hair to do a paternity test, and the final result showed this. You are not related by blood. No, it's okay, it's my physical examination report. William thought for a long time and explained hesitantly. I got a physical examination for no reason. It was obvious that he didn't want to tell the truth and made up an excuse in a panic. Chen Xiao opened his mouth and wanted to ask, but William quickly ran away, saying he wanted to go to the toilet. Chen Qingxia said that William seemed to be in a bad condition and she wanted to go and check it out. William's series of actions, any discerning person could tell that he was hiding something from everyone, and judging from his performance, it was not a trivial matter. Chen Xiao, Richard and others became even more curious. In the room, William threw the report aside and lay down on the bed. Fifth sister, how was my acting just now? It was okay, wasn't it? William asked with a proud look on his face. Chen Qingxia nodded. Well, it's okay, but some parts have been played out before. Like at that time you should do this. I'll show you a chance. Chen Qingxia said with a smile. Then her expression changed, and she suddenly spoke seriously again. Now we can be sure that the report was tampered with by Mom, right? Yes, that's for sure. Grace always speaks in a humble manner and dares not speak loudly. That night, faced with the old lady's nuisance, he actually talked back to her for the first time and even cursed her. She even dared to threaten to divorce Richard. If she didn't have some support, Grace would never dare to be so arrogant. At that time, William was certain that Grace had secretly tampered with the appraisal report. Based on his previous preliminary investigation of Zhao Mingqing and his girlfriend, as well as the relationship between Zhao Mingqing and Jessica, it can be concluded that it was Zhao Mingqiang who informed Grace. It is also possible that the Yang family was notified first. After all, Zhao Jing and Zhao Mingqiang have the same surname, Zhao, and they may be related. It can also be confirmed that the person who tampered with the operating table in that life was Zhao Mingqing. As for who ordered Zhao Mingqing to kill him, it must be Oscar, the Yang family, or the adulterer. As for whether Grace knew about it, he had no idea. The answer may never be known. Chapter 129 Jiang Xinlian and Jiang Bowie. As for why they took hair samples from Chen Xiao and Chen Zhua, it was simply because they wanted to verify the authenticity of the results. And that night, they were the only ones who met the sampling criteria. When they went downstairs again, they found that Chen Xiao and Richard had already left and went to the airport early to pick up their cousin, Chen Deming, who came from Beijing. Near noon, Jiang Xinlian and Qin Hao arrived. It turned out that before Chen Deming came to Linhai, he specially notified Qin Yushan and invited him to come to the Chen family for a gathering. The Qin family naturally knew the reason why Chen Deming came here this time. In addition, the Qin family and the Chen family in Beijing had business dealings, so it was reasonable for them to meet. Qin Yushan agreed. Jiang Xinlian and Qin Hao were free at the time and were concerned about the Chen family's affairs, so they came over first. As soon as Jiang Xinlian saw William, she showed extraordinary enthusiasm. "William, you've grown so big." William with a big smile on her face. William was stunned for a moment. Although he felt familiar with the beautiful young woman in front of him, who looked to be in her 30s, possibly even 40, he had seen her somewhere before. But he seemed to have the impression that this was the first time he saw this aunt of Qin Hao and Eva. But from what Jiang Xinlian said, it seemed like she had known him for a long time. Qin Hao also looked confused. "Aunt, do you know William?" Jiang Xinlian nodded and said without hiding anything, "I am also one of the sponsors of William's welfare home. William several times when I went to the welfare home before. William was still young at that time and probably doesn't remember me very well." Now, William understood that Jiang Xinlian used to be the financial sponsor of these orphans. I didn't expect that Jiang Xinlian is not only beautiful, but also so loving. But when he thought of his adulterer Jiang Bowen, he felt complicated. He didn't know what the relationship between Jiang Xinlian and Jiang Bowie was, and whether Jiang Xinlian would interfere when he faced the adulterer. However, this worry was only a momentary thing for William. He and Jiang Xinlian are not familiar with each other, so even if she is Qin Hao and Eva's aunt, he will not have any burden. But before that, we still need to figure out the Qin family and Jiang Xinlian's attitude towards Jiang Bowen. Although Jiang Bowen is an illegitimate child and his mother is a mistress, normally Jiang Xinlian and her sister should not like him. But there is always a chance of something happening. What if Jiang Xinlian is as stupid as her sisters? William casually said a few words to Jiang Xinlian, then pulled Qin Hao aside for a private chat. "Brother Hao, I want to ask you about someone." "Who?" Qin Hao asked doubtfully. "The person you asked me to help you find last time. We already have clues. Do you want me to find him?" William shook his head. "Just help me keep an eye on that guy. Don't worry about him for now." "Then who do you want me to help you find?" Qin Hao was puzzled when he heard William's denial. "I don't want to ask anyone. I just want to ask about your uncle." "What? Which uncle?" "You only have one uncle. Didn't your father find someone else after your mother passed away?" William asked with a smile. William's sudden question made Qin Hao a little confused, but he reacted quickly. "Oh, you mean the sand pen?" Qin Hao looked disdainful. "Jiang Bowie." This time it was William's turn to be confused. "Yes, it's the sand pen that Jiang Bowie used." Qin Hao nodded. William smiled. Although Qin Hao was a playboy, he had a high opinion of himself. In his eyes, his father was nothing and Jiang Bowie was nothing. He continued to ask, "Do your father and your aunt think so too?" "That's for sure. My aunt really hates him, so she doesn't want to go home. Recently, I heard that he was messing around with young girls again. He is already old, and it is still a question whether he can hold his head up high. Isn't it shameful? I don't dare to tell others outside that he is my uncle. It's too embarrassing." Qin Hao sighed, expressing his helplessness. "What I can't understand the most is your Chen family in Beijing. Your cousin's family, his brother-in-law, is having an affair outside, but they are still speaking up for him. Don't you think it's weird? I suspect that your cousin is not your biological daughter, and most likely she was picked up." He curled his lips and nodded, probably thinking that his guess was very likely to be true. "It is very strange." William agreed. From Qin Hao's words, William got two important pieces of information. One was the relationship between the Qin family, Jiang Xinlian and Jiang Bowie. Very bad. This made him very satisfied. There is another one, that is the Chen family in Beijing. Their attitude towards Jiang Bowie is extremely complicated. This guy is not a son-in-law at all. He is treated like his own son. This made William feel heavy in his heart. The old lady must have known these things, but she didn't tell him, which is enough to show how difficult and complicated they were. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I feel unlucky when I mention him. Chen sneered. William, you asked me to set up a self-media company to do short video live streaming. I have already asked people to prepare for the company. Chen really seemed to have no interest in Jiang Bowen's affairs and turned the topic to entrepreneurship. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Brother Hao. But now the live streaming industry is basically monopolized by several large platforms such as Douyu and Fox Fong. Do we really need to make an extra move and get involved? Chen questioned. William patted his shoulder and explained. Yes, with the emergence of 4G network, short videos will become the mainstream of self-media in the future. We will start with short videos. William has the final say in the company now. In William's words, they just need to do as he says and not worry about anything else. If we make money, we share it together. If we lose money, he will bear the consequences. With such a sucker, what else can Chen say? What's the name of the platform? William asked curiously. William was a little concerned about the name of their holding company, but he left the rest to Chen and Zhu Yingjun to decide. Douyin. Chen was a little excited when he heard William asking for his name. William was stunned for a moment. Chen quickly explained, since it is an entertainment industry, isn't it about pleasing the public? The name must be in line with the theme. You see, the word dobe is very suitable. Funny, make everyone happy. William blinked and patted Chen on the shoulder. Good start, nothing wrong. Chen Qingxia felt a little unhappy when she saw the two of them leaving everyone else behind and chatting animatedly. What are you two grown men whispering about? Chen Qingxia shouted. Chen Hao, who had been acting like he was the most powerful person in the world and was afraid of no one, was actually startled at this moment. Even his tone became a little stuttering. Qingxia, what didn't we talk about? I felt something was wrong before. For some reason, Chen became nervous when he saw Chen Qingxia. Now I can't even speak clearly. Later, Chen Qingxia also joined the private chat, and they chatted until dinner time. After they finished their meal, Grace and Oscar came to the table. There were guests arriving and the old lady was not at home, so Vivian wanted everyone to eat together. Otherwise, outsiders will see it and laugh at it. Diana was naturally very happy and did not refuse. Grace firmly disagreed. I don't want to eat. She said that this was the old lady's decision and she, as a daughter-in-law with no status, dared not disobey for fear of being punished again. Jiang Xinlian looked very embarrassed and tried to persuade Grace, but Grace was very stubborn and she had no choice but to give up. But I don't know if William and Chen did it on purpose, but they had a particularly big appetite today and ate up all the food on the table, leaving nothing for Grace and Oscar. After the meal, William specifically reminded them that the old lady would soon wake up and not to let the kitchen prepare new meals for them. In the end, the two of them had to go hungry. Soon it was afternoon and the old lady woke up. Richard also called and said that they had picked up Chen Deming and would be home soon. Chapter 130. Who are you? When the old lady woke up, William immediately went into her room. After the two came out, everyone could clearly see that the old lady's face was not looking good. Grace saw this and pretended to be concerned and asked, Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Xinlian and Chen also looked worried. Old lady, if you are not feeling well, why don't you go back to your room and rest? As for other matters, Brother Chen and the others will take care of them. Jiang Xinlian expressed her concern. The old lady sighed and forced a smile. It's nothing serious. I just feel a little tired. Mom, you'd better not worry too much about some things, otherwise it will damage your health. Grace's tone was full of sarcasm, which made Jiang Xinlian feel strange. Although the old lady has been targeting Grace these days, she should keep these words in mind. Why does she dare to say them so blatantly? The four sisters of the Chen family were trembling in their hearts. Diana wondered if her mother had lost her mind these days, as she actually dared to confront the old lady. Vivian and the other two thought that Grace had no self-awareness at all. She was clearly in the wrong, but she was still jumping around. She was not afraid at all. However, Aunt Lou's appraisal report showed that Grace and Oscar were not mother and son, which should have completely dispelled the old lady and William's doubts. As long as the three of them don't say anything, the old lady shouldn't suspect anything about it anymore, and the mess between Grace and Oscar should be completely concealed. Surprisingly, the old lady was not angry at Grace's ridicule. Instead, she spoke in a gentle tone. You're right, I'll pay attention. The old lady's sudden change in attitude filled Diana and the others with confusion. It also made Grace slightly proud. At this time, Chen Xiao and Richard just came back and stood on both sides. Needless to say, the man between them knew who was who. He is their cousin, Chen Deming, from the Chen family in Beijing. William saw the three of them talking and laughing, walking in side by side. Following them in were Yang Gaofeng and Zhao Jing. He was not surprised that these two people would follow him. Chen Deming looks similar to Chen Xiao, but as far as we know, Chen Deming is a few years older than Chen Xiao. As soon as Chen Deming entered the room, he went straight to the old lady and greeted her. "Aunt, are you feeling well?" The old lady glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't worry, you won't die yet." As soon as they met, the old lady didn't give him a good look, but Chen Deming didn't show a trace of anger on his face and continued to speak to her in a kind way. "Aunt, you are talking nonsense again. You will surely live 100 years. I'll take your good words. I don't ask for anything else, but I hope to live longer than your father." The old lady's words made Chen Deming at a loss for words for a moment, and he could only smile awkwardly. "Where's your dad? Why doesn't he come down? Is he unable to walk like me?" The old lady continued to ask. "It's just a trivial matter. Dad said there's no need to make a special trip, so he didn't come down, so as to avoid making Aunt feel uncomfortable seeing him." Chen Deming explained. "What's all this trifling stuff? I don't quite understand. And why did you come all the way from the capital today?" The old lady said with a look of sarcasm. Chen Deming sighed and said, "Of course it's because of the Yang family." The old lady naturally also saw Yang Gaofeng and the other person. She glanced at the two people behind her and said coldly, "When did I allow them to enter the gate?" "Butler Fong, kick these two people out," the old lady said lightly. Everyone thought that the old lady would give Chen Deming some face. Not to mention that the Chen family in Beijing is very powerful. After all, Chen Xiao is still living in the master's house. But unexpectedly, the old lady was so unethical and wanted to drive Yang Gaofeng away directly. "Aunt, please listen to me first," Chen Deming said quickly while pulling Yang Gaofeng and the other man over to apologize to the old lady. The old lady ignored the two of them and taunted Chen Deming. "When did your Chen family in Beijing become so close to the Yang family? How come I didn't know about it?" Chen Deming explained with a smile. "We just happened to be working together on a project recently. Gaofeng and I have known each other for many years. I really can't bear to see the Yang family decline like this." More than that, the old lady narrowed her eyes and stared at Chen Deming. Chen Deming sighed and explained patiently, "It's really not as complicated as my aunt thinks. Seeing the Chen Group's stock price fluctuate during those days, my father was very worried, wondering if something had happened. Later Gaofeng called again and we understood what had happened. Later, you wanted to kick Grace out of the house because of William, and he hoped that we could help him plead for her. After all, my second uncle is my father's biological brother. If it is not a matter of principle, my father and I hope that there can be harmony in my aunt's family. I also don't want some unnecessary household affairs to affect the development of the Chen Group." Chen Deming explained so much, but the old lady didn't seem to listen. She just said, "You also know that this is our own family affair, and you still come to interfere. Aunt, look at what you said. We are all family. There is no need to distinguish between you and me." Chen Deming chuckled. The old lady didn't want to pay attention to him. She just waved her hand impatiently. "If you want to plead for the Yang family, no problem. I'll let them go. You can go back now. But Oscar and Grace, I have to take this seriously. Oscar in particular violated the law, stole, and framed William. His character is extremely bad. If he is not sent to prison for a few years for reform, I think he will continue to endanger society in the future." The old lady's words startled Grace, Oscar, and the others. Grace's face changed drastically, but besides panic, there was also anger. He was about to get angry at the old lady, but as soon as he said that, he was stopped by Richard. "Mom, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously." Richard pulled Grace and continued with a smile. "Don't just stand there. Sit down. Sit down. If we have anything to say, let's sit down and talk slowly." Although the old lady did not give Chen Deming a good look, Chen Deming still smiled and did not look angry at all. After everyone sat down, Chen Deming looked around and immediately found William. Although it was the first time he met William, he was familiar with everyone present. The only one he didn't know was naturally William. "You must be William." Chen Deming suddenly changed his previous gentle attitude and acted like an elder to William. "Yeah." William raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Seeing William's cold attitude, Chen Deming's tone became serious. "Look at you and Oscar. Both of you are not young anymore, but you still make your grandmother worry. Don't you know that she is old and in poor health? Also, look at how much your mother has suffered and how many tears she has shed because of what happened between you two. As a son, shouldn't you feel sorry for her and understand her difficulties?" As he spoke, Chen Deming's voice became gentler, as if he was giving an earnest instruction. This time, William didn't even raise his eyelids. Lao Dang, who are you? Chapter 131, you're a bitch. William's words instantly made the hall fall into silence, and there was no sound for a long time. Regardless of how well everyone knows William, at least in this situation, we have to do our part. William is not a fool. He would not be so ignorant as to not understand this. But he didn't give Chen Deming any face at all. Someone always has to break the awkward situation. Yang Gaofeng seemed to want to show off in front of Chen Deming. He quickly jumped out and pointed at William and scolded him. You have no respect for your elders. Brother Deming is your uncle, don't you know? You have no manners at all. William sneered. Uncle is nothing. Richard, I don't care about him. And you, your cousin, have the nerve to teach me a lesson. You are so shameless. If you want to educate someone, go find Oscar, don't nag in front of me. Bother. It has to be said that even Chen Deming, who prided himself on being calm, couldn't help but look gloomy when he heard what William said. After a pause, William seemed to realize something. He secretly glanced at Chen Xiao, who had a complicated expression, and added another sentence. I only have one uncle. Chen Xiao immediately smiled and said, Hey, brother, don't argue with a child. William is just like that. Let's continue our conversation. The older generation is most afraid of encountering some troublesome juniors. If a real quarrel breaks out, they will definitely suffer. Of course, Chen Deming couldn't curse back in public, as it would damage his reputation. However, after this incident, he also had a preliminary understanding of William. He has a bad temper and is simple-minded, just a child. The fact that he could cause so many troubles was most likely the old lady's doing. Of course, it is still too early to make any conclusions now, and we need to observe further. Just at this moment, Qin Yushan arrived late with EVA and happened to resolve the embarrassment. As soon as Qin Yushan and Chen Deming met, they shook hands and greeted each other warmly. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. EVA is getting more and more beautiful. No wonder when Oscar came to Beijing to play, he said he would not marry anyone other than EVA. When Chen Deming saw EVA, he couldn't help but praise it. This child heard that everyone was here and said she wanted to come over no matter what. I even went to school to pick her up, which is why I was a little late. Qin Yushan explained with a smile. After saying that, he and EVA greeted the old lady together. After a brief greeting, EVA sat down next to Jiang Xinlian and the others. Qin Yushan sat with Chen Deming and others. I seem to hear someone called Lao Dang at the door just now. Who is Lao Dang? Qin Yushan suddenly asked after sitting down. The atmosphere, which had been improving, suddenly became quiet again. Everyone stared at each other in bewilderment. In the end, Qin Hao was filial, and in order to satisfy Qin Yushan's curiosity, he briefly recounted what William had just said to Chen Deming. The scene was awkward once again. Qin Yushan quickly changed the subject. Brother Deming, you came to Linhai specially this time. Is there something important you want to do? Qin Yushan asked knowingly. He knew exactly what had happened in the Chen family in the past few days. Naturally, I know the purpose of Chen Deming's trip. It's not that important. I just want to be a mediator and see if I can help my aunt. Chen Deming glanced at the old lady and said, I think the old lady will know her limits in this matter, so it's better for us outsiders not to interfere. Qin Yushan suggested seriously. That's what we said, but if we really want to be strict, our Chen family in Beijing and the Chen family in Linhai are one family. This is also well known. The turmoil in the Linhai Chen family will more or less affect the Beijing Chen family. Besides, Brother Gaofeng and I have been friends for many years, so I really can't just stand by and watch. Chen Deming gave a lot of reasons and put himself on the side of justice, which seemed very convincing. Most importantly, I know Grace. She has never made any mistakes since she married Richard. I feel that the punishment for her and the Yang family this time is a bit too heavy. What Chen Deming said, Grace felt very aggrieved and her eyes began to turn red. Grace has been too much to William in recent years, especially in favoring Oscar too much, which has caused William to suffer a lot of grievances. Chen Xiao naturally stood on the side of the old lady and William. Chen Xiao, what you said is wrong. How can this be called partiality? Oscar was raised by Grace, and he is an excellent and sensible child. Even I love him very much, let alone Grace, who has been his mother for more than 10 years. Oscar is in poor health, and he suddenly went from being a pampered young master of a wealthy family to an orphan. He is a bit pitiful. I think it's okay to show him a little more care. Chen Deming disagreed with Chen Zhao's statement and refuted it. Grace's eyes were red at this moment, and she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Brother, you are the only one who understands me. They all say that I am biased, but I also have my own difficulties. I admit that there may be some differences in my behavior towards the two of them, but deep down in my heart, I love them equally. But William just can't understand my difficulties. It's so hard for me as a mother. When she got excited, Her voice began to choke. Chen Deming sighed and comforted her. Sister-in-law, I understand your difficulties. William is still young now, and he will understand it when he grows up. Excellent and sensible. Chen Hao suddenly spoke at this time. This old man, dang, stole things, violated other girls, and framed William. Is this what you call being excellent and sensible? Your brain must have been caught in the door. Chen Hao hated Oscar in the first place, and because of his arrogant personality, he said whatever he wanted regardless of who the other person was. Shut up, you little bastard. How dare you talk to your uncle like that? Qin Yushan shouted, pretending to be angry. Uncle Yarn, I don't eat his rice, so why should I care about him? Qin Hao curled his lips. Chen Deming has lived for decades, but he has never been humiliated like today, repeatedly, by two little kids at that. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't help himself at this moment. But in the end he still endured it. What could he do even if he couldn't bear it? He couldn't do anything to Qin Hao. As soon as Qin Hao stopped, Eva took over the conversation, but her target was Grace. Aunt Grace, love is shown through actions, not words. All your actions prove one thing. That is, in your heart, William will never be as good as Oscar. Qin Ma said in a cold voice. Eva, you misunderstood me. I really love William. Grace looked aggrieved, and her words were heartfelt. Eva stared at Grace silently for a long time with cold eyes. Then he spoke slowly. Aunt Grace. You're just a bitch. After a moment of silence, the hall suddenly exploded. Chapter 132, Is he your child? William was fine, but everyone didn't understand what was wrong with the Chen siblings today. One was more stubborn than the other, and they completely ignored the occasion and their father's position and acted recklessly. Eva, stop talking nonsense. Jiang Xinlian was the first to react and scolded. Qin Yushan glared at his precious daughter fiercely. Eva, are you crazy? How dare you curse my mother like that? Diana was shocked and cursed subconsciously. Vivian and the others were also shocked by Eva's recklessness. Although Grace's extramarital affairs and other behaviors are worthy of the words said by Eva, but when their own mothers are really insulted like this, they still can't pretend not to see it. They may feel this way in their hearts, but they will definitely feel uncomfortable if others scold them like this. Eva, what you said is a bit too much. Although my mother was wrong, you shouldn't insult her in public. After all, she is your elder. Vivian said sullenly. Nina and Jessica agreed. William also looked at Eva with the same surprise in his eyes. It's all said, what can I do? Facing everyone's questioning, Eva acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and replied coldly. What to do? Grace, who had been in a daze for a long time, finally came to her senses from the shock. You still dare to ask what to do? Apologize to me right now. Grace yelled at Eva like a madman. It would have been fine if she was humiliated by the old lady, but now even Eva dared to treat her like this. It was even more unpleasant to be scolded so harshly in front of so many people. She was going crazy. What are you yelling about? You are so grown up. Why are you arguing with a child? The old lady glanced at Grace and said lightly. Grace simply stopped where she was. Then he said with great grievance, Mom, can you please be reasonable? Didn't you hear how badly she scolded me? Whether it sounds bad or not is up to you. If you are not a bitch, why bother about what others say? After the old lady's PUA, Grace was speechless. At this moment, William's voice attracted everyone's attention. He asked Chen Deming, Uncle, stop wasting everyone's time. Please tell me your mediation plan, if it is appropriate. The bitch scandal was easily covered up by William. Even Grace, who was angry, didn't care about Eva at this moment. After listening to William's words, Chen Deming was overjoyed and felt that William was not that bad. He immediately said, Actually, my idea is very simple, I think. If it's appropriate, I wouldn't consider it. William said slowly, blocking the words that Chen Deming was about to say in his throat. You asshole. This time, Chen Deming really couldn't help it. The first time he saw William, he was a junior and it was in front of the old lady, so he didn't care. But now William was making fun of him in public again, obviously trying to embarrass him on purpose and not taking him, his cousin, seriously at all. He was really angry. Educating Chen how Eva was Chen Yushan's business, and he couldn't say anything to his face. But for William, he has the qualifications. William, before I came here, I thought your parents were too strict with you and that you had suffered a lot. Now it seems that you really lack the education and discipline you need. With your reckless and arrogant personality, how can you protect the huge estate left by your grandfather? Chen Deming frowned and lectured. William adopted a cynical attitude and spoke in a frivolous tone. You're right. How about I give it to you and you keep it for me? What nonsense are you talking about, you silly kid? Your uncle would never be interested in those things of yours. William was talking more and more out of line. Chen Xiao stopped him in time. You don't need to send me one. But in my opinion, with Oscar's ability, he is more suitable to be the successor of the group than you. Chen Deming said this and sighed. It's a pity that he is not of the Chun family's bloodline. Otherwise, the group will definitely get better and better in his hands. Grace and a few others nodded silently, seeming to agree with Chun Deming's statement. Uncle, please don't say that about me. I am also very good. If I had lived at home since I was a child, I would definitely not be worse than me. Oscar said sincerely and modestly. Listen, this is the measure that an heir should have. William treated Oscar like that, and now he's still speaking up for his brother. Who wouldn't like a kid like this? Chen Deming pointed at Oscar and said to everyone, I don't like it. Chen Hao spoke lazily, as if talking to himself. Chen Deming ignored him and continued to express his thoughts. I tell you, even if William and Oscar have the same education and resources, William is still not as good as Oscar. This is innate. How could William tolerate what Chen Deming said? He accused indignantly. You fart, you can scold me and look down on me. But you can't insult my dad. Who insulted your father? Chen Deming was stunned for a moment. And didn't you just call Richard by his first name? Now you call him dad. William said angrily. According to what you mean, my father's genes are not good, not as good as Oscar's wild father. William's words made Chen Deming angry. The anger on his face was clearly visible, and his voice became much louder. What nonsense are you talking about? I never said that. Also, who do you say is the bastard and who is the bastard father? How can you be so uneducated, kid? Oscar is your family's adopted son after all. Is it appropriate for you to say that? Brother. At this moment, Richard cried out. It is not your business whether William has good manners or not. Chen Deming came down to Linhai specifically for the Yang family and Grace to help mediate. He was very happy and grateful. William was not as good as Oscar now. The main reason was that Oscar, unlike William, had lived in a privileged environment since childhood and had educational resources that were inaccessible to ordinary people. But Chen Deming actually said that under the same conditions, William cannot compare to Oscar. After all, he is William's biological father. Isn't Chen Deming looking down on him in disguised form? Hearing Richard's tone was wrong, Chen Deming realized that he had said the wrong thing. He quickly comforted him. Richard, your brother didn't mean that. Don't take it to heart. William didn't seem to want to let Chen Deming go and continued joking. Uncle, from what you said, it seems like you know a lot about Oscar's father. You don't know who Oscar's parents are, do you? Chen Deming glared at William. Oscar is your family's adopted son. How do I know his parents? You don't even know his parents. Why are you defending him so much? Is he your child? William pretended to be confused and said casually. Chapter 133. Do you doubt me? Although we are not 100% sure about Oscar's biological father, it is almost certain that he is Jiang Boi's father.